Tonight we journey into the shadowed halls of history's most enduring brotherhood. The Freemasons have inspired wonder and speculation for centuries, their secretive traditions echoing through time like whispers in ancient stone chambers. The cobblestone streets of medieval Europe set the scene for our story. Here, skilled stonemasons work together under the open sky, their hammers striking in rhythmic precision as magnificent cathedrals slowly reach toward heaven. These were not ordinary craftsmen, but masters who held deep knowledge of mathematics, geometry, and architectural principles passed down through generations. The true origins of Freemasonry remain cloaked in mystery. Some historical accounts trace their beginnings to the builders of King Solomon's Temple, or to the Knights Templars who guarded ancient treasures. Most historians, however, agree that modern Freemasonry grew from these medieval Mason guilds during the Gothic cathedral building era of the Middle Ages. During the 1300s and 1400s, Mason guilds formed lodges, sacred spaces where they gathered to share meals, teach their craft, and protect their trade secrets. They developed special signs, handshakes, and passwords that allowed members to recognize each other when traveling between towns seeking work. In an age when most people never ventured beyond their village boundaries, these Masons moved freely between great construction projects, carrying their knowledge across countries and cultures. As the grand cathedral building period waned in the 1600s, these lodges began to transform. They started accepting men who weren't actual stonemasons, but who valued the philosophical and symbolic aspects of the craft. These new members, called accepted or speculative Masons, found meaning in the moral teachings embedded in the tools and traditions of stonemasonry. The year 1717 marked a turning point when 4 London lodges united to form the first Grand Lodge of England, establishing the foundation of modern Freemasonry. From this centre, the Brotherhood spread across Europe and eventually to America and beyond, its influence growing with each passing decade. Throughout history, the organisation attracted remarkable figures: George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Mozart, Voltaire, Winston Churchill, men who shaped the world in profound ways while carrying Masonic principles in their hearts. Freemasons played significant roles in revolutions and social movements, including the American Revolution, where many founding fathers brought Masonic ideals of liberty, equality, and brotherhood into the framework of a new nation. Within their lodge meetings, Freemasons performed solemn rituals rich with symbolism. The tools of the Mason's trade, the square, compass, level, and plumb, became powerful symbols teaching moral lessons. The square represents integrity and honesty in all dealings. The compass teaches the importance of setting proper boundaries and maintaining balance in life. Members progressed through 3 main degrees: entered apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason, each level revealing deeper wisdom through allegory and ritual. At the heart of Freemasonry lies belief in a supreme being they call the Grand Architect of the universe. While spiritual in nature, Freemasonry is not a religion itself. It welcomes men of different faiths, but requires all members to profess belief in some higher power. Political and religious discussions are traditionally forbidden in lodge meetings to preserve harmony among brothers from diverse backgrounds. The secretive nature of Masonic practices inevitably sparked suspicion and opposition. Throughout history, they faced resistance from religious institutions, governments, and the public. The Catholic Church banned Catholics from joining as early as 1738. In the late 1700s, the mysterious disappearance of William Morgan, who threatened to reveal Masonic secrets, triggered the anti-Masonic movement in America. During darker periods of history, like World War II, the Nazis persecuted Freemasons alongside other groups deemed threatening to their power. This secrecy bred countless theories about the Brotherhood. Some claimed they controlled governments from hidden chambers. Others believed they guarded ancient mystical knowledge passed down through the ages. The all-seeing eye above the pyramid on the American dollar bill became a source of speculation about Masonic influence in national symbols. Beyond their private ceremonies, Freemasons established a legacy of charitable work. They built hospitals, funded education, and supported community projects worldwide. The Shriners, a Masonic organization recognizable by their distinctive red fez hats, created a network of children's hospitals providing free medical care to those in need. This commitment to service reflects the Masonic ideal of making good men better, and by extension, improving society. The grand architecture of Washington, D.C. bears witness to Masonic influence in its layout and design. Masonic temples built during the 18th and 19th centuries still stand in cities across the globe, their classical columns and symbolic decorations preserving the aesthetic vision of the Brotherhood. These impressive structures served as centers of community life during an era when Masonic membership reached its peak. Masonic symbols appear throughout culture in subtle ways. The square and compass emblem, often with the letter G representing both geometry and God, adorns buildings and monuments worldwide. Other meaningful symbols include the white apron worn during ceremonies, the checkered floor representing the duality of human experience, and twin pillars named Boaz and Jachin that recall the entrance to Solomon's temple. In modern times, Freemasonry faces new challenges. Membership has declined significantly from its height in the early 20th century, when millions belonged to the order. Younger generations often show less interest in traditional fraternal organizations. Many lodges struggle to maintain their historic buildings or continue their charitable traditions with fewer members and resources. Yet the Brotherhood adapts and endures. In recent decades, many grand lodges have become more transparent about their practices, creating public websites, publishing books about their history, and even allowing visitors to tour once private spaces. This openness represents a significant evolution for an organization once defined by its secrecy. Whatever future awaits Freemasonry, its legacy flows deep in the currents of world history. From the stones of medieval cathedrals to the foundational principles of modern democracies, the influence of this ancient brotherhood extends far beyond its ritual chambers. The working tools of operative Masons transformed into powerful symbols for building better men and societies. As darkness settles over ancient lodge halls tonight, we might wonder what truly unfolds behind those guarded doors. Perhaps the greatest secret of Freemasonry is that there is no world-changing revelation hidden within its rituals, only the timeless pursuit of wisdom, strength, and beauty passed from generation to generation of men, seeking light amid the shadows of human existence. Tonight, somewhere in the world, a gavel will sound, calling a lodge to order just as it has for centuries. New members will take the same solemn oaths that countless others before them have taken, joining an unbroken chain of tradition, stretching back into the mists of history. A living connection to craftsmen who raised great cathedrals stone by stone, guided by the light of ancient wisdom. Imagine a world on the edge of transformation. The year is 1776. While American colonists declare their independence across the Atlantic, something equally revolutionary stirs in the heart of Bavaria, Germany. In a small university town, a professor lights a candle in a dimly lit room. Around him gather a handful of students and intellectuals. They speak in hushed tones about reason, liberty, and overthrowing the old ways of thinking. This is the birth of the Illuminati, a secret society that would last only a decade but sparks centuries of conspiracy theories that burn to this day. Adam Weishaupt was not born to shake the foundations of Europe. The son of a law professor, he studied with Jesuits before becoming a professor of law himself at the University of Ingolstadt. But Weishaupt grew frustrated with the religious control over education and society. The ideas of the Enlightenment called to him: reason over superstition, liberty over tyranny, equality over privilege. Yet in conservative, Catholic Bavaria, such thoughts were dangerous. On May 1st, 1776, Weishaupt and 5 students formed a secret group called the Order of the Illuminati. The name came from the Latin word for enlightened ones. Their symbol was the Owl of Minerva, representing wisdom and knowledge. The original members took ancient names to hide their identities. Weishaupt became Spartacus, after the slave who rebelled against Rome. Their mission seemed noble: spread Enlightenment ideals, fight against superstition, and challenge the power of monarchs and religious authorities. The Illuminati grew slowly at first. New members went through elaborate initiation ceremonies and a system of ranks inspired by Freemasonry. They pledged loyalty to the order above all else. Messages traveled between members in secret codes. They developed a calendar system different from the Christian one, and created their own geography with code names for locations. Bavaria became Achaia, Austria was Egypt, and Munich was Athens. A breakthrough came when Baron Adolf von Knigge joined in 1780. Well connected in Masonic circles, he helped the Illuminati infiltrate Masonic lodges across Europe. Freemasons already gathered in secret and discussed philosophical ideas, making them perfect recruiting grounds. Within a few years, the Illuminati counted around 2,000 members spread across Germany, France, Italy, Hungary, and Poland. The members included some powerful figures: dukes, barons, philosophers, writers, and merchants. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, the famous German writer, possibly joined their ranks. The composer Mozart, though never confirmed as a member, included themes in his opera, The Magic Flute, that strongly hinted at Illuminati ideals. Through these influential members, they hoped to gradually reshape society from within existing structures, but trouble brewed as the Illuminati became more radical. Internal conflicts erupted between Weishaupt and von Kuhne about the direction of the order. Some members worried that the true aim was not just educational reform but the complete overthrow of governments and religions. Rumors spread about their secret rituals and oath-taking ceremonies. Former members left and revealed secrets. The group grew careless, leaving written evidence of their plans. The hammer fell in 1784. Karl Theodor, the Duke of Bavaria, issued an edict banning all secret societies, including the Illuminati and Freemasons. The following year, he specifically outlawed the Illuminati by name. Police raided homes of suspected members. They discovered documents outlining plans to influence governments and remake society. Weishaupt fled Bavaria, eventually finding refuge in the city of Gotha, where he lived out his days writing defenses of his order. By 1787, the Illuminati were officially gone, suppressed after just 11 years of existence. In normal times, they might have faded from memory entirely, but these were not normal times. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, shocking the established order of Europe. As kings and queens lost their heads and ancient institutions crumbled, many searched for someone to blame. Enter Augustin Barruel, a French Jesuit, and John Robison, a Scottish professor. Independently, they published books claiming the French Revolution was the work of the Illuminati. According to their theories, the disbanded group had not truly disappeared, but gone deeper underground, orchestrating world events from the shadows. These books spread rapidly through Europe and across to America, where they found eager audiences terrified by the chaos in France. In the United States, fear of the Illuminati influenced early politics. Federalists accused Thomas Jefferson and his supporters of being secret Illuminati agents. 4th of July sermons warned of their influence. Newspapers printed stories about their ongoing plots. The fact that the Illuminati had formed the same year as American independence seemed too coincidental to many suspicious minds. Though these initial fears eventually faded, the idea of the Illuminati as puppet masters never truly died. Throughout the 1800s and 1900s, they became a convenient explanation for any unsettling change or disaster. Economic crash. The Illuminati manipulated markets. World War. The Illuminati played both sides. New cultural movement. The Illuminati controlled entertainment to corrupt minds. By the late 20th century, the Illuminati had evolved in popular imagination from a specific historical group into an all-powerful shadow government. Books, movies, music, and eventually the internet spread increasingly elaborate theories. They became linked with everything from alien contact to mind control technologies. The symbol of the all-seeing eye that appears on the US dollar bill was cited as proof of their continued influence, though it actually represented divine providence to the founding fathers. Modern conspiracy theories suggest the Illuminati count world leaders, business titans, and celebrities among their ranks. Music videos and films are analyzed for supposed Illuminati symbols. Triangles, eyes, hand gestures, and specific poses are interpreted as secret communications. The theories grow ever more complex, with each new generation adding layers to the myth of the secret society that refuses to die. What would Adam Weishaupt think of all this? The professor who started a reading group that evolved into a secret society would likely be amazed at the lasting power of his creation in the public imagination. The real Illuminati were indeed dedicated to changing society, but through education and the spread of rational thinking, not through the supernatural or alien means often attributed to them today. The true story of the Bavarian Illuminati contains enough intrigue without embellishment, a group of idealists meeting by candlelight, developing secret codes and rituals, infiltrating other organizations, and eventually falling victim to their own ambition and carelessness. Their rapid rise and fall speaks to both the power and danger of secret societies in turbulent times. As darkness settles around us, we might wonder if any modern group carries the true flame of the original Illuminati. Perhaps their real legacy lies not in shadowy global control, but in the continued struggle between authority and freedom, between old traditions and new ideas. The candle Weishaupt lit in 1776 burned briefly but cast long shadows that still dance across the walls of our collective imagination to this day. The rain falls softly on the old stone buildings of Yale University in New Haven, Connecticut. Students hurry across campus, heads down against the weather. Few notice the curious windowless building made of sandstone that sits back from the street. Its heavy doors remain locked to all but a select few. This is the Tomb, headquarters of perhaps the most famous college secret society in America, Skull and Bones. Within these walls, generations of America's elite have participated in mysterious rituals that remain largely hidden from public view, even today. The story begins in 1832, when Yale senior William Russell returns from studying in Germany. There he encountered the secretive student societies that were popular at German universities. Inspired, he joins with fellow student Alphonso Taft to establish their own society at Yale. They name it the Order of Skull and Bones, or simply Bones to its members. From its earliest days, the society adopts an air of mystery and exclusivity. Their symbol becomes exactly what the name suggests: skull and crossbones with the number 322 beneath it. Unlike many college fraternities focused on social activities, Skull and Bones establishes itself as something more serious and ambitious. Each year, only 15 Yale seniors receive the tap, a literal shoulder tap from a current member that serves as an invitation to join. Traditionally, these chosen few represent the elite of Yale team captains, student government leaders, editors of the school newspaper, and sons of powerful families. Once tapped, almost no one refuses the honor. The society builds its headquarters in 1856, an imposing structure on High Street that Yale students nickname the Tomb. The windowless building radiates mystery. Campus rumors tell of strange noises coming from inside, chanting, music, even screams. The interior remains off-limits to non-members, though descriptions from former bonesmen mention rooms decorated with skeletons, coffins, and German and American military memorabilia. At the center supposedly lies a room called the Inner Temple, where the most important rituals take place. What happens inside the tomb has been subject to endless speculation. According to leaked accounts, new members go through initiation ceremonies that include lying in a coffin while recounting their personal and sexual histories to fellow members. They receive new names by which they are known within the society. They participate in mock rituals involving skeletons and bones. While these practices sound theatrical or even silly from the outside, members reportedly take them very seriously as bonding experiences that create lifelong connections. The society maintains many traditions that strengthen these bonds. Every Thursday and Sunday night during the school year, members gather for dinner in the Tomb, where they debate politics and moral questions. Each bonesman supposedly shares his life story with his fellow members, creating deep intimacy and trust. The society provides financial support to members in need, offers career connections, and brings members together for reunions long after graduation. What makes Skull and Bones especially fascinating is not just its secrecy but the remarkable success of its members. The roster of bonesmen includes 3 U.S. presidents, William Howard Taft, George H.W. Bush, and George W. Bush, Supreme Court justices, senators, secretaries of state, CIA directors, and founders of major media companies have emerged from its ranks. In the business world, bonesmen have led companies like Morgan Stanley, Time Inc., and numerous investment firms. The network of powerful alumni helps explain why a tap from Skull and Bones can be life-changing. This concentration of power has naturally led to conspiracy theories about the true purpose and influence of the society. Some claim it is part of a global network controlling world events. Others suggest it has connections to intelligence agencies or banking cabals. The society became particularly fascinating to conspiracy theorists when both candidates in the 2004 presidential election, George W. Bush and John Kerry, were bonesmen, leading to jokes that America was guaranteed a skull and bones president regardless of the outcome. reality is likely less dramatic but still significant. The society functions as an intense networking organization that connects promising young people with established power brokers. The bonds formed in the tomb create a lifelong fraternity whose members help each other rise through the ranks of American institutions. While not controlling world events directly, this network certainly influences areas of government, finance, and media in ways that remain largely invisible to outsiders. The society has faced challenges, adapting to a changing world. For most of its history, Skull and Bones admitted only white male students, reflecting the composition of Yale itself in earlier eras. Women were only admitted beginning in 1991, after heated debates among alumni that nearly tore the society apart. This change came years after Yale itself began admitting female students in 1969. Even today, questions about diversity and inclusion continue to challenge an organization founded on tradition and exclusivity. Modern Yale students often have mixed feelings about Skull and Bones and the other secret societies on campus. Some view them as outdated remnants of an elitist past, while others still covet the tap as a mark of campus distinction. The secretive nature of the organizations feels at odds with contemporary values of transparency and openness. Yet each spring, the tapping ritual continues, with new students joining the long line of bonesmen that stretches back nearly 2 centuries. The society guards its secrets closely, but occasional leaks and revelations provide glimpses inside. In 2001, journalist Alexandra Robbins published a book based on interviews with bonesmen who spoke anonymously about their experiences. A few years later, 2 Yale students using climbing gear scaled the walls of the tomb and photographed portions of the interior, publishing the images online. In 2009, trumpets and strange noises were recorded, coming from the building during an initiation night. Each revelation feeds public curiosity while barely scratching the surface of the society's inner workings. Some of the most persistent rumors involve items allegedly stolen by bonesmen as pranks or trophies. These include the skulls of famous figures like Geronimo, Pancho Villa, and even President Martin Van Buren. While most of these stories are likely false, the society does maintain a collection of memorabilia and gifts from members. The interior is described as part museum, part clubhouse, with artifacts from different eras of American history displayed alongside more mundane items like sports memorabilia. The society operates through a complex financial structure. The Russell Trust Association, established in 1856, manages its assets, which reportedly include valuable real estate and investment portfolios. Financial support from wealthy alumni helps maintain the tomb and fund society activities. The exact value of these holdings remains private, but estimates suggest the society controls assets worth millions of dollars, all dedicated to perpetuating its traditions and supporting its members. As night falls over the Yale campus, lights occasionally flicker behind the small, high windows of the tomb. Inside, America's future leaders engage in rituals that have changed little since the 1800s. They form bonds that will connect them throughout their careers in government, business, and beyond. While much about Skull and Bones remains mysterious, its most important function is perhaps the simplest, as creating an unbreakable network of powerful individuals united by shared secrets and experiences. The rain continues to fall on the sandstone walls of the tomb. Students pass by, glancing curiously at the building where so many powerful American lives have been shaped. Some will one day receive the tap themselves. Most will never know what truly happens within. The secrets of Skull and Bones remain largely hidden, even as its influence continues to be felt in corridors of power across America and beyond. The wind whistles through the stone corridors of a mountain fortress perched high above the Persian countryside. Inside, a group of devoted followers listen to the teachings of their master. These men are not ordinary religious students, they are members of one of history's most feared and misunderstood secret societies, the Nizari Ismailis, better known to the world as the Assassins. From their remote strongholds, they would shape the politics of the medieval Middle East through a campaign of strategic killings that would give our language the very word assassin. Our story begins in the late 11th century, during a time of turmoil in the Islamic world. The once unified Muslim empire had fractured into competing states. Religious divisions had split Muslims into different sects with varying interpretations of their faith. From this complex landscape emerged a branch of Shia Islam called the Nizari Ismailis, led by a charismatic missionary named Hassan Saba. In the year 1090, Hassan and his followers captured the mountain fortress of Alamut in northern Persia, now modern Iran. This remote stronghold, whose name meant eagle's nest, sat atop a narrow ridge accessible only by a single path. From this nearly impregnable base, Hassan built a network of similar mountain castles stretching across Persia and Syria. These fortresses would become the power centers of what neighboring peoples called the Assassins. What made the Nizari Ismailis remarkable was not just their mountain homes but their revolutionary approach to warfare. As a relatively small group facing powerful enemies like the Seljuk Empire and later the Crusader states, they could not win through conventional battles. Instead, they developed a strategy of targeted killing. Carefully trained agents would infiltrate enemy courts, sometimes living undercover for months or years, waiting for the perfect moment to eliminate key political or military leaders. The historical records tell of assassin agents who posed as servants, merchants, or even holy men to get close to their targets. When the moment came, they would strike with a dagger in broad daylight, often in public spaces or sacred locations. What made these acts even more stunning was that the assassin rarely tried to escape. Many accepted their own deaths as part of the mission, believing their sacrifice would earn paradise. These dramatic public killings served multiple purposes. They eliminated specific enemies, demonstrated the reach of the Nizari network, and spread terror among opponents. The psychological impact was often more significant than the strategic one. Powerful rulers lived in fear, surrounding themselves with bodyguards and becoming suspicious of everyone. Some leaders even paid tribute to the assassins to avoid becoming targets themselves. The name assassin itself has a fascinating origin. Many scholars believe it comes from the Arabic word hashashiyah, which enemies used as a derogatory term for the group, claiming they used hashish to induce visions. Modern historians doubt the Nizaris actually used drugs, as their missions required clear thinking and careful planning. Nevertheless, the name stuck in European languages, eventually giving us the modern word for political murder. At the heart of Nizari Ismaili belief was devotion to their leader, known as the Old Man of the Mountain to European chroniclers. Hassan Saba and his successors were seen as representatives of the hidden Imam, the spiritual leader of Shia Islam, who they believed would return to bring justice to the world. This religious devotion gave followers the courage to undertake seemingly suicidal missions. The stronghold of Alamut became more than just a military base. It housed an extensive library filled with religious texts, scientific works, and astronomical instruments. The Nizaris valued knowledge and education alongside military training. While their tactics were violent, their ultimate goal was the preservation and spread of their spiritual understanding, during a time when their branch of Islam faced persecution from more powerful sects. Legends about the assassins spread far and wide, growing more fantastic with each retelling. Perhaps the most famous tale comes from Marco Polo, who claimed the Old Man of the Mountain had created a secret garden filled with beautiful women, flowing wine, and every pleasure. Young recruits would be drugged, brought to this paradise, and then told they could return permanently after completing a mission. Modern historians consider this story highly dubious, likely based on rumors and misunderstandings rather than fact. The reality of assassin training was probably more practical. Selected young men received education in languages, customs, and disguise techniques that would allow them to blend into enemy territories. They learned patience, observation, and of course fighting skills focused on close-quarter combat with daggers. The psychological preparation was perhaps most important, creating the absolute commitment necessary to carry out missions with little hope of survival. The influence of the assassins reached its peak in the 12th and early 13th centuries. Their network stretched from mountains in Syria to fortresses in Persia. They became players in the complex politics of the Crusades, sometimes forming temporary alliances with Christian leaders against common enemies. Their reputation was so fearsome that legends claim the European monarch Richard the Lionheart feared them, and may have used their tactics as inspiration for his own intelligence network. Among their most famous targets was Conrad of Montferrat, a Crusader king of Jerusalem who was killed by assassin agents disguised as monks in 1192. Their daggers also claimed viziers, generals, governors, and religious leaders whose policies threatened Nizari communities or interests. Not all missions ended in death. Sometimes the mere demonstration that an assassin could reach a ruler was enough to force political concessions. The decline of the assassins began with the arrival of a new and overwhelming threat, the Mongol Empire under Hulagu Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan. In 1256, Mongol forces besieged and captured Alamut. Legend says the Mongols had been warned about assassin strongholds being impregnable, so they employed a combination of massive military force and offers of surrender terms to overcome the mountain fortresses. the great library of Alamut was destroyed, erasing centuries of knowledge. In Persia, the Nizari state was effectively eliminated by the Mongols. The Syrian branch survived somewhat longer under the leadership of a man named Rashid ad-Din Sinan, the most famous of the leaders to hold the title Old Man of the Mountain. The Syrian assassins eventually fell to the Egyptian Mamluk Sultanate, with their last fortress surrendering in 1273. The era of the assassins as a political and military force had come to an end. Yet the Nizari Ismailis themselves survived as a religious community. Without their mountain strongholds, they adapted by practicing religious dissimulation, outwardly adopting the practices of the dominant sect of Islam, while maintaining their beliefs in private. Today, the modern Nizari Ismailis continue as a peaceful branch of Shia Islam led by the Aga Khan, a direct descendant of their founding leaders. The legacy of the assassins extends far beyond their historical impact. They entered the Western imagination through Crusader chronicles and travelers' tales, often wildly exaggerated. These stories influenced literature, from medieval romances to modern fiction. The popular video game series Assassin's Creed draws direct inspiration from the historical group, though it takes many creative liberties with their practices and beliefs. Perhaps the most enduring legacy of the assassins is how they demonstrated that a small, dedicated group could influence world events through targeted action rather than mass warfare. Their strategic use of what we would now call asymmetric warfare allowed them to survive and project power despite being outnumbered by their enemies. This approach has echoed through history in various movements and organizations, though often without the spiritual dimensions that motivated the original assassins. The mountain fortresses that once housed this secretive society still exist today as ruins in remote regions of Iran and Syria. Stone walls cling to precipitous cliffs, silent testimonies to a remarkable chapter in history. Archaeological work at sites like Alamut has helped separate fact from fiction, revealing a more complex picture of the Nizari Ismailis than the legends suggest. The community of believers who combined religious devotion, scholarship, and military strategy in their struggle to survive in a hostile world. As night falls over the mountains where the assassins once held sway, we might reflect on how this medieval secret society left such a profound mark on history and language. Their story reminds us that behind even the most fearsome reputation often lies a more nuanced reality. In this case, a minority religious group fighting for survival through extraordinary means during one of history's most turbulent periods. The streets of Belgrade bustle with activity as the sun sets over the Serbian capital in the early 1900s. In a small back room of a modest cafe, a group of men gather around a table. Their faces are serious, their voices low. On the wall hangs their emblem, a skull, crossed bones, a knife, a bomb, and poison. Beneath this grim imagery are the words Uji Dingen Veri, Ile Smrtunion, or death. This is the Black Hand, one of history's most consequential secret societies, whose actions would help trigger the chain of events leading to World War I and forever alter the course of modern history. The story begins in the troubled Balkans of the early 20th century. For centuries, this region had been controlled by the Ottoman Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. As these old powers weakened, nationalist movements emerged among the various ethnic groups seeking independence. Serbia had gained its freedom from Ottoman rule in the 19th century, but many Serbs still lived outside its borders, particularly in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which had been occupied by Austria-Hungary in 1878 and formally annexed in 1908. This annexation outraged Serbian nationalists who dreamed of creating a unified South Slavic state. Among the most passionate was Colonel Dragutin Dimitrijević, known by his code name Apis, meaning bull. As a military officer, he had already participated in a bloody palace coup in 1903, when Serbian army officers assassinated their own king and queen for being too submissive to Austrian interests. This violent action foreshadowed his willingness to use extreme methods for political aims. In 1911, Apis and 10 companions founded Uji Dingen Veri Smrtunion, or Death, more commonly known as the Black Hand. The organization grew from an earlier group called Narodna Odbrana, or National Defense, but embraced more radical tactics. While Narodna Odbrana focused on cultural activities and propaganda to promote Serbian nationalism, the Black Hand was willing to use assassination, sabotage, and terrorism to achieve its goals. The structure of the Black Hand was designed for secrecy and security. Members underwent an elaborate initiation ceremony in a dark room lit only by a small candle, with a skull, crossed bones, a knife, a pistol, and a bomb arranged on a table before them. Initiates swore a blood oath of absolute loyalty and obedience. They vowed to work tirelessly for the creation of a greater Serbia, to keep the organization's secrets, and to sacrifice their lives if necessary. A wrong word or betrayal meant death at the hands of fellow members. The organization operated in cells, with most members knowing only their immediate superiors. At its peak, it counted about 2,500 members, primarily military officers, government officials, judges, and intellectuals. Apis, as the central figure, served as the society's director and used his position as head of Serbian military intelligence to gather information and coordinate operations. The group published a newspaper called Pidgemont, which promoted their nationalist views while serving as a cover for their more clandestine activities. The Black Hand established networks throughout Serb-populated areas of the Balkans, especially in Bosnia. They recruited young nationalists, trained them in sabotage and assassination techniques, and arranged for weapons to be smuggled across borders. Their agents gathered intelligence on Austrian military positions and government officials who might become targets. All this was done with the ultimate goal of driving Austria-Hungary from the Balkan territories they saw as rightfully Serbian. Some historians believe the Serbian government maintained a complicated relationship with the Black Hand. King Peter I and Prime Minister Nikola Pasic were aware of its existence and occasionally used its networks for intelligence gathering. Yet they also feared its growing power within the military and its potential to destabilize the region or even overthrow the government if its leaders disagreed with official policies. This created a dangerous situation where a secret organization operated somewhat independently of government control, but with access to military resources. The pivotal moment in the Black Hand story came in 1914. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, announced he would visit Sarajevo, the capital of Bosnia, on June 28. This date held special significance as the anniversary of the Battle of Kosovo in 1389, when the medieval Serbian kingdom was defeated by Ottoman forces. For Serbian nationalists, it was a day of remembrance and deep emotional significance. The Archduke's visit on this day seemed like a deliberate provocation. Gavrilo Princip was a young Bosnian Serb who had joined a revolutionary youth group called Young Bosnia, which had connections to the Black Hand. Together with 5 companions, he plotted to assassinate the Archduke during his visit to Sarajevo. The Black Hand, through Apis and his officers, provided the assassins with weapons, training, and assistance in crossing the border from Serbia into Bosnia. On that fateful morning, the Archduke's motorcade drove through the streets of Sarajevo. The first assassination attempt failed when a bomb thrown by one conspirator bounced off the Archduke's car and injured bystanders instead. Later that day, through an incredible coincidence, the Archduke's driver took a wrong turn and stopped directly in front of a cafe where Princip happened to be standing. Seizing the unexpected opportunity, the young nationalist stepped forward and fired 2 shots, killing both Franz Ferdinand and his wife Sophie. The assassination set in motion a chain reaction that would engulf the world in war. Austria-Hungary, convinced the Serbian government was behind the plot, issued an ultimatum with demands designed to be rejected. When Serbia failed to comply fully, Austria-Hungary declared war on July 28, 1914. Russia mobilized to defend its Slavic ally Serbia. Germany honored its alliance with Austria-Hungary by declaring war on Russia. France was drawn in by its alliance with Russia. Britain joined when Germany invaded neutral Belgium. Within weeks, much of Europe was at war in a conflict that would eventually claim over 20 million lives. The irony of the Black Hand story is that their actions ultimately undermined their own nationalist goals. The assassination they facilitated did not immediately free Serbian territories from foreign control. Instead, it triggered a world war that devastated Serbia. Austrian and Bulgarian forces occupied the country. Hundreds of thousands of Serbs died in combat or from disease and starvation, and the pre-war Serbian government was forced into exile. Even before the war ended, the Black Hand met its demise through internal Serbian politics. Prime Minister Pasic and the exiled Serbian government came to see Apis and his organization as a dangerous threat to their authority. In 1917, they arranged a trial on charges that the Black Hand had plotted to assassinate Prince Regent Alexander. After a questionable legal process, Apis and 2 other leaders were convicted and executed by firing squad. The organization effectively ceased to exist after losing its founder and primary leader. When the war ended in 1918, Serbia achieved its dream of a unified South Slavic state with the creation of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, later renamed Yugoslavia. In this sense, the Black Hand's ultimate goal was realized, though through a much more devastating path than they had envisioned. The new country brought together Serbian, Croatian, Slovenian, Bosnian, and Macedonian territories, but the unity would prove fragile, planting seeds for conflicts that would erupt decades later. The historical judgment of the Black Hand remains complex. Some Serbian nationalists have viewed them as patriots willing to sacrifice everything for national liberation. Others see them as dangerous extremists whose actions brought catastrophe to their own people and millions of others. Most historians agree that while they did not intend to start a world war, their willingness to use terrorism for political goals represented a dangerous approach that would be echoed by other violent organizations throughout the 20th century. Museums in Serbia and Bosnia today contain artifacts related to the Black Hand and the Sarajevo assassination. Visitors can see the pistol prints it used, original copies of the group's constitution, and photos of its members. The street corner where the Archduke was shot has become a historical site, marked with a plaque, and often visited by tourists interested in the event that sparked the First World War. The story of the Black Hand demonstrates how a small secret society, operating from the shadows, can sometimes influence world events far beyond its size or intentions. Their tale connects to broader historical patterns of nationalism, terrorism, and the sometimes violent birth of modern nations. It reminds us that history can turn on seemingly small events, and that actions taken for narrow nationalist aims can have global consequences impossible for their perpetrators to foresee. As night falls over the Balkans where this fateful society once plotted revolution, we might reflect on how their story continues to echo through our world. The map of Europe they helped redraw, the modern warfare their actions helped unleash, and the questions they raise about nationalism, terrorism, and political violence remain relevant over a century after Apis and his companions first swore their blood oath beneath the grim emblem of skull, bones, and weapons. Missa drifts through ancient redwood trees in a secluded forest north of San Francisco. As night falls, men in dark robes gather around a massive stone owl, nearly 40 feet tall. A bonfire blazes beneath the towering statue. Haunting music echoes through the trees as a ceremony begins that has remained largely unchanged for over a century. This is the cremation of care ritual that opens the annual summer encampment at Bohemian Grove, the exclusive retreat of one of America's most intriguing secret societies, the Bohemian Club. The story begins in 1872 in San Francisco. The Gold Rush era had transformed the rough frontier town into a booming city, but a group of journalists, artists, and musicians felt something was missing. Cultural refinement and artistic fellowship. They founded the Bohemian Club as a gathering place for creative minds seeking inspiration and camaraderie. The name reflected their artistic aspirations, referencing the bohemian lifestyle of European artists and writers who valued creativity over convention. The club motto became "Weaving spiders come not here," taken from Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream. This phrase embodied their core principle. At bohemian gatherings, outside business and practical concerns were to be left behind in favor of art, music, and fraternal bonds. The early membership included newspaper editors, opera singers, painters, and writers who gathered regularly for performances, lectures, and artistic exhibitions. Within a few decades, the character of the club began to shift. Wealthy businessmen and influential politicians joined, attracted by the cultural atmosphere and exclusive social connections. These new members, called associate bohemians rather than regular bohemians, had money and power but little artistic talent. They supported the club financially while enjoying the creative environment created by the artists. Gradually, the balance tipped, and the club transformed from an artistic haven into a gathering place for the elite of American society. In 1899, the Bohemian Club purchased land along the Russian River in Sonoma County, about 75 miles north of San Francisco. This 700-acre property, filled with magnificent ancient redwood trees, became known as Bohemian Grove. What began as a weekend camping retreat evolved into an elaborate summer encampment where members could escape the pressures of public life for 2 weeks each July. Within the grove, they built small rustic cabins and camps with whimsical names like Lost Angels, Mandalay, Owl's Nest, and Silverado. The most famous tradition at Bohemian Grove is the cremation of care ceremony that opens the summer encampment. In this theatrical ritual, members witness the symbolic burning of human worries and responsibilities, represented by an effigy named Dull Care. The ceremony takes place in front of the massive concrete owl statue that has become the unofficial symbol of the club. This ritual, with its robes, pyrotechnics, and elaborate script, sets the tone for the retreat, a temporary escape from the burdens of the outside world. Throughout the 2-week encampment, members enjoy daily activities ranging from serious to playful. Lakeside talks feature prominent members speaking on important topics, often providing insider perspectives on politics, economics, or international affairs. Theatrical productions called Low Jinks and High Jinks showcase comedy skits and musical performances. Members hike through the redwoods, swim in the river, enjoy elaborate meals prepared by staff, and gather around campfires for drinks and conversation. What makes the Bohemian Club particularly noteworthy is its membership roster. Presidents Herbert Hoover, Dwight Eisenhower, Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush have all been members. Corporate leaders from America's largest companies, military generals, media executives, bank presidents, and university leaders fill its ranks. With around 2,500 members, the club represents an extraordinary concentration of American power and influence, gathered in one exclusive organization. The most famous quote about the Grove comes from one of its own members, President Herbert Hoover, who called it the greatest men's party on earth. The all-male membership policy has remained unchanged since its founding, though women are employed as staff and occasionally appear as performers. This gender exclusivity has drawn criticism in modern times, but remains central to the club's tradition as a place for male bonding and brotherhood. The secrecy surrounding Bohemian Grove activities has fueled endless speculation and conspiracy theories. The club itself maintains a policy of discretion, with members discouraged from discussing Grove events with outsiders. Journalists are generally barred from the property, though a few have managed to sneak in over the years. When powerful people gather in secret, public imagination naturally fills the void with theories ranging from the plausible to the wildly fantastic. Most accounts from former members and staff describe the Grove atmosphere as surprisingly informal and playful. Men who command corporations and governments reportedly relax, drink heavily, perform in silly skits, and even relieve themselves against the famous redwood trees rather than walking to bathroom facilities. This behavior represents a deliberate escape from the constraints and formalities of their public lives, a chance to temporarily return to a boyhood freedom from responsibility. Yet serious conversations do occur among the redwoods. While official club rules discourage business discussions, the informal networking opportunities are undeniable. Historic meetings at the Grove have included early planning for the Manhattan Project in 1942 and discussions that led to the founding of the United Nations. When people who shape national and international policy gather in relaxed settings, their casual conversations can have far-reaching consequences, even without formal deal-making. The club maintains a city headquarters in San Francisco, a 7-story building near Union Square that includes dining rooms, a library, artist studios, and performance spaces. Here, members gather throughout the year for regular events, maintaining the bonds formed during summer retreats. Unlike the rustic Grove, the city clubhouse features elegant furnishings, fine art collections, and formal dining services. Both locations reflect different aspects of the club's dual nature, money and artistic values, alongside exclusive social privilege. Annual membership fees run into thousands of dollars, and the waiting list for admission typically stretches for years. Prospective members must be nominated by current members and undergo a stringent selection process. While wealth alone does not guarantee acceptance, the financial requirements effectively limit membership to the upper classes. Some members join through family legacy, with membership passing from father to son across generations, creating dynasties within the club. Environmental protests have targeted Bohemian Grove since the 1980s, focusing on the old-growth redwood forest that the club owns. Activists argue that these ancient trees should be protected for the public rather than reserved for private enjoyment by the elite. The club has responded by implementing forest management practices and placing some portions of their land under conservation easements, though the property remains private and closed to the public. Political protesters have also regularly appeared at the Grove gates, objecting to the concentration of power and the secretive nature of the gatherings. These demonstrations highlight the tension between the American democratic ideal of transparency and the reality of private networks where influential decision-makers gather beyond public view. The club defends its privacy as necessary for members to truly relax and speak freely without media scrutiny. In recent decades, the club has faced declining relevance as traditional power structures evolve. The original purpose of providing cultural refinement to San Francisco has become less necessary in a global city with thriving arts institutions. The networking function faces competition from modern forums like economic summits and technology conferences. Younger generations of leaders often favor transparency over secrecy and inclusion over exclusivity, making the club seem increasingly anachronistic. Yet the Bohemian Club endures, adapting just enough to survive while maintaining its core traditions. Its longevity speaks to a persistent human desire for belonging to exclusive groups and the enduring value of face-to-face connections in an increasingly digital world. For members, the appeal remains the same as it has for generations, a place where the burdens of responsibility can be temporarily set aside in favor of friendship, creativity, and the simple pleasures of a forest retreat. As darkness settles over the towering redwoods, the campfires of Bohemian Grove continue to burn each summer. Men who shape our world gather in this private Eden, temporarily free from public scrutiny. Whether viewed as an innocent retreat or a troubling symbol of concentrated influence, the Bohemian Club represents a fascinating intersection of power, secrecy, tradition, and human desire for connection that continues to capture our imagination and raise questions about how decisions are made in a democratic society. Darkness blankets the Italian countryside as a group of men make their way through dense forest toward a remote charcoal burner's hut. Inside, the simple dwelling has been transformed. Black cloths cover the walls. A rough wooden table holds 3 objects: a bundle of sticks, a white linen cloth, and a bowl of salt. The men speak in hushed tones, using special passwords and recognition signs. These are not ordinary peasants or laborers, but members of the Carbonari, a secret revolutionary society whose burning desire for liberty would help shape the future of Italy and spread revolutionary ideals across Europe in the early 19th century. The name Carbonari means charcoal burners in Italian. The society adopted symbolism from this humble profession, which involved creating charcoal by slowly burning wood under controlled conditions. This transformation of raw material into something more refined and powerful became a perfect metaphor for their own political aims: to transform Italy from a collection of foreign-dominated states into a unified, independent nation. The exact origins of the Carbonari remain somewhat mysterious, as befits a secret society. Some evidence points to their formation in southern Italy, possibly in the Kingdom of Naples around 1806, during the Napoleonic era. Others suggest they emerged from older secret groups in France or northern Italy. What is clear is that by the 1810s they had become a significant underground movement with thousands of members across the Italian peninsula. The early 19th century was a time of political turmoil in Italy. After centuries as a patchwork of small states, the region had been conquered and reorganized during the Napoleonic Wars. With Napoleon's defeat in 1815, the Congress of Vienna restored many old monarchies and placed large parts of Italy under Austrian control or influence. Local rulers, often backed by Austrian military power, imposed reactionary policies that limited free speech, restricted education, and harshly punished political dissent. In this repressive environment, the Carbonari grew rapidly. Unable to express their political views openly, liberals, nationalists, and reformers joined the secret society to find like-minded allies and work toward change. Members came from various social classes. The society included intellectuals, military officers, government officials, professionals, merchants, and some forward-thinking nobles. What united them was opposition to absolute monarchy and foreign control, along with support for constitutional government and greater personal liberties. The organization of the Carbonari was deliberately complex, designed to protect members from infiltration and betrayal. Local groups called vendite, meaning sales, reported to higher-level groups in a pyramid structure. Members underwent elaborate initiation ceremonies with multiple stages or degrees. New initiates, called apprentices, faced intimidating rituals involving blindfolds, symbolic threats, and solemn oaths of secrecy before becoming Master Carbonari. The ritual elements borrowed symbols from Christianity, medieval craft guilds, and Freemasonry. Members called themselves good cousins and used special handshakes, coded phrases, and recognition signs to identify fellow Carbonari. Their secret vocabulary transformed ordinary objects into political symbols Twigs represented the people who were stronger together than alone. Salt symbolized wisdom, water stood for equality, and fire represented liberty and purification. The Carbonari first emerged as a major revolutionary force in 1820, when they led an uprising in Naples. Military officers who were secret members of the society mutinied against King Ferdinand I, demanding a constitution that would limit royal power. The rebellion gained widespread support, forcing the king to temporarily agree to their demands and establish a constitutional government. This early success inspired Carbonari in other regions and seemed to demonstrate that their methods could produce real political change. The victory proved short-lived. Austria, concerned about revolutionary movements spreading through its Italian territories, sent troops to crush the Neapolitan Revolution and restore absolute monarchy. A similar Carbonari-led revolt in Piedmont in northern Italy in 1821 also ended in defeat. The Austrian army proved too powerful, and the hoped-for support from the general population did not materialize in sufficient numbers. Many Carbonari leaders were executed, imprisoned or forced into exile after these failed uprisings. Despite these setbacks, the movement survived and spread beyond Italy. Carbonari groups formed in France, where they attempted to overthrow the restored Bourbon monarchy in the 1820s. They gained footholds in Spain, Portugal, and even as far as Brazil. Their organizational structure and revolutionary tactics influenced other secret societies across Europe, including the Decembrists in Russia, who led an unsuccessful revolt against Tsar Nicholas I in 1825. One of the most famous Carbonari was Giuseppe Mazzini, a brilliant Italian nationalist born in Genoa. Joining as a young man, Mazzini quickly became disillusioned with what he saw as the society's lack of clear political vision and excessive focus on ritual. In 1831, he founded his own revolutionary organization called Young Italy, which absorbed many former Carbonari members. While rejecting their secretive structure, Mazzini built upon their nationalist ideals to promote a more coherent vision of Italian unification. Another notable figure connected to the Carbonari was Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, the future Emperor Napoleon III of France. As a young man, he reportedly joined the society during the 1830 revolution in France, although he later turned against radical revolutionary movements after becoming ruler. This connection illustrates how the Carbonari network reached into the highest levels of European society and influenced individuals who would later shape national policies. The methods of the Carbonari reflected both the dangers and possibilities of their time. They communicated through coded messages and secret couriers. They established passwords that changed regularly. Important information was often memorized rather than written down to avoid incriminating evidence. Members were organized in small cells, with most knowing only their immediate group rather than the broader organization. These security measures helped the society survive repeated waves of government repression. Their revolutionary tactics varied by region and time period. Some groups focused on political education and gradually building support for constitutional reform. Others planned armed uprisings, assassinations of government officials, or military mutinies. This range of approaches sometimes created tensions within the movement between those who favored peaceful change and those who believed violence was necessary to overthrow entrenched power structures. By the 1830s and 1840s, the Carbonari as a distinct organization began to decline, with members shifting to newer political movements with clearer ideological frameworks. Their influence lived on, however, in the work of Italian unification leaders like Mazzini, Giuseppe Garibaldi, and Count Cavour. The revolutionary spirit and organizational techniques of the Carbonari contributed to the eventual creation of a unified Italian state in 1861, though the constitutional monarchy that emerged differed from their more republican visions. The legacy of the Carbonari extends beyond their direct political impact. They represented a crucial transition in the development of modern revolutionary movements. Earlier secret societies like the Illuminati had focused primarily on philosophical discussion and gradual reform. Later groups like communist and anarchist organizations would develop more structured ideologies. The Carbonari stood between these models, combining romantic symbolism with practical political action in ways that influenced future revolutionary movements worldwide. In Italian popular memory, the Carbonari became romantic symbols of resistance against tyranny. Their secret meetings, dramatic oaths, and willingness to risk death for their beliefs captured the imagination of writers and artists. Alexandre Dumas featured Carbonari characters in his novels. Composers like Verdi included themes of resistance and liberty inspired by their struggle. These cultural representations help transform the historical Carbonari into legendary figures representing the Italian spirit of independence. Museums in modern Italy occasionally display Carbonari artifacts, ritual aprons, symbolic tools, coded documents, and other remnants of their secret world. Their meeting places, often humble structures that belied their historical importance, have largely disappeared or been transformed over time. What remains most clearly is their influence on Italian national identity and their place in the larger story of Europe's long and often painful evolution toward more democratic forms of government. The Italian flag itself carries a connection to this revolutionary past. The green, white, and red tricolour was adopted by various Italian revolutionary groups, including those influenced by Carbonari ideals, before becoming the official flag of the unified nation. Each time it flies over an Italian government building or school, it serves as a subtle reminder of the secret societies that helped kindle the flames of Italian nationalism almost 2 centuries ago. As night deepens over the Italian landscape where the Carbonari once gathered in remote huts and hidden cellars, we might reflect on how ordinary people risking everything for political ideals helped shape the modern world. Though their immediate revolts failed, their longer-term vision of a unified Italy and constitutional government eventually prevailed. Their story reminds us that movements that seem defeated in their own time can plant seeds that grow into significant change in the decades that follow. Fog swirls through the gaslit streets of Victorian London. The year is 1888. While most of society concerns itself with industry and empire, a small group of scholars, artists, and mystics gather in secret to explore realms beyond the physical world. In a private room, decorated with Egyptian symbols and Kabbalistic diagrams, they perform elaborate rituals designed to contact invisible forces and awaken dormant human abilities. This is the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, perhaps the most influential magical society of the modern era, whose practices and ideas continue to shape Western occultism more than a century later. The Golden Dawn began with a mysterious document. In 1887, a Freemason named William Wynne Westcott acquired a set of encoded papers that contained magical diagrams and ritual outlines. These documents, which became known as the cipher manuscripts, included an address for a German occultist named Anna Sprengel. Westcott wrote to Sprengel, who supposedly authorized him to establish a magical order in England based on the manuscript teachings. Westcott enlisted 2 fellow Freemasons to help create the new organization. Samuel Liddell MacGregor Mathers was a dedicated occultist known for translating ancient magical texts. William Robert Woodman was an elderly physician with deep knowledge of Kabbalah and mystical Christianity. Together they founded the first temple of the Golden Dawn, called Isis Urania, in London in March 1888. The name they chose reflected the order's goal of uniting various magical traditions, Hermetic philosophy from Egypt, Jewish mysticism, Christian symbolism, and elements of Eastern practices. The society organized itself as a magical university with a system of grades and examinations. New members began as neophytes and could advance through increasingly complex grades, each associated with elements, planets, or zodiac signs. The teachings became more detailed and practical as members advanced. Initial lessons focused on the theory of magic, covering topics like the Kabbalah, astrology, alchemical symbolism, and the correspondence between colors, sounds, and natural elements. For Victorians fascinated by spiritualism and ancient wisdom, but dissatisfied with the limitations of Christianity, the Golden Dawn offered something remarkable: a structured system for personal spiritual development and magical practice. Members learned to create and consecrate magical tools like wands, cups, and daggers. They memorized complex visualizations and practiced techniques for expanding consciousness. The highest grades taught methods for astral projection, communicating with non-physical entities, and performing ceremonial magic. What made the Golden Dawn unique among occult groups was its emphasis on practical experience over theory. While many earlier societies merely discussed esoteric ideas, Golden Dawn members actively practiced ritual magic. They performed elaborate ceremonies wearing specially designed robes in temple spaces decorated with specific colors and symbols. These rituals incorporated dramatic elements like processions, invocations spoken in powerful tones, and visualizations of energy flowing through the ritual space. The order also stood out for accepting women as equal members from its beginning. At a time when women could not vote and had limited educational opportunities, The Golden Dawn offered them access to the same magical training as men and allowed them to hold leadership positions. This progressive approach attracted independent-minded women, seeking knowledge and experiences denied to them in mainstream society. By the early 1890s, the Golden Dawn had expanded to several temples across England and had attracted around 200 members from various backgrounds. Artists joined seeking inspiration for their creative work. Scholars came looking for hidden knowledge from ancient civilizations. Spiritual seekers hoped to develop psychic abilities or contact higher realms of existence. Each found something valuable in the Order's comprehensive magical system. Among the most famous members was the poet William Butler Yeats, whose writing frequently incorporated magical symbolism learned in the Golden Dawn. Actress Florence Farr used magical techniques to enhance her theatrical performances. Arthur Markin and Algernon Blackwood, who would become celebrated writers of supernatural fiction, developed their understanding of the mysterious through Golden Dawn teachings. These creative individuals carried elements of the Order's practices into literature, theatre, and art, subtly influencing wider culture. Perhaps the most notorious member was Aleister Crowley, who joined in 1898. Brilliant but controversial, Crowley advanced quickly through the grades but soon came into conflict with the leadership. His dramatic personality and desire to push boundaries beyond what other members considered appropriate created tensions that contributed to later problems within the organization. Troubles began for the Golden Dawn in 1897. The aging Westcott withdrew from active leadership after his employers at the coroner's office discovered his occult activities. Mathers claimed sole authority over the Order, managing it from Paris where he had moved with his wife Mona. Questions arose about the authenticity of the German connection, with some members suspecting that Anna Sprengel might have been invented and the cipher manuscripts created rather than discovered. The situation deteriorated further in 1900 when Mathers admitted a controversial figure named Madame Horace into the Order. She and her husband soon used Golden Dawn teachings to establish a fraudulent offshoot and were later convicted of serious crimes, creating a public scandal that tarnished the original Order's reputation. Internal power struggles followed, with Crowley attempting to seize control of the London Temple on Mathers' behalf, leading to dramatic confrontations among members. By 1903, the original Golden Dawn had splintered into several separate groups with different approaches to the magical system. Watie led a temple focused more on mystical Christianity than ceremonial magic. Yeats headed another group, maintaining the original practices. Mathers continued with his own organization called Alpha et Omega. Crowley eventually formed his own magical order, incorporating Golden Dawn techniques with his own innovations and Eastern influences. While the original organization fractured, its influence grew as former members published books revealing previously secret teachings. Israel Regardie, who joined one of the offshoot groups in the 1930s, eventually published the complete Golden Dawn magical system, making it available to anyone interested in ceremonial magic. These publications allowed the techniques and ideas to spread far beyond the original small membership. The Golden Dawn system established patterns still followed in modern occultism. Their assignment of symbols to directions, elements, planets, and zodiac signs created a coherent framework that later magical groups adopted. Their methods of visualization, energy work, and ritual structure became standard practices. Their integration of diverse traditions, Egyptian, Greek, Jewish, and Christianity into a unified system, demonstrated how ancient wisdom could be adapted for contemporary practitioners. The physical tools and magical implements designed by the Golden Dawn became iconic in Western magic. Their tarot deck designs, created by Mathers and artist Pamela Coleman Smith, revolutionized tarot imagery and remain influential today. Their ritual wand with magnetic polarities, their symbolic rose cross, and their method of constructing magical circles all became standard equipment for later practitioners of ceremonial magic. Modern studies of the Golden Dawn reveal a complex organization that was simultaneously revolutionary and deeply rooted in its Victorian context. Their magical innovations pushed boundaries, yet their hierarchical structure reflected the society around them. They embraced ancient wisdom while responding to modern developments, like psychology and scientific discoveries. They included women as equals while maintaining many social conventions of their time. Today, numerous magical groups trace their lineage back to the Golden Dawn or incorporate elements of its system. Modern ceremonial magicians still perform rituals similar to those developed in those London temples. Pagan groups draw on Golden Dawn correspondences between colors, elements, and directions. Even popular culture shows its influence, from fantasy fiction to films depicting magical practices. The physical remains of the original Golden Dawn are few. No temples survive intact, and most ritual objects have been lost or destroyed. What remains are the writings, both published works and private journals of members, preserving the elaborate system of magic they developed. Museums occasionally display artifacts like member robes or magical tools, and libraries house the books written by Golden Dawn members sharing their experiences and techniques. As night deepens around us and the boundary between worlds grows thin, we might imagine those Victorian magicians in their candlelit temples, draped in colored robes and wielding symbolic tools, attempting to pierce the veil between the seen and unseen realms. Whether one believes in the efficacy of their magical practices or views them as elaborate psychological exercises, their quest to explore human consciousness and connect with something beyond the material world represents a timeless human endeavor that continues in new forms to this day. The sun beats down on a dusty road to Jerusalem. A group of 9 knights rides in formation, their white mantles emblazoned with red crosses fluttering in the desert wind. Swords at their sides and faith in their hearts, they have sworn to protect pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land. Few who see them passing by realize they are witnessing the modest beginnings of what will become one of the most powerful organizations in medieval Europe. These are the poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, better known to history as the Knights Templar. The story begins in the aftermath of the First Crusade. The year is 1119. Christian armies have recaptured Jerusalem, but the roads leading to the Holy City remain dangerous. Bandits and enemy forces prey on pilgrims making the long journey from Europe. A French knight named Hugues de Payens approaches King Baldwin II of Jerusalem with a bold plan. He and 8 other knights wish to form a new kind of religious order, warrior monks who would combine the fighting skills of knights with the discipline and devotion of monks. King Baldwin welcomes the idea and gives the knights quarters on the Temple Mount, in a wing of the royal palace believed to be built over the ruins of the ancient Temple of Solomon. From this location comes their name, the Knights of the Temple, or Templars. These first knights take vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, living simply and owning nothing individually. Their seal shows 2 knights riding a single horse, symbolizing their initial poverty and brotherhood. For nearly a decade, the small order struggles in obscurity. Then in 1129, they receive an unexpected champion, Bernard of Clairvaux, one of the most influential churchmen in Europe. Bernard writes a passionate treatise supporting this new concept of a military religious order. At the Council of Troyes that same year, the Templars receive official recognition from the Catholic Church. Pope Innocent VIII later grants them extraordinary privileges. They answer only to the Pope, pay no taxes, and can cross any border freely. With this papal blessing, the order grows rapidly. Donations pour in from across Europe. Money, land, horses, weapons, and sons of noble families eager to join. Their distinctive uniform becomes a common sight. White mantles for knights, symbolizing purity, with a red cross added later to represent their willingness to shed blood for Christ. Their battle flag, called the Beauseine, is black over white, representing their dual nature as both monks and warriors. On the battlefield, Templars earn fearsome reputations. Unlike other knights of their time, they fight with almost suicidal bravery, believing that dying in battle against non-Christians guarantees entry to heaven. Their rule forbids retreat unless outnumbered 3 to 1. They develop into elite shock troops of the Crusader armies, often leading charges into enemy lines. Their white mantles and red crosses become symbols of terror to their enemies and hope to their allies. Yet the Templars prove to be more than just skilled fighters. They develop a sophisticated financial system that transforms European banking. Pilgrims heading to Jerusalem face dangerous journeys carrying gold and valuables. The Templars offer an ingenious solution: deposit your money at a Templar house in Europe, receive a coded letter, and withdraw funds from Templars in the Holy Land. This early form of banking, combined with their vast network of properties, turns the once poor knights into immensely wealthy bankers. Their wealth allows them to loan money to nobles and even kings. They help finance castle building, trade ventures, and royal projects. When King Louis VII of France needs money for the Second Crusade, he turns to the Templars. King Philip IV of France later becomes deeply indebted to them. The Paris Temple becomes their headquarters in Europe and functions essentially as a medieval bank, complete with guarded vaults and financial advisors. Despite their growing wealth, individual Templars still live modestly. Their daily lives follow strict rules, rising before dawn for prayers, training in combat, eating simple meals in silence while scriptures are read aloud. Their personal possessions remain minimal: weapons, armor, clothes, and a sleeping mat. Templars cannot touch women, even female relatives. They cannot hunt for sport or play games. Their hair is kept short, but their beards grown long. Discipline is maintained through a system of penances for breaking rules. For nearly 200 years, the Templars hold significant power in the Holy Land and Europe. They build massive stone castles throughout the Middle East, some with walls 15 feet thick. These fortresses guard key roads and passes, standing as islands of Christian control in increasingly hostile territory. As Muslims gradually reconquer the Crusader states, Templar castles are often the last to fall. The end of the Templar story begins with the fall of Acre in 1291, the last major Crusader stronghold in the Holy Land. Without their original mission of protecting pilgrims, the Templars retreat to Cyprus and their extensive European properties. They discuss plans for new crusades, but their moment in history seems to be passing. Yet they remain wealthy and powerful, controlling vast estates and financial networks across Europe. King Philip IV of France, deeply in debt and coveting Templar wealth, sees an opportunity. On Friday, October 13, 1307, a date that some believe gave rise to the superstition about Friday the 13th, he orders the simultaneous arrest of all Templars in France. The charges are shocking: heresy, idol worship, spitting on the cross, denying Christ, inappropriate kissing, and homosexual practices. Under torture, many Templars confess to these charges, though most recant these confessions when the torture ends. Pope Clement V, weak and largely under Philip's influence, initially protests the arrests but eventually dissolves the entire order in 1312. The last Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, imprisoned for 7 years and subjected to repeated torture, finally faces execution in Paris in 1314. According to legend, as flames engulf him at the stake, he curses both King Philip and Pope Clement, prophesying they will join him before God within the year. Strangely enough, both men die within months of his execution. With the order officially disbanded, Templar properties are supposed to transfer to a rival order, the Knights Hospitaller, but in reality many kings and nobles simply seize Templar wealth for themselves. The knights who survive the purge either join other military orders or return to secular life. Some flee to countries where the persecution is less severe, like Portugal, where they simply rebrand as the Order of Christ and continue much as before. The dramatic fall of such a powerful organization gives rise to countless myths and legends. Stories spread that a secret fleet of Templar ships escaped from La Rochelle in France, carrying unimaginable treasure. Some tales claim they fled to Scotland, explaining their supposed connection to Freemasonry centuries later. Others suggest they hid a great secret missa, perhaps the Holy Grail, the Ark of the Covenant, or explosive religious knowledge that could destroy the Church. The mystery of the Templars captures imagination across centuries. Their story combines all the elements of an epic tale: humble beginnings, meteoric rise, immense wealth, accusations of dark secrets, betrayal, and a dramatic end in fire. Books, movies, video games, and secret societies continue to elaborate on Templar myths. The symbols once worn by these warrior monks now appear on everything from business logos to tattoos. Yet behind these legends were real men living extraordinary lives of contradiction. Monks who were warriors, ascetics who controlled vast wealth, servants of the Church who grew powerful enough to threaten kings. As night falls on our journey through their story, we might wonder what secrets, if any, the Templars truly took to their graves. Or perhaps the greatest secret is that there was no secret at all, just the remarkable truth of their rise and fall, one of history's most fascinating chapters. Torches illuminate the grand hall of a medieval castle somewhere in Eastern Europe. Noblemen and knights gather in solemn ceremony, each wearing a distinctive emblem, a dragon curled in a circle, with its tail wrapped around its neck. They have sworn sacred oaths to defend Christianity against its enemies, particularly the advancing Ottoman Turks whose armies threaten to overrun Europe. This is the Order of the Dragon, a chivalric society whose members included kings, princes, and one man whose son would become immortalized in legend and literature. Vlad Dracul, father of the infamous Vlad the Impaler, better known to the world as the inspiration for Dracula. The Order of the Dragon, or Societas Draconis in Latin, emerged in a time of great peril for Christian Europe. The story begins on December 12, 1408, when King Sigismund of Hungary established the order as a select brotherhood of knights and noblemen. Having faced a crushing defeat to Ottoman forces at the Battle of Nicopolis in 1396, Sigismund recognized the need for united Christian resistance against Turkish expansion. The order was created with papal approval, giving it both political and religious legitimacy in the medieval world. Unlike some purely ceremonial chivalric orders, the Dragon Order had serious military and political purposes. Its primary mission was to protect the cross and defend the king and his family. Members swore to fight the enemies of Christianity, particularly the Ottoman Empire, whose forces were advancing northward through the Balkans toward the heart of Europe. The order also aimed to combat another perceived threat to Orthodox Christianity, the Hussite movement, followers of the reformer Jan Hus, whose ideas challenged Catholic doctrine decades before Martin Luther. The symbolism of the order was rich with meaning. Its emblem featured a dragon with its tail coiled around its neck. This represented the defeat of the dragon, a common symbol for evil in Christian imagery, by strangling itself. In some versions, a red cross appears on the dragon's back, symbolizing its defeat by the forces of Christianity. Members wore this symbol on pendants, cloaks, or armor to identify themselves to one another and signal their elite status to the wider world. Membership in the Order of the Dragon was highly selective, limited to around 24 nobles and knights chosen personally by the king. These men represented the elite of European nobility from various kingdoms and principalities that faced the Ottoman threat. The original members included Hovojah Vukcic Hovotinic, Duke of Split, Stefan Lazarevich, Despot of Serbia, Alfonso V, King of Aragon, Władysław II Jagiello, King of Poland, and many other powerful figures whose territories formed the front lines in the struggle against Ottoman expansion. One of the most consequential members joined in 1431, Vladimir Dracul, ruler of Wallachia, a region in what is now Romania. The name Dracul came directly from his membership in the order. In Romanian, Dracul means both dragon and devil, reflecting the dual nature of the order's symbol. Vlad proudly displayed his membership, even including the dragon symbol on coins minted during his reign. His son Vlad III would later be known as Dracula, meaning son of the dragon, directly connecting his identity to his father's membership in this elite brotherhood. The initiation ceremony for new members reflected medieval concepts of chivalry and religious devotion. Candidates took solemn oaths swearing to defend the cross and the king, to maintain secrecy about the order's affairs, and to display the emblem of the dragon in battle. They received the distinctive collar of the order, featuring the dragon symbol, which they were required to wear on Fridays and during special ceremonies. The rituals combined elements of religious consecration with feudal oaths of loyalty, binding members to both spiritual and worldly obligations. Unlike some secret societies that operated entirely in the shadows, the Order of the Dragon functioned more as an elite public alliance. Members openly displayed their affiliation through symbols and titles. The order held formal meetings, particularly on St. George's Day, April 23rd, honoring the saint famous for slaying a dragon. These gatherings allowed members to coordinate military strategy, strengthen political alliances, and reinforce their shared commitment to Christian defense. The geographical focus of the order centered on the frontier between Christendom and the Ottoman Empire, regions including Hungary, Croatia, Serbia, Wallachia, and other Balkan territories. These lands formed a buffer zone protecting Western Europe from Ottoman advance, and many members of the order ruled these vulnerable frontier regions. Their political and military coordination through the order helped maintain a unified resistance that slowed Turkish expansion for decades. The membership of Vlad II Dracul illustrates the complex politics faced by frontier rulers. As voivode, or prince, of Wallachia, Vlad maintained a precarious independence by balancing between Hungarian and Ottoman power. While a sworn member of the Order of the Dragon committed to Christian defense, he sometimes had to appease the Ottoman Sultan through tribute payments and sending his sons, including the young Vlad III, as hostages to the Ottoman court. This difficult position between competing powers was common for many Dragon Order members, whose territories lay directly in the path of Ottoman expansion. The education young Vlad III received while a hostage in Ottoman territories would later influence his brutal tactics as ruler. His father's assassination in 1447, partly due to accusations of betraying Christian interests in favor of Ottoman accommodation, likely shaped his determination to resist Turkish power at all costs. When he later ruled as Prince of Wallachia, his extreme methods of impaling enemies earned him the name Vlad the Impaler. His brutal resistance against Ottoman forces made him a controversial figure, reviled for his cruelty, but admired by some for his effectiveness in opposing Turkish expansion. The Order of the Dragon reached its peak influence during the mid-15th century, when its members played crucial roles in several major battles against Ottoman forces. The most significant came in 1456, when Hungary faced an Ottoman army led by Sultan Mehmed II, fresh from his conquest of Constantinople. John Hunyadi, a key member of the Order and Regent of Hungary, led Christian forces to a dramatic victory at the Siege of Belgrade, halting Ottoman advance for decades. This triumph was celebrated throughout Europe as a pivotal moment in the struggle against Turkish expansion. As time passed, the original purpose of the Order of the Dragon gradually diminished. After King Sigismund's death in 1437, leadership of the order passed to his Habsburg successors, who continued to award membership but with decreasing attention to its original military purpose. By the late 15th century, changing political dynamics and new military challenges reduced the order's practical significance, though it continued to exist as an honorary title bestowed by Habsburg rulers. The legacy of the Order of the Dragon took an unexpected turn through its connection to Vlad the Impaler and the later literary creation of Dracula. When Irish author Bram Stoker was researching his vampire novel in the late 19th century, he discovered the historical Vlad III Dracula and the meaning of his name, Son of the Dragon. This connection, combined with Romanian folklore and Stoker's imagination, transformed the historical legacy of a medieval chivalric order into a key element of one of literature's most famous monsters. Historical artifacts related to the order survive in museums across Europe. The most notable is the famous dragon emblem that appears on medieval artwork, architectural elements in churches and castles, and personal items belonging to members. The Hungarian National Museum in Budapest and other collections throughout Eastern Europe display these remnants of the order's physical presence, providing tangible connections to this brotherhood of dragon-bearing knights. The territories once defended by Order of the Dragon members experienced widely different fates. Hungary eventually fell partially under Ottoman control in 1541 after the Battle of Mohacs. Constantinople, which the order had hoped to help reclaim for Christianity, remained under Ottoman rule as Istanbul until the empire's dissolution after World War I. Yet the order's resistance, along with geographic and political factors, prevented Ottoman forces from penetrating deeper into Europe, potentially altering the continent's religious and cultural development. For modern Romania, the historical connection to the Order of the Dragon represents a complex heritage. While Vlad the Impaler's association with the fictional Dracula has created a tourist industry around vampire legends, historians emphasize his role as a national hero who resisted foreign domination. The dragon symbol that once represented his father's membership in an elite Christian military brotherhood now appears on souvenirs sold to visitors seeking vampire tales, an ironic transformation of a medieval Christian symbol. As night falls across the Carpathian Mountains and Transylvanian forests, where members of the Order of the Dragon once fought against Ottoman forces, their legacy lives on in unexpected ways. What began as a brotherhood of Christian knights defending Europe's eastern frontier evolved through history, legend, and literature into something its founders could never have imagined. The dragon symbol, that once represented their solemn oath to defend Christianity against its enemies, now evokes images of vampires and horror stories, a remarkable transformation of meaning across the centuries. Yet beneath the Gothic fiction lies the historical reality of men who faced the massive military might of the Ottoman Empire at a time when the future of Christian Europe hung in the balance. Their story reminds us how religious identity, political power, and military necessity intersected in the medieval world, creating alliances that helped shape the boundaries of faith and empire that would define Europe for centuries to come. A cold wind blows through the dense forest as a small group gathers in a remote clearing under the moonlight. Unlike the ancient secret societies with their grand temples and noble claims, this gathering represents something darker that emerged in the late 20th century. No marble halls or historical lineages here, use just a modern manifestation of extremism wrapped in occult symbolism. This is the Order of the Nine Angles, often abbreviated as O-Honor or O9A, perhaps the most controversial and dangerous occult group to emerge in recent decades. The origins of the Order of the Nine Angles remain somewhat mysterious, Like much about the group, most evidence points to its formation in the 1970s in Britain. The founder is generally believed to be David Myatt, though he has repeatedly denied this connection. Myatt is a complex and troubling figure who has moved through various extreme ideologies throughout his life, from neo-Nazism to radical Islam and various occult systems. Under the pseudonym Anton Long, he allegedly wrote the foundational texts that outline the order's philosophy and practices. Unlike traditional occult groups that focus on ceremonial magic or spiritual development, the Owane presented itself from the beginning as something more extreme and transgressive. Their writings describe a path called the Sevenfold Way, a system of physical, mental, and magical training designed to produce a new type of human being. What makes the Owane particularly disturbing is not just its occult elements, but how it blends these with neo-fascist ideology and the glorification of violence. The name itself, Nine Angles, carries multiple meanings within the group's complex symbolic system. Some interpretations connect it to 9 points of cosmic significance in their worldview. Others link it to dimensional gateways or pathways between worlds. The writings describe these angles as representing various currents of a causal energy that adepts can learn to channel. Like much of their terminology, the concept is intentionally complex and obscure, creating an aura of hidden knowledge accessible only to initiates. The core philosophy of the Owane centers around what they call a sinister dialectic. This represents their long-term goal of fundamentally transforming human civilization. In their vision, current society with its emphasis on ethics, law, and human rights is weak and artificial. They believe these structures should be destroyed and replaced with a harsher order based on natural selection, strength, and what they call sinister honor. The time frame they describe for this transformation spans hundreds of years, breaking down into 5 stages they call aeons. What truly sets the Owane apart from other occult organizations is their concept of insight roles. These are essentially periods where members are encouraged to take on challenging and often illegal activities to gain experience and push beyond normal social boundaries. Their texts explicitly suggest roles like joining violent political groups, working in law enforcement, serving in the military, becoming a criminal, or even becoming a social worker to gain access to vulnerable individuals. This practical aspect moves the group beyond mere dark philosophy into potential real-world harm. Most disturbing is the practice they call culling. While most modern occult groups explicitly reject violence, Owane texts openly discuss human sacrifice as a valid magical practice and a way to contribute to natural selection. They frame this as removing the weak from society. Some Owane writings suggest methods and criteria for selecting victims, while it remains unclear if any members have actually carried out such acts. The explicit encouragement of violence creates serious concerns about the group's influence on vulnerable or unstable individuals. The structure of the Owane is deliberately decentralized. Rather than having a formal hierarchy with membership cards and regular meetings, it operates as a loose network of cells they call nections. Anyone can claim Owane affiliation and start their own nection. This structure makes it nearly impossible to determine the actual size of the group or to monitor its activities effectively. It also allows the organization to survive even when individual cells are exposed or disbanded. The training system of the Owane involves physical challenges alongside magical practices. Initiates are expected to develop strength and endurance through activities like long-distance running, martial arts, and survival in wilderness settings. These physical tests accompany magical rituals, often performed at isolated locations like stone circles or mountains. The system includes periods of isolation, fasting, sleep deprivation, and other methods designed to alter consciousness and break down normal psychological barriers. The group has created its own calendar system, mythological framework, and even language called Naus. Their rituals often involve chanting in this constructed language, meditation on specific symbols, and the use of ceremonial tools like crystals, robes, and items representing the elements. Some rituals take place during specific cosmic alignments or seasonal points throughout the year. Others are linked to personal progression through their grading system of initiation. The Owane's influence is spread primarily through the internet, where their texts circulate on obscure forums and websites dedicated to extreme occultism. Their materials blend obscure occult theories with practical instructions for rituals and physical training. The writing style is dense and academic, filled with unfamiliar terms and complex sentences that create an impression of scholarly authority despite promoting deeply troubling ideas. Law enforcement agencies in several countries have expressed concern about the group, particularly as it intersects with terrorist organizations and violent extremist movements. What makes the Onid particularly dangerous is how it provides a spiritual and philosophical framework that can justify and sacralize violence for those already drawn to extremism. Several neo-Nazi terrorist groups have shown influence from Ona teachings in their manifestos and symbolism. Most mainstream occult organizations and practitioners have strongly condemned the Oni. Leaders in pagan, satanic, and magical communities have made public statements distancing themselves from the group and its teachings. They emphasize that despite superficial similarities in some symbols or practices, the extreme ideology and endorsement of violence are completely at odds with the ethical frameworks of most modern occult traditions. The actual spread and influence of the Oni remain difficult to assess precisely because of its decentralized nature. Some experts believe the group has never had more than a few dozen committed adherents at any time. Others worry that their materials, freely available online, may influence thousands more who never formally affiliate with any Nexian, but absorb elements of the philosophy. The anonymous nature of internet communication makes these numbers nearly impossible to verify. In recent years, increased awareness of the group has led to deplatforming efforts to limit the spread of their materials online. Major social media companies have banned accounts associated with the group. However, their texts continue to circulate on smaller platforms with less content moderation. The esoteric nature of their writing also makes automatic detection challenging, as their coded language can sometimes avoid algorithmic content filters. Despite its extreme nature, the Oni serves as an important case study in how dangerous ideologies can be wrapped in occult trappings to appeal to certain audiences. The combination of physical training, secret knowledge, elite status, and transgressive practices creates a powerful psychological appeal for some individuals seeking meaning in a complex world. Understanding this appeal helps explain how such groups recruit and maintain members despite promoting objectively harmful ideas. The story of the Order of the Nine Angles remains unfinished. Unlike historical secret societies that rose and fell in previous centuries, this is a contemporary movement still evolving and adapting to the modern world. Its influence continues to be felt in dark corners of the internet and in troubling incidents of extremist violence. For researchers who study extremist movements, the group represents a unique hybrid of occultism and political radicalism that defies simple categorization. As the night grows deeper in our journey through secret societies, the Order of the Nine Angles stands as a warning about the darkest potential of esoteric organizations when divorced from ethical foundations. Unlike the Freemasons with their emphasis on character building or the Rosicrucians seeking spiritual wisdom, the Oni represents a deliberate embrace of harmful elements that most secret societies throughout history have explicitly rejected. Their story reminds us that not all secret knowledge leads toward light. The old church stands silent on a hill in the French countryside. Shadows play across ancient stones as the sun sets behind distant mountains. In the village below, a researcher pores over dusty documents in a local library. He seeks evidence of a secret society said to have protected the bloodline of Jesus Christ for nearly 1,000 years. This is the legend of the Priory of Sion, a mysterious organization that exploded into public awareness in the 1980s and reached global fame through the pages of the Da Vinci Code. But unlike the other secret societies in our journey, the Priory of Sion holds a special place in the landscape of history and myth. It appears to be largely a modern creation wrapped in the trappings of ancient mystery. The story as it was first told to the world is captivating. According to documents discovered in the National Library of France in the 1960s, the Priory of Sion was founded in Jerusalem in 1099 by a crusader named Godfrey of Bouillon. This secret organization supposedly protected a great secret myrrh that Jesus and Mary Magdalene had been married and had children whose descendants became the Merovingian dynasty of French kings. The priory had allegedly been led by some of the greatest minds in European history: Leonardo da Vinci, Isaac Newton, Victor Hugo, and Claude Debussy, among them, called Grand Masters. This narrative first reached public attention through a series of books published in the 1980s. The most influential was Holy Blood, Holy Grail by Michael Bygent, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln. The authors presented their research as historical investigation, weaving together mysteries surrounding the French village of Rennes-le-Château, hidden codes in paintings and architecture, and the explosive theological implications of a Jesus bloodline. The book became an international bestseller, introducing millions to the Priory of Sion and its alleged secrets. 2 decades later, novelist Dan Brown incorporated many of these ideas into his thriller, The Da Vinci Code, which sold over 80 million copies and was adapted into a blockbuster film starring Tom Hanks. Through fiction, the Priory of Sion reached an even wider audience. Many readers, caught up in the exciting blend of history, conspiracy, and religious controversy, wondered how much of the story might be true. Was there really an ancient secret society preserving the bloodline of Christ against the wishes of the Catholic Church? The answer, according to most historians and researchers, is far less mysterious but in some ways more interesting as a study of how myths are created in the modern world. The evidence points to the Priory of Sion being largely the creation of a Frenchman named Pierre Plantard, a complex figure with a talent for historical fabrication and self-promotion. In the early 1960s, Plantard and a few associates registered a small organization called the Priory of Sion with French authorities. Far from being an ancient order, this was a new local club with modest stated goals related to low-cost housing and opposing communism. But Plantard had grander ambitions. Over the following years, he and his collaborators created and planted documents in the National Library of France that described the Priory as an ancient order with connections to the Knights Templar and other historical mysteries. These documents, known as the dossiers secrets or secret files, were carefully crafted to appear authentic. They included genealogies, coded messages, lists of Grand Masters, and maps related to Rennes-le-Château, a small French village that had already developed its own treasure mystery, thanks to the unusual activities of its 19th-century priest, Berenger Saunière. The documents suggested that Plantard himself was a descendant of the Merovingian dynasty, and thus of the Jesus bloodline. Plantard built his elaborate story on existing historical curiosities and unanswered questions. Rennes-le-Château had genuine mysteries. Father Saunière had indeed spent large sums of money redecorating his church in unusual ways, with strange symbolism that fueled speculation about hidden treasures or secrets. The Knights Templar were a real historical order, with puzzling aspects to their rise and fall. The Merovingian dynasty did rule parts of France in the early medieval period, before being replaced by the Carolingians. The genius of Plantard was combining these real historical elements with fabricated documents in ways that seemed plausible enough to intrigue researchers. When journalists and authors began investigating the Priory of Sion story in the 1970s, they found just enough genuine historical oddities to make the fabricated parts seem credible. The story grew more elaborate with each retelling, gaining the veneer of legitimacy through repetition and publication. But the careful facade began to crack under scrutiny. In the 1990s, French researchers discovered that the supposed ancient charters and documents had been created recently. The paper, ink, and printing methods were modern. Some of the alleged medieval parchments contained modern staple holes. The list of Grand Masters included people who had little connection to one another and no evidence of involvement in any secret society. Leonardo da Vinci, for instance, left extensive notes and records of his life with no mention of such an organization. When confronted with this evidence in a 1993 French television documentary, Plantard admitted under oath that he had fabricated the entire story. This confession came during a difficult period when Plantard had become peripherally connected to a political scandal, bringing unwanted official attention to his activities. He acknowledged creating the documents and planting them in the library, effectively exposing the Priory of Sion as a modern hoax rather than an ancient secret society. Despite this clear evidence of fabrication, the myth has proven remarkably resilient. Many people continue to believe in some version of the Priory of Sion story, either unaware of Plantard's confession or unwilling to accept that such an elaborate and widely published narrative could be almost entirely fictional. The village of Rennes-le-Château still attracts thousands of visitors annually, seeking clues to mysteries that were largely invented in the 1960s. The psychological appeal of the Priory of Sion story helps explain its persistence. It combines several powerful elements that resonate deeply with many people: alternative religious history that challenges established authority, hidden bloodlines connecting modern people to sacred figures, codes and symbols waiting to be deciphered by clever investigators, and the tantalizing notion that established history conceals explosive secrets. These themes tap into fundamental human desires for special knowledge, hidden importance, and narratives that make sense of a complex world. For scholars of religion and history, The Priory of Sion phenomenon offers fascinating insights into how myths are created and spread in the modern era. Unlike ancient legends that evolved slowly over centuries through oral tradition, this was a myth deliberately crafted using modern tools, typewriters, photocopiers, and eventually mass media. It demonstrates how quickly a fabricated story can take on a life of its own when it resonates with existing cultural interests and desires. The real mystery of Rennes-le-Château remains unsolved. Father Saunière did somehow acquire significant wealth that allowed him to renovate his church and build a villa, tower, and gardens in the small village. Various theories suggest he found treasure, sold masses, engaged in financial improprieties, or was paid to keep political secrets. His unusual architectural choices and symbolic decorations in the church continue to intrigue visitors, but there is no credible evidence connecting his activities to any ancient secret society or Jesus bloodline. Today, the legacy of the Priory of Sion exists primarily in popular culture rather than historical reality. Beyond the Da Vinci Code, its influence can be seen in numerous novels, films, video games, and television shows that explore alternative religious history and secret societies protecting ancient knowledge. The blend of fact and fiction that characterized Plantard's creation has become a template for many modern conspiracy theories and alternative histories. Some modern groups have adopted the name Priory of Sion for new organizations, claiming to continue the traditions of the alleged ancient order. These range from small spiritual groups exploring esoteric Christianity to online communities discussing alternative history. Without historical continuity to an actual medieval organization, these modern priories are essentially new religious movements inspired by a compelling modern myth. For those interested in genuine historical mystery, the story of how Pierre Plantard created the Priory of Sion myth is actually more fascinating than the fabricated history itself. It demonstrates the power of storytelling, the human desire for hidden knowledge, and the complex relationship between history, belief, and imagination. In an age of information abundance, the line between fact and fiction can blur, allowing modern myths to take root and flourish. As darkness falls over the French countryside and the old church of Rennes-le-Château fades into shadow, we might reflect on how stories shape our understanding of the past. The Priory of Sion may not be an ancient secret society guarding the bloodline of Christ, but as a case study in modern myth-making, it reveals much about our continuing fascination with mystery, our desire for hidden truths, and our willingness to believe in secret histories waiting to be discovered. Imagine a dark European night in the early 1600s. Candles flicker in the study of a learned scholar as he pores over ancient texts on alchemy, astrology, and mystical philosophy. Outside, religious wars rage and new scientific ideas challenge old beliefs. In this turbulent time, mysterious pamphlets begin to appear in the cities of Germany. They tell of a secret brotherhood called the Rosicrucians, masters of hidden wisdom who work quietly to transform society through spiritual knowledge. The pamphlets cause a sensation across Europe, with some scholars desperately seeking to join this brotherhood, while others condemn it as dangerous heresy. But who are these mysterious Rosicrucians, and do they even exist at all? The story begins with three strange documents published between 1614. The first, called the Fama Fraternitatis, tells the tale of a German doctor named Christian Rosenkreuz, who lived over 100 years earlier. According to the story, Rosenkreuz traveled to the Middle East and North Africa, studying secret wisdom from Islamic and Egyptian scholars that was lost to European knowledge. Upon returning to Germany, he gathered a small group of trusted friends to form the Fraternity of the Rose Cross. The second text, the Confessio Fraternitatis, expanded on the first, describing how these brothers possess secrets of nature, medicine, and spiritual transformation. The third document, called The Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreuz, was a strange allegorical story filled with symbols and hidden meanings. Together, these works announce the existence of a secret brotherhood dedicated to universal reformation of human knowledge, healing, and spirituality. What made these claims extraordinary was the description of the founder. According to the texts, Christian Rosenkreuz lived for 106 years, dying in 1484. His body was placed in a special seven-sided vault filled with symbols, mirrors, and inscriptions. The Brotherhood agreed that the tomb would remain secret for 120 years. The pamphlets claimed that this time had passed, and now the Brotherhood was ready to cautiously reveal itself to the world. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Scholars, doctors, and mystical thinkers across Europe published hundreds of books and pamphlets either praising or condemning the Brotherhood. Some left public notices begging to be contacted by the Rosicrucians. Others claimed to have already joined their ranks. Religious authorities warned that the group practiced dark magic. Yet, despite all this attention, no verifiable Rosicrucian organization appeared to claim responsibility for the original manifestos. Most historians now believe the Rosicrucian documents were actually written by a small group of German Lutheran scholars, possibly led by theologian Johann Valentin André. Rather than announcing a real secret society, the texts were likely a spiritual allegory, using the story of a fictional brotherhood to call for religious and scientific reform during the troubled period following the Protestant Reformation. Yet sometimes, fiction can create reality. In the decades and centuries that followed, various groups formed claiming to be the true Rosicrucian Brotherhood or its spiritual successors. The ideas found in the original manifestos influenced many different movements and organizations dedicated to exploring the borderland between science, spirituality, and human potential. What exactly did these Rosicrucian texts teach? At their core was a blend of Christian mysticism with older traditions of alchemy and Hermeticism. Alchemy was not just about trying to turn lead into gold, as many people think today. It was a spiritual practice that used chemical processes as symbols for inner transformation. The alchemists sought to purify their own soul just as they purified metals in their laboratory. Hermeticism was based on writings attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, a legendary Egyptian sage believed to possess divine wisdom. These teachings included the famous principle that became a key Rosicrucian belief: as above, so below. This meant the patterns of the cosmos were reflected in human beings and in the natural world. By studying nature and themselves, humans could understand divine truth. The rose and the cross, which gave the Brotherhood its name, were powerful symbols with multiple meanings. The cross represented the human body and the physical world of suffering. The rose symbolized the unfolding of the soul and divine wisdom. Together they suggested the spiritual transformation that was central to Rosicrucian teaching. As the Enlightenment dawned in Europe, interest in Rosicrucianism merged with Freemasonry and other esoteric movements. Secret societies became fashionable among intellectuals and the nobility. Many Masonic lodges added Rosicrucian degrees to their systems. Famous figures like the composer Mozart included Rosicrucian themes in works like his opera The Magic Flute. By the 19th century, several organized groups claimed the Rosicrucian tradition. The Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia formed in England as a scholarly organization for Freemasons interested in esoteric subjects. In France, groups like the Kabbalistic Order of the Rose Cross explored ceremonial magic alongside Rosicrucian philosophy. These various organizations often disagreed about which was the true inheritor of the original Brotherhood. The modern era saw Rosicrucianism spread globally. In 1915, H. Spencer Lewis founded the ancient mystical order Rosicrucius, or Amorc, in America. This organization became one of the largest Rosicrucian groups in the world, establishing lodges on multiple continents and publishing extensive teachings by mail. Other groups like Max Heindel's Rosicrucian Fellowship and Rudolf Steiner's Anthroposophical Society also drew inspiration from Rosicrucian traditions while developing their own unique approaches. What drew people to these Rosicrucian teachings across the centuries? For many, it was the promise of knowledge not available through mainstream religion or education. Rosicrucians studied healing techniques, meditation practices, and esoteric sciences that orthodox institutions often rejected. They promised a path to develop inner faculties and perceptions beyond ordinary senses. Modern Rosicrucian orders typically offer systematic teachings in stages or degrees. New members begin with basic principles and gradually receive more advanced instruction as they demonstrate their understanding and commitment. Many groups maintain physical temples where members gather for rituals, lectures, and meditation. Between meetings, students practice exercises designed to develop concentration, visualization skills, and intuitive faculties. The teachings often include practical applications as well as philosophical concepts. Some Rosicrucian groups study sound healing, color therapy, or techniques for directing vital energy for health. Others focus on interpreting dreams, understanding cosmic cycles, or communicating with higher planes of existence. What unites these diverse practices is the belief that humans possess latent abilities and awareness that can be systematically developed. Unlike some secret societies, most modern Rosicrucian organizations maintain relatively open public profiles. They publish books, operate museums, and maintain websites explaining their basic philosophy. The secrecy now tends to surround specific rituals and advanced teachings rather than the existence of the organization itself. Many groups actively seek new members through advertisements and outreach programs. Despite this openness, Rosicrucians still cultivate an air of mystery. Their temples feature Egyptian, Greek, and medieval European imagery that connects members to ancient wisdom traditions. Ceremonial regalia, symbolic colors, and special language create a sense of participating in something ancient and profound. This blend of accessibility and mystery has helped Rosicrucianism survive while many other esoteric movements have faded away. As modern science and technology transform our world, Rosicrucian teachings continue to appeal to those seeking to bridge the gap between spiritual and material understanding. Their approach suggests that electric energy, radio waves, and quantum physics might be understood not just through laboratory equipment but through developing human consciousness itself. The ancient Hermetic principle of correspondence between macrocosm and microcosm finds new expression in systems thinking and ecological awareness. The original Rosicrucian story of a hidden vault containing the perfectly preserved body of Christian Rosicrucians serves as a powerful metaphor. Like the symbolic founder waiting to be rediscovered, ancient wisdom remains available to those who seek it with sincere hearts and open minds. Whether the original Brotherhood of the Rose Cross ever existed matters less than the quest for knowledge and transformation that their story inspired. As night deepens around us, we might wonder if some quiet scholars still gather by candlelight, studying the mysteries of nature and spirit as their predecessors have for centuries. Perhaps the true legacy of the Rosicrucians is not any specific organization, but the enduring human desire to penetrate beyond the veil of ordinary perception into the deeper mysteries of existence. The marketplace in Jerusalem bustles with activity under the hot Mediterranean sun. Roman soldiers patrol the edges, keeping watchful eyes on the local population. In the crowd, a man moves with purpose, his cloak concealing a short curved dagger called a seeker. He approaches a wealthy Jewish merchant known for collaboration with Roman authorities. In an instant, the blade flashes, the target falls, and the attacker melts back into the crowd before anyone realizes what has happened. This is the signature method of the Sicarii, perhaps history's first documented group of organized political assassins who fought against Roman occupation of Judea in the 1st century CE through targeted killings and guerrilla warfare. The story of the Sicarii unfolds against the backdrop of Roman rule in ancient Judea, a region roughly corresponding to modern Israel and Palestine. After the Roman general Pompey conquered Jerusalem in 63 BCE, the Jewish homeland became subject to Roman control. While Rome initially allowed a degree of self-government under client kings like Herod the Great, direct Roman rule was established around 6 CE with the appointment of Roman prefects and procurators. This foreign occupation created deep resentment among the Jewish population, particularly as Roman authorities interfered in religious matters and imposed heavy taxation. From this environment of growing tension emerged several resistance movements. The most famous were the Zealots, a broader revolutionary group opposed to Roman rule and those who collaborated with it. The Sicarii represented an extreme faction within this resistance, distinguished by their method of assassination using concealed daggers. Their name came directly from their weapon of choice, the seeker, a short curved blade that could be hidden under clothing and used for swift, lethal strikes in public places. Our primary historical source on the Sicarii comes from Josephus, a Jewish historian who wrote in the late 1st century CE. Having initially participated in the Jewish revolt against Rome before surrendering and allying himself with the Romans, Josephus provides a complicated and somewhat biased account. He describes the Sicarii as merciless killers who murdered prominent Jews who collaborated with Rome, created an atmosphere of terror in Jerusalem, and engaged in kidnapping for ransom to fund their activities. Unlike modern terrorist groups seeking publicity, the Sicarii emphasized stealth and anonymity. Their preferred tactic was to blend into crowds during festivals and public gatherings in Jerusalem. When the city was packed with visitors, they would strike quickly, kill their target, and then cry out about the crime along with the shocked bystanders, ensuring they could not be identified as the perpetrators. This method allowed them to escape capture and continue their campaign of targeted violence over many years. One of their most prominent victims was Jonathan the High Priest, assassinated around 56 CE. As a religious leader seen as accommodating to Roman rule, he represented exactly the type of figure the Sicarii targeted, not just direct Roman authorities but also Jewish leaders they viewed as collaborators. These assassinations served both practical and symbolic purposes, eliminating individuals who facilitated Roman control while sending a powerful message to others who might consider cooperation with the occupiers. The Sicarii were motivated by a complex mix of religious zeal and nationalist fervor. They believed they were fighting a holy war, guided by the conviction that God alone should rule the Jewish people rather than any foreign power. For them, violent resistance against Rome and its collaborators was not merely a political act but a religious duty. They likely saw themselves as following in the tradition of biblical figures like Phanes, who in Jewish scripture was praised for killing those who violated religious law. Under the leadership of Menahem, grandson of Judas of Galilee, who had led an earlier revolt against Roman taxation, the Sicarii established a base at the fortress of Masada around 66 CE. This remote stronghold, built by Herod the Great on a plateau overlooking the Dead Sea, provided a secure location from which they could launch attacks on Roman targets. The natural defences of the site, steep cliffs on all sides, and a single narrow path to the summit made it nearly impregnable. The activities of the Sicarii intensified as tensions built toward the Great Jewish Revolt that erupted in 66 CE. In the early stages of the rebellion, they participated in attacks on Roman garrisons and collaborated with other revolutionary factions. However, the Sicarii soon found themselves in conflict with more moderate Jewish leaders who feared their extreme tactics would bring Roman retribution upon the entire population. This internal division weakened the Jewish resistance and contributed to eventual Roman victory. According to Josephus, the Sicarii engaged in more than just assassinations. They burned the public archives in Jerusalem to destroy debt records, raided villages for supplies, and kidnapped officials for ransom. During the siege of Jerusalem in 70 CE, as Roman forces surrounded the city, the Sicarii and other radical factions reportedly prevented civilians from surrendering and executed those who attempted to negotiate with the Romans, believing that divine intervention would save them if the situation became desperate enough. After the fall of Jerusalem and the destruction of the Second Temple by the Romans in 70 CE, the remaining Sicarii retreated to their fortress at Masada. There, under the leadership of Eleazar ben Yair, they held out against the Roman 10th Legion for several years. The Romans built a massive ramp to breach the defences, a remarkable feat of engineering still visible today. According to Josephus, when the Romans finally broke through in 73 or 74 CE, they discovered that nearly all 960 defenders had chosen suicide rather than surrender, with each man killing his own family before 10 selected men killed the others, and finally themselves. This dramatic end at Masada has become one of the most famous episodes in Jewish history, symbolizing for many a commitment to freedom and religious identity, even in the face of overwhelming odds. Archaeological excavations at the site have confirmed some elements of Josephus's account, though scholars continue to debate the details. The dramatic story, regardless of its exact historical accuracy, has served as a powerful national symbol in modern Israel, where military cadets once took their oath with the declaration that Masada shall not fall again. Though the Sicarii were ultimately defeated, their approach to resistance had lasting historical significance. They were among the first documented groups to systematically use targeted assassination as a political weapon, a tactic that would be adopted by many later organizations throughout history. Their methods showed how a small group willing to use extreme violence could challenge a vastly superior military power, at least temporarily, by striking at key individuals and creating an atmosphere of fear. The ethical questions raised by the Sicarii continue to resonate in modern discussions about political violence. Were they freedom fighters resisting foreign occupation through the only means available to them, or terrorists who killed civilians and ultimately brought destruction upon their own people? This debate mirrors similar conversations about resistance movements throughout history, highlighting the persistent tension between the right to resist oppression and the moral limits of violent methods. The Sicarii also demonstrate how religious beliefs can become intertwined with political resistance, creating a particularly intense form of commitment among adherents. Their conviction that they were fulfilling divine will gave them the courage to undertake high-risk operations and ultimately to choose death over surrender. This fusion of religious and political motivation has been a recurring pattern in resistance movements across different cultures and time periods. Historians have noted similarities between the Sicarii and the later Hashins, or assassins, of medieval Persia, suggesting a possible historical connection where the tactics of targeted killing were transmitted across centuries. There are also parallels with modern extremist groups that combine religious ideology with political goals and view violence as a sanctified act. These connections highlight how certain patterns of human conflict recur throughout history, though always shaped by their specific cultural and historical contexts. Archaeological evidence of the Sicarii comes primarily from Masada, where excavations have uncovered the remains of their final stronghold. Visitors today can see the ruins of storerooms, ritual baths, synagogue, and defensive walls where this desperate band made their last stand. Archaeologists have found remnants of their daily life pottery, clothing, food stores, and weapons humanizing these historical figures beyond the limited accounts provided by Josephus. As night falls over the ancient landscapes where the Sicarii once moved through crowds with hidden daggers, their story continues to fascinate and trouble us. They remind us that the struggle against occupation and for national identity has deep historical roots, and that the questions they confronted about resistance, violence, and survival continue to challenge societies caught in similar conflicts today. In their devotion to a cause they deemed greater than their own lives, the Sicarii left a complex legacy that defies simple judgment even after 2,000 years. Snow falls quietly on the streets of Munich in the winter of 1918. Germany lies defeated after the First World War. Its monarchy collapsed, its people hungry and disillusioned. In this atmosphere of national despair, a group of wealthy intellectuals, aristocrats, and military officers gather in the elegant Hotel Via Satan. They speak in hushed tones about ancient Nordic legends, lost civilizations, and the destiny of the German people. This is the birth of the Thule Society, one of history's most peculiar secret organizations whose brief existence would cast a long and troubling shadow over the 20th century. The Thule Society began formally in August 1918, just months before Germany's surrender in World War I. Its founder was Rudolf von Sebottendorf, an adventurer and occultist who had spent years in Turkey studying Islamic mysticism and obscure spiritual practices. The organization took its name from a legendary northern land in Greek mythology, which Sebottendorf and his followers identified with the ancestral homeland of the Germanic peoples. The society used as its emblem a swastika with a sword superimposed upon it, the swastika being an ancient symbol they adopted years before it became associated with Nazi Germany. On the surface, the Thule Society appeared to be a study group for German folklore and archaeology. Members gathered to discuss runes, ancient Germanic traditions, and Norse mythology. They published a newspaper called the Münchener Beobachter, which later became the Völkischer Beobachter, the official Nazi Party newspaper. But beneath this scholarly veneer lay stranger beliefs that mixed occultism with racial theories and extreme nationalism. Central to the society's ideology was the belief in Aryan supremacy and the concept of blood and soil, the idea that the German people had a mystical connection to their land. They studied the theories of writers like Guido von List and Jörg Lanz von Liebenfels, who claimed the Aryan race had special powers and a divine mission. According to their worldview, the pure Germanic people were descendants of godlike beings from Thule or Hyperborea, advanced civilizations they believed existed in the far north in prehistoric times. The society operated from a grand villa in Munich that became known as the Thule Temple. Inside, members participated in rituals that included meditation on runic symbols, ceremonial magic, and attempts to contact ancestral spirits for guidance. Some members claimed to practice clairvoyance and other psychic abilities they believed were dormant powers in Aryan blood. These practices mixed elements from various occult traditions including theosophy, Rosicrucianism, and ceremonial magic with Volkish nationalist ideas. The membership of the Thule Society included influential figures in Munich society. Lawyers, doctors, aristocrats, military officers, and intellectuals joined its ranks. Notable members included Dietrich Eckart, a poet and playwright who became an early mentor to Adolf Hitler, Rudolf Hess, who would later become Deputy Führer of Nazi Germany, and Alfred Rosenberg, who would become the chief ideologist of the Nazi movement. Each brought their own interests and interpretations to the society's blend of mysticism and nationalism. What makes the Thule Society historically significant is not just its bizarre beliefs, but its direct connection to the birth of the Nazi Party. In 1919, Sebetendorf and other Thule members helped establish a political group called the German Workers' Party. This small organization would later be joined by Adolf Hitler, who eventually transformed it into the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the Nazi Party. The Thule Society provided early financing, newspaper support, and a network of influential contacts that helped the fledgling Nazi movement grow. Despite this connection, the relationship between the Thule Society and early Nazism was complex. Hitler himself showed little interest in the occult aspects of the Thule worldview, preferring to focus on political action and mass movement building. He used their racial theories and Germanic symbolism, but discarded the esoteric rituals and mystical practices that were central to the society. Many original Thule members drifted away from the Nazi movement as it grew more focused on practical politics rather than mystical nationalism. The Thule Society itself was short-lived as a formal organization. By 1925, it had largely disbanded, with many members moving into other nationalist groups or directly into Nazi party work. Sebetendorf left Germany for Turkey, later returning to publish a book titled Before Hitler Came, in which he claimed credit for laying the groundwork for Nazism. The Nazi leadership, uncomfortable with these occult connections, briefly arrested him when he returned to Germany in 1933, then sent him back to Turkey. Despite its brief existence, legends about the Thule Society grew over time. After World War II, writers and conspiracy theorists elaborated on the group's activities and influence, often exaggerating its size, power, and mystical practices. Stories emerged claiming the society had possessed ancient magical knowledge, conducted human sacrifices, or maintained contact with superhuman intelligences. These sensationalized accounts mixed fragments of truth with fantasy, creating an image of the Thule Society as more powerful and sinister than historical evidence suggests. Some post-war accounts claim the society sent expeditions to Tibet, Iceland, and Antarctica, searching for entrances to the Hollow Earth or remnants of the ancient Aryan civilization they believed had once existed. While the Nazis did sponsor a scientific expedition to Tibet in 1938, there is little evidence connecting this directly to Thule Society beliefs. Similarly, stories about secret Thule-inspired Nazi bases in Antarctica have become popular in fringe literature, but lack historical foundation. The true legacy of the Thule Society lies in how it helped transform fringe occult ideas into political action, with devastating consequences. The group served as a bridge between the world of esoteric societies and practical politics during a crucial moment in German history. Their mixing of mysticism with nationalism created a powerful mythology about German destiny that, stripped of its more obvious occult elements, could appeal to a nation in crisis, searching for meaning and direction. In the decades after World War II, neo-Nazi groups have occasionally attempted to revive Thule Society ideas and practices. Small occult nationalist organizations have formed in various countries, claiming to be spiritual heirs to the original society. These modern groups typically emphasize the mystical and racial aspects of Thule Society ideology, while attempting to distance themselves from the historical consequences of those ideas. Law enforcement agencies monitor such groups due to their potential for radicalizing vulnerable individuals. The story of the Thule Society illustrates how secret societies can sometimes influence history in unexpected ways. While never large in membership or long-lasting as an organization, its ideas helped shape movements that would change the world. The society represents an intersection of occultism, nationalism, and political activism that demonstrates how fringe beliefs can, under certain conditions, move from the margins to the mainstream with profound consequences. For historians of both occultism and political extremism, the Thule Society serves as an important case study in how mythological thinking can be harnessed for political purposes. The society created a narrative about German origins and destiny that provided psychological comfort and a sense of special mission during a time of national humiliation. This narrative proved adaptable enough to be simplified and spread beyond occult circles to a mass audience searching for explanation and hope. Museums in modern Germany occasionally feature exhibits on the Thule Society as part of the larger history of the rise of Nazism. Historical documents, photographs of members, and surviving copies of their newspaper provide glimpses into this strange chapter of history. Unlike some historical secret societies that sought to keep their very existence hidden, the Thule Society operated somewhat openly in its time, making its activities better documented than many older esoteric groups. The snow continues to fall on Munich streets, covering the locations where this fateful society once gathered. The elegant hotel still stands, though few guests realize the role it played in a dark chapter of history. The villa that housed the Thule Temple was destroyed during Allied bombing in World War II, erasing the physical center of this brief but influential secret society. What remains are scattered documents, photographs, and the troubling legacy of what happens when mystical nationalism transitions from candlelit ceremonies to political power. As we leave this strange intersection of occultism and history, the story of the Thule Society reminds us that secret societies do not exist in isolation from their times. They reflect the dreams, fears, and obsessions of the cultures that produce them. In the case of the Thule Society, those dreams took a dark turn, showing how the human search for meaning and connection can sometimes lead down destructive paths when mixed with theories of racial superiority and national destiny. Now that we've seen ancient Egypt in all its pyramid building, pharaoh worshipping glory, let's talk about what they actually gave to the world besides tourist attractions and mummy-based horror movies. First up, those fancy picture words known as hieroglyphics. Egyptians basically invented the world's most complicated writing system just to make future archaeologists suffer. Each symbol could stand for a sound, a concept, or an entire word, making it the original emoji language. Scribes spent years learning thousands of hieroglyphs when they could have just invented an alphabet with 26 letters like reasonable people. But no, they had to show off. For over 1,000 years, nobody could read these elaborate doodles until a French linguist named Champollion cracked the code in 1822 using the Rosetta Stone. Imagine creating a writing system so complex that it stumped humanity for millennia. That's either the greatest practical joke in history or serious overkill. Despite the complexity, hieroglyphics allowed Egyptians to record everything from religious texts to tax records. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, dating to around 1600 BCE, contains detailed medical procedures and case studies that read like ancient WebMD entries, except more accurate. Egyptian doctors were surprisingly advanced, treating wounds, setting broken bones, and performing basic surgeries. They even had specialized doctors, the world's first medical specialists, who could charge premium rates for knowing one body part really well. Speaking of medicine, Egyptians were obsessed with the heart, correctly identifying it as the center of the circulatory system. They were wrong about pretty much everything else though, believing that vessels carried air, feces, urine, blood, and various spiritual essences throughout the body. Their version of anatomy was basically a bizarre subway system, where everything went everywhere all at once. Egyptians also excelled at mathematics. They developed practical systems for measurement, taxation, and architectural calculations. Without their mathematical knowledge, those perfectly aligned pyramids would have looked more like lumpy hills. They used a decimal system based on powers of 10 and had symbols for fractions, allowing them to divide things with remarkable precision. They could calculate the areas of rectangles, triangles, and circles, and even had a pretty good approximation of pi at 3.16, which isn't bad for people who counted with hieroglyphs. Their engineering achievements went far beyond pyramids. The ancient Egyptians constructed temples, obelisks, irrigation systems, and entire cities with remarkable precision. They quarried, transported, and erected massive stone blocks weighing many tons each. The Great Pyramid of Giza is aligned to true north with an accuracy of less than half a degree, which is impressive considering they lacked GPS, compasses, or even steel tools. Egyptians also pioneered early surveying techniques to re-establish property boundaries after the annual Nile floods washed away markers. They invented the shaduf, a counterweighted lever system for lifting water from the Nile into irrigation canals. They even created the first known peace treaty in history between Ramesses II and the Hittite king Hattusili III around 1259 BCE, copies of which were carved on temple walls and clay tablets. Diplomacy. They invented that too. The Egyptian solar calendar was revolutionary for its time, dividing the year into 365 days with 12 months of 30 days each, plus 5 extra days of partying at the end of the year. This calendar was so accurate that when Julius Caesar decided to fix the Roman calendar, he brought in an Egyptian astronomer to help. The result was the Julian calendar, the precursor to our modern Gregorian system. So next time you check your phone for the date, you can thank the ancient Egyptians for figuring out how many days should be in a year. In the beauty department, Egyptians were millennia ahead of the curve. Those dramatic eyeliner looks that keep coming back into fashion, pure Egypt. Both men and women wore heavy black kohl eyeliner, not just for style points, but also to reduce sun glare and supposedly ward off evil spirits. 2 for 1, looking fabulous while fighting demons. They also invented makeup palettes, perfumes, wigs, hair extensions, and breath mints. Ancient Egyptian women used red ochre as blush and lipstick, henna to dye their hair and nails, and various concoctions for skincare. They even had specialized cosmetic spoons shaped like swimming girls or ducks. The original beauty influencers would have had killer Instagram accounts if social media existed in 1500 BCE. Their fashion sense included linen clothing, so finely woven it was almost transparent, elaborate jewelry made from gold and precious stones, and headdresses that would make today's fashion designers slow clap in appreciation. The whole dress to impress concept. Pure Egyptian innovation. Perhaps their most famous contribution was their incredibly elaborate approach to death. Mummification might seem excessive today, but Egyptians believed preserving the body was essential for the afterlife. The process took 70 days and involved removing internal organs, drying the body with natron salt, wrapping it in hundreds of yards of linen, and encasing it in multiple coffins. They invented the concept of a deluxe funeral package, with prices varying based on the quality of service. Budget mummification involved basically injecting cedar oil into the deceased via an uncomfortable location and letting nature do the rest. Premium packages included brain removal through the nostrils using special hooks, a custom mask painted with gold, a personalized copy of the Book of the Dead, and a tomb full of treasures. The original, you can't take it with you but will sure try mentality. This obsession with the afterlife led to one of their most enduring contributions, complex religious concepts that influenced later faiths. Their ideas about judgment after death, a divine trinity, resurrection, and eternal life found echoes in later religious traditions. The Egyptian concept of matter, a cosmic order encompassing truth, justice, and harmony, foreshadowed similar philosophical concepts around the world. Egyptian religion was also remarkably adaptable. Over thousands of years it evolved and absorbed new ideas rather than shattering during times of change. Gods merged, rose in prominence, or faded into obscurity depending on political and social shifts. This theological flexibility helped Egyptian civilization maintain cultural continuity through thousands of years of history. While we tend to think of ancient religions as rigid, Egyptian faith was more like a divine reality show where gods could be voted up or down in popularity. Egyptian artistic conventions influenced Greece, Rome, and countless later civilizations. Their architectural innovations, particularly columns and obelisks, appear in buildings worldwide even today. Next time you see a government building with massive columns, pour one out for the ancient Egyptians who started that whole aesthetic. But all good things must come to an end, and Egypt's decline is a classic story of how even the mightiest empires eventually trip over their own feet. By around 1070 BCE, the end of the New Kingdom, Egypt began showing signs of wear and tear. Internal corruption had become rampant, with priests of Ammon controlling vast wealth and essentially running a state within a state. Nothing kills an empire faster than bureaucrats skimming off the top while pretending to speak for the gods. The pharaohs of the Third Intermediate Period and Late Period found themselves with diminishing power and resources. Regional governors once again asserted independence, fracturing the unified state that had made Egypt so powerful. It was like watching a corporate giant break up into competing subsidiaries, each one weaker than the original company. Climate change didn't help either. Periods of Lower Nile flooding led to reduced agricultural output, famine, and economic instability. Nothing tests a government's competence like environmental challenges, and Egypt's increasingly divided leadership proved unable to adapt effectively. When your entire civilization is built around a river behaving predictably, even small changes can cascade into major problems. Foreign invasions accelerated the decline. The mysterious sea peoples raided the Mediterranean coast around a broader Bronze Age collapse that affected multiple civilizations. Libyans moved into the Western Delta region, while Nubians from the south established their own dynasty ruling Egypt for nearly a century. Imagine working so hard to build an empire just to have your neighbors decide it looks nice enough to take over. But the real death knell came from the emerging superpowers to the northeast. The Assyrian Empire, with its terrifyingly efficient military machine, invaded Egypt multiple times between 671 and 663 BCE. They sacked the great city of Thebes so thoroughly that the event was remembered with horror throughout the ancient world. The Babylonians took their turn next, followed by the Persians under Cambyses II in 525 BCE. Persians ruled Egypt as a province of their empire, respecting some Egyptian traditions while imposing heavy taxation. The Egyptians, unsurprisingly, weren't thrilled about this arrangement and revolted repeatedly. These rebellions briefly restored native rule a couple of times, but never for long. The days of Egyptian independence were numbered. Then came Alexander the Great, who conquered Egypt in 332 BCE without much resistance. The Egyptians, fed up with Persian rule, welcomed him as a liberator. Alexander showed political savvy by respecting Egyptian religion and presenting himself as a pharaoh. He even made the long journey to the Oracle of Amun at Siwa Oasis, where priests conveniently declared him the son of Amun, giving him divine legitimacy. Smart move for a Macedonian trying to rule Egyptians. When in doubt, get the local gods on your payroll. After Alexander's death, his general Ptolemy took control of Egypt, establishing the Ptolemaic dynasty that would rule for nearly 300 years. The Ptolemies were culturally Greek, but played pharaoh for the Egyptian population. They built temples in traditional Egyptian style while living Greek lifestyles in their capital of Alexandria, creating a weird cultural dual citizenship. They spoke Greek, not Egyptian, and married their siblings just like traditional pharaohs, proving that some questionable traditions transcend cultural boundaries. The most famous Ptolemy wasn't actually a Ptolemy at all, but the last ruling queen, Cleopatra VII. Despite being Greek, she actually bothered to learn Egyptian, which made her unique among her dynasty. She navigated the dangerous waters of Roman politics, forming strategic relationships with Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, but ultimately couldn't prevent Egypt from falling into Roman hands. With Cleopatra's defeat and suicide in 30 BCE, Egypt became a Roman province. The Romans, practical as ever, recognized Egypt's value as the empire's breadbasket and a source of immense wealth. They maintained some Egyptian religious practices while gradually introducing Roman and later Christian elements. Talk about a cultural identity crisis, from pharaohs to Caesars to Christian saints in the span of a few centuries. Roman rule marked the end of ancient Egyptian civilization as a distinctive and independent entity. The Egyptian language persisted in the form of Coptic, used primarily for Christian religious purposes, but hieroglyphics eventually fell out of use. The last known hieroglyphic inscription dates to 394 CE at the Temple of Philae. Imagine being the scribe who carved the final hieroglyphs, not realizing you were putting the period at the end of a 3000-year sentence. The ancient Egyptian religion, which had endured for millennia, gradually faded as Christianity spread throughout the Roman Empire. Temples were abandoned, converted to churches, or dismantled for building materials. The knowledge required to read hieroglyphics was lost, and with it the direct connection to ancient Egyptian culture. In 641 CE, Arab armies conquered Egypt, bringing Islam and Arabic culture, further distancing the land from its ancient roots. The Egypt of the pharaohs became buried under layers of sand, forgotten by all excepting garbled legends and mysterious monuments standing silent in the desert. The final irony is that ancient Egypt's obsession with preservation and permanence actually worked. Their monuments were so massively overbuilt that they survived thousands of years of looting, repurposing, and environmental damage. Their practice of hiding royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings meant that some escaped the notice of tomb robbers, preserving treasures like Tutankhamun's burial goods for modern discovery. Their hieroglyphic writing on stone temples and tombs, meant to last for eternity, did indeed survive to be rediscovered and deciphered thousands of years later. Even their mummified bodies, meant to house the soul in the afterlife, have provided modern scientists with valuable information about ancient Egyptian health, diet, and daily life. In death, ancient Egypt achieved a kind of immortality. The civilization that was so concerned with life after death has indeed lived on, not in the divine afterlife they imagined, but in our museums, textbooks, popular culture, and imagination. Their monuments still draw millions of visitors each year. Their artistic motifs still appear in modern design. Their stories still captivate us. In creating a civilization designed to last forever, they actually kind of succeeded. Ancient Egypt reminds us that even the mightiest civilizations eventually fall, but their influence can echo through eternity if they build big enough monuments and come up with a cool enough aesthetic. Style points really do count in the long game of history. In the end, the pyramids outlasted the pharaohs, the hieroglyphs outlasted the scribes, and the myths outlasted the believers. Not a bad legacy for a bunch of river-dwelling triangle enthusiasts. Picture this. The Mediterranean coast circa 1000 BCE. The Bronze Age has collapsed faster than a tech startup with bad venture capital. The once mighty Mycenaean palaces lie in ruins, writing has been forgotten, and everyone is basically living in their parents' basement, trying to figure out what happened to the good old days. Welcome to Greece's very own Dark Age, the embarrassing adolescent phase before they became the civilization we can't stop talking about. But from these humble, somewhat awkward beginnings, a civilization would rise that gave us democracy, philosophy, tragic theatre, Olympic sports, and perfectly proportioned nude statues that still make art students uncomfortable in drawing classes today. Ancient Greece, the civilization that couldn't decide if it was one country or a collection of city-states that just happened to speak the same language and worship the same dysfunctional divine family. Around 800 BCE, things started looking up. Greeks rediscovered writing, borrowing the Phoenician alphabet but making the revolutionary improvement of adding vowels. Suddenly they could write down more than just boring inventory lists. Poetry, history, philosophy, all the greatest hits became possible once you could actually spell things properly with vowels. The Phoenicians gave them the technology, but the Greeks turned it into literature. It's like giving someone a smartphone and watching them invent social media, an improvement, but with mixed results for humanity. As Greece emerged from its dark age, it wasn't a unified country, but rather a collection of fiercely independent city-states called polis singular polis. Each polis centered around an urban core with an acropolis high city for defense and religious buildings, and an agora marketplace where citizens gathered to trade goods and hot gossip about which god was sleeping with whom. These city-states shared language, religion, and culture, but competed with each other with the intensity of rival high school sports teams, if those teams occasionally went to war and enslaved the losing side. The two most famous city-states, Athens and Sparta, developed radically different approaches to society, proving that Greeks could never agree on anything, not even how to run a city. Athens gradually evolved toward democracy, while Sparta created a militaristic society so intense it makes modern boot camps look like luxury spa retreats. Athens was built around the concepts of citizenship, debate, and thinking so much about everything that you become annoying at dinner parties. Male citizens, sorry ladies, no democracy for you, gathered regularly to vote directly on laws and policies. This wasn't representative democracy with elected officials. This was hundreds or thousands of men standing around in the hot Mediterranean sun, listening to speeches and voting by raised hands. Athenians believed so strongly in citizen participation that they eventually introduced pay for attending the assembly, the original get-out-the-vote campaign strategy. Sparta, meanwhile, decided that the best way to organize society was to turn everyone into a living weapon. Spartan boys were taken from their mothers at age 7 and subjected to a training regimen that included regular beatings, intentional underfeeding, and encouraging theft as long as you didn't get caught. The result? Soldiers so fearsome that while other Greeks showed up to battle with elaborate armor and anxious expressions, Spartans allegedly fought nearly naked because clothes were for losers who were afraid of arrows. Despite having completely incompatible values, these city-states could occasionally cooperate when faced with an existential threat, and that threat came in the form of the massive Persian Empire, which looked at the squabbling Greek cities the way a hungry person eyes a plate of appetizers. The Persian Wars began when Greek cities in Ionia, modern Turkey, rebelled against Persian rule, and Athens made the questionable decision to help them. This was like poking a sleeping bear with a stick, and then acting surprised when it wakes up angry. The Persian king Darius was not amused and launched an invasion of mainland Greece that resulted in the famous Battle of Marathon in 490 BCE. Against all odds, the Athenians won at Marathon, sending a runner the entire 26.2 miles back to Athens with news of victory. The runner delivered his message, promptly died from exhaustion, and inadvertently created a form of exercise that people now voluntarily subject themselves to while wearing expensive shoes and collecting participation medals. Darius's son Xerxes wasn't ready to let it go, though. He returned a decade later with an even larger force, leading to the legendary last stand of 300 Spartans at Thermopylae, along with about 7,000 other Greeks that the movie conveniently forgot, and eventually the decisive Greek naval victory at Salamis. Against overwhelming odds, the Greeks had preserved their independence and saved their experiment in self-governance from being absorbed into the Persian imperial system. They celebrated in the most Greek way possible by immediately resuming their internal squabbles. These Persian war victories marked a turning point, ushering in what historians call the classical period, the golden age when ancient Greece peaked harder than a philosophy major at a toga party. For about 150 years, from roughly 480 to 323 BCE, Greek culture, art, literature, philosophy and power reached their zenith, producing works so influential that we're still assigning them to reluctant college students today. Athens, flush with victory and allied tribute money, entered its most glorious phase under the leadership of Pericles. Unlike modern politicians who spend taxes on boring things like infrastructure and public services, Pericles decided the best use of public funds was to build the most magnificent buildings imaginable on the Acropolis. The crown jewel was the Parthenon, a temple to Athena that remains impressive even in its ruined state. Built without power tools, computers, or even proper mathematics as we know it, the Parthenon incorporated subtle curves and optical illusions to make it appear perfect to the human eye. Ancient Greek architects were basically showing off, look what we can do with just marble, manpower, and obsessive attention to detail. The Athenian cultural scene was equally impressive. Tragedies by Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides explored human suffering with such psychological insight that Broadway is still remaking their plots with modern settings. Comedies by Aristophanes ridiculed politicians, intellectuals, and social trends with humor so raunchy it would make modern censors reach for their smelling salts. In an annual theater festival honoring Dionysus appropriately, the god of wine and ecstasy, playwrights competed for glory while audiences enjoyed a state-subsidized cultural experience. It was like Broadway, stand-up comedy, religious ceremony, and political commentary all rolled into one event. Athens also became home to history's first influencers, the sophists who taught public speaking and rhetoric to ambitious young men for exorbitant fees, promising to help them win arguments regardless of whether they were right or wrong. Think of them as the original life coaches, except instead of selling wellness routines on Instagram, they sold the ability to talk your way out of trouble in law courts. Socrates found these sophists appalling and developed his own approach to wisdom, systematically questioning people until they admitted they had no idea what they were talking about. Surprisingly, this method did not make him popular with the Athenian establishment. After years of annoying important people by exposing their ignorance, Socrates was put on trial for corrupting the youth and impiety, found guilty and sentenced to death by drinking hemlock. His student Plato thought this was a terrible miscarriage of justice and wrote extensive dialogues featuring Socrates demolishing various intellectual opponents through the power of logic and insufferable questioning. Plato went on to found the Academy, history's first institution of higher learning, where students could pay good money to sit around discussing abstract concepts like justice, truth, and beauty, instead of learning practical skills. Some things in education never change. Plato's student Aristotle eventually established his own rival school called the Lyceum, where he attempted to categorize and explain literally everything in the universe, from politics and ethics to animals and physics. Aristotle was wrong about a lot of his scientific conclusions, but his systematic approach was so impressive that people believed him anyway for the next 2,000 years. Beyond philosophy, Greeks excelled in mathematics and science. Pythagoras discovered the mathematical relationship in musical tones, and the theorem about triangles that still torments geometry students. Euclid systematized geometry into a logical progression of proofs. Archimedes supposedly ran naked through the streets shouting, "Eureka," after solving a problem in his bath, establishing the tradition of eccentric scientific behavior. Hippocrates established medicine as a discipline based on observation rather than superstition, though his famous oath has been modified significantly since doctors no longer swear by Apollo the healer and all the gods and goddesses. Greek art evolved from stiff, Egyptian-influenced Kouros figures to stunningly realistic sculptures capturing the human form in motion. Unlike other ancient cultures that portrayed idealized rulers or gods, Greek artists became obsessed with physical perfection and precise anatomical detail. They developed the contrapposto stance, that relaxed posture with weight shifted to one leg, that made statues look like they might start walking at any moment. Greek painters created illusions of depth and perspective that wouldn't be matched until the Renaissance, though unfortunately almost all Greek painting has been lost, leaving us with only Roman copies and pottery to judge their techniques. And we can't talk about classical Greece without mentioning the Olympics. Starting in 776 BCE and continuing every 4 years, athletes from across the Greek world gathered at Olympia to compete in events ranging from running and wrestling to the pentathlon and chariot racing. Unlike today's Olympics with its emphasis on international goodwill and strict anti-doping policies, the ancient games were all about glory, olive-wreath crowns, and occasionally bribing your opponents to throw a match. Athletes competed nude, creating awkward moments in the wrestling events, and winners received no prize money but became celebrities in their home cities, often receiving free meals for life. The Olympics was so important that city-states would actually pause ongoing wars to allow safe passage for athletes and spectators, the original sports fanatics. While Athens was leading the intellectual and artistic world, Sparta maintained its unique social system, focused entirely on military excellence. Their society was so rigidly organized that it actually worked for a while. Spartan warriors were the elite fighting force of Greece, and at the Battle of Plataea, they led the Greeks to a decisive victory over the Persians. But Sparta's obsessive focus on military readiness came at a steep cost. Their economy relied entirely on enslaved helots, conquered locals who outnumbered Spartans significantly and required constant intimidation to keep in line. While Athenians were producing great art, literature, and philosophy, Spartans were producing more Spartan. It's telling that despite Sparta's cultural impact on our imagination, they left almost no art, literature, or buildings. Their greatest cultural export was essentially their reputation. The rivalry between Athens and Sparta eventually erupted into the devastating Peloponnesian War, 431-404 BCE, a 3-decade slugfest that drew in allies on both sides. It was effectively the Greek world's own world war, pitting democratic Athens and its naval empire against oligarchic Sparta and its land-based allies. Athens had the money, the navy, and the walls connecting it to its port, and Sparta had the superior land army and a willingness to stand outside Athens indefinitely, destroying crops and generally making a nuisance of themselves. The war dragged on for 27 years, with advantages shifting back and forth. Athens initially followed a defensive strategy designed by Pericles, but after his death from plague, which killed nearly a third of Athenians, they embarked on increasingly risky military ventures. The disastrous Sicilian expedition, where Athens lost 200 ships and thousands of men trying to conquer Syracuse, marked the beginning of the end for Athenian power. Sparta, with Persian financial support, oh the irony, eventually built a navy, defeated the Athenian fleet, and starved Athens into submission in 404 BCE. The Peloponnesian War left Greece exhausted and divided, but the classical cultural achievements continued. 4th century Athens remained an intellectual center even as its political power declined. Plato's Academy and Aristotle's Lyceum attracted students from throughout the Mediterranean. New forms of comedy, oratory, and philosophy flourished. The Greek world was changing, but its cultural vitality remained impressive. As the once dominant city-states weakened themselves through constant warfare, a new power emerged on the northern periphery of the Greek world. Macedonia, long considered a backwater of semi-barbaric Greek speakers, transformed under King Philip II into a formidable military machine with a clear agenda, unifying the squabbling Greek cities under Macedonian leadership. Philip reformed the Macedonian army, creating the nearly unstoppable phalanx formation of soldiers, wielding 18-foot pikes called sarissas. While technically Greek, Macedonians had a monarchy rather than city-state governments, drank their wine unmixed with water, scandalous, and were viewed by southern Greeks somewhat like sophisticated urbanites today might view distant rural cousins who show up at family reunions with questionable fashion choices and overly enthusiastic hugs. Despite Greek prejudice against their northern neighbors, Philip methodically expanded Macedonian influence, using a combination of military threat, diplomatic marriages, and good old-fashioned bribery. The Athenian orator Demosthenes delivered passionate speeches called the Philippics, warning about the Macedonian threat, but most Greek cities were too exhausted from their own conflicts to mount effective resistance. In 338 BCE, Philip defeated a combined Greek force at the Battle of Chaeronea, effectively ending the independence of the Greek city-states. Philip was assassinated before he could lead a planned invasion of Persia, leaving that task to his 20-year-old son, Alexander. Far from being a spoiled rich kid inheriting daddy's business, Alexander had been educated by none other than Aristotle and had already led the decisive cavalry charge at Chaeronea. The young king quickly consolidated control, brutally suppressing revolts, and then launched the greatest military adventure of the ancient world, the conquest of the Persian Empire. Alexander's campaign was so successful it seems almost implausible. In just 11 years, he led his Greek and Macedonian army from Greece to Egypt, Mesopotamia, Persia, and as far as the Indus River in modern Pakistan. He never lost a battle, founded numerous cities named after himself, the original personal branding expert, and created the largest empire the Western world had seen up to that point. His strategies are still studied in military academies, and his image appears on everything from ancient coins to modern Greek currency, proof that a good publicity campaign can last millennia. Unlike many conquerors, Alexander wasn't just interested in loot and territory. He had a vision of cultural fusion between Greece and the East, adopting Persian court customs, encouraging his officers to marry Persian noblewomen, and incorporating Persians and other non-Greeks into his administration. This policy, called the fusion of peoples, scandalized many traditional Macedonians and Greeks, but laid the groundwork for the cosmopolitan civilization that would develop after his death. Alexander died in Babylon in 323 BCE, at age 32, either from disease, poisoning, or the consequences of his increasingly legendary drinking habits. Unlike most world-changing figures, he didn't live long enough to see his own legacy unfold. He left behind no clear succession plan, supposedly saying on his deathbed that his empire should go to the strongest, essentially guaranteeing civil war among his ambitious generals. Alexander's death marks the transition from the classical to the Hellenistic period of Greek history. His empire fragmented into multiple kingdoms ruled by his generals and their descendants, but Greek culture, language, and institutions spread throughout the eastern Mediterranean and as far as Central Asia. Greek became the international language of government, commerce, and education from Egypt to Afghanistan. Local traditions blended with Greek elements, creating new artistic styles, religious syncretism, and intellectual exchanges. The Hellenistic period saw Greek civilization reach its widest geographical extent even as its political unity dissolved. Alexandria in Egypt became the greatest Greek city, home to the famous library and lighthouse. Greek scientists made remarkable advances in astronomy, geography, and mechanical engineering. Euclid systematized geometry. Eratosthenes calculated the Earth's circumference with surprising accuracy, and Archimedes developed revolutionary principles in physics and engineering. This vibrant multicultural Greek world would eventually be absorbed by an emerging power from the West, Rome. But even as Rome conquered the Hellenistic kingdoms militarily, educated Romans acknowledged Greece as their cultural and intellectual superior. As the Roman poet Horace put it, captive Greece captured her savage conqueror. Greek art, literature, philosophy, and science became fundamental parts of Roman civilization, and through Rome, of the Western tradition as a whole. So ended the independent political journey of ancient Greece, not with a dramatic last stand, but with a gradual cultural victory that ensured their ideas would shape the world long after their cities lost political independence. From city-states squabbling over local territory, they had created ideas and institutions that would span continents and millennia. Not bad for a civilization that began with shepherds telling stories about gods behaving badly on Mount Olympus. So we've seen how Rome grew from a collection of shepherds' huts to history's greatest Mediterranean power package. Now let's talk about what the Romans actually contributed to civilization besides roads, public baths, and that weird obsession with building things out of concrete. First and foremost, the Romans gave us law. Not just any law, but a comprehensive legal system so effective that much of it still forms the backbone of modern legal codes worldwide. Roman law evolved from the rather basic 12 tables in the early Republic. Essentially, don't steal or we'll cut off your hand level of sophistication, to the intricate Justinian Code of the 6th century CE, which filled multiple volumes with detailed regulations on everything from property rights to family relations. What made Roman law special wasn't just its comprehensiveness but its flexibility. Romans distinguished between different types of law: ius civil law for citizens, ius gentium law of peoples applicable to non-citizens, and ius natural law based on universal principles. This allowed them to maintain core legal principles while adapting to diverse provincial situations across their vast empire. Roman jurists, the legal experts who interpreted and applied law, approached cases with remarkable sophistication, considering intent, circumstance, and precedent rather than rigidly applying rules. Key Roman legal concepts still fundamental today include the presumption of innocence, e incumbit probatio qui deceit, non qui negate. Proof lies with the one who asserts, not the one who denies. The principle that one is innocent until proven guilty, and the idea that laws should be publicly accessible rather than secret knowledge of elites. They developed contract law, property rights, and inheritance procedures that became models for later European systems. When you sign a contract, buy property, or contest a will today, you're participating in legal rituals with direct Roman ancestry. In engineering and architecture, Romans transformed theoretical knowledge into practical applications on an unprecedented scale. While they didn't invent the arch, the Etruscans get credit there. They perfected it and used it everywhere, in bridges, aqueducts, buildings, and triumphal monuments. The arch allowed them to span greater distances and support heavier loads than the post and lintel system used by Greeks. Combine multiple arches and you get a vault. Make a vault circular and you get a dome. The Pantheon's 142-foot unreinforced concrete dome remained the world's largest for over 1,300 years and still stands intact today, surviving earthquakes, fires, and centuries of neglect. Roman aqueducts delivered millions of gallons of fresh water daily to cities throughout the empire, supporting populations and public health standards that wouldn't be matched again until the 19th century. The city of Rome alone had 11 major aqueducts by the imperial period, some bringing water from over 50 miles away and delivering it through careful gradient calculations that required drops of just a few inches per mile. Engineers built these massive projects using nothing more sophisticated than water-filled troughs to establish levels and the eyeball test for alignment. No computers, no lasers, just meticulous Romans being obsessively precise. The famous Roman roads, over 250,000 miles of them at the empire's peak, weren't just flat paths but sophisticated engineering projects with multiple layers for drainage and durability. The deepest layer consisted of rubble and stones for stability, followed by gravel, sand, and finally large, tightly fitted paving stones on top. Roads were crowned in the middle to allow water runoff and featured drainage ditches on both sides. Some Roman roads have survived in usable condition for 2,000 years, which puts modern pothole-filled highways to shame. Next time you hit a pothole, remember the Romans could build better roads with hand tools than we can with modern machinery. Roman sanitation systems were equally impressive. Public latrines featured running water beneath stone seats arranged in rows, ancient flush toilets that made communal bathroom breaks into social occasions. Extensive sewer systems carried waste away from population centers, improving public health even if Romans didn't understand the germ theory behind why this worked. The Cloaca Maxima, Rome's main sewer, was so large a person could sail a boat through it, and portions still function today as part of modern Rome's drainage system. That's right, Romans built sewers so well that parts are still working after 2 millennia of continuous use. In urban planning, Romans created a template for city design that spread throughout Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. The typical Roman city featured a grid layout with a forum public square at the center, surrounded by government buildings, temples, and markets. Standard amenities included theaters, amphitheaters, public baths, and fountains accessible to all citizens. This wasn't just aesthetically pleasing but highly functional, allowing efficient movement of people and goods while providing necessary services. The Roman emphasis on public space for civic engagement influenced urban design for centuries to come. The concept of public health itself was a Roman innovation. While they lacked modern medical knowledge, Romans understood the connection between cleanliness and health at a practical level. Public baths weren't just for socializing but for hygiene, with separate pools of hot, warm, and cold water, plus exercise areas and massage services. Imagine a combination YMCA, spa, and social club available to citizens of all classes for minimal fees. The baths were so integral to Roman life that when barbarian invasions disrupted aqueducts in later centuries, the loss of bathing facilities symbolized the decline of civilization itself. Roman medicine, while primitive by modern standards, established important practices that would influence later development. Military medicine was particularly advanced, with dedicated field hospitals, specialized surgical instruments, and physicians trained in treating battlefield wounds. Roman doctors performed successful cataract surgeries, amputations, and even basic dental work using tools remarkably similar to those used centuries later. The physician Galen's works on anatomy and treatment, though containing many errors, formed the basis of Western medical education until the Renaissance. In military organization, Romans created the most effective fighting force of the ancient world through standardization, discipline, and tactical flexibility. The legion, typically 5,000 men divided into cohorts, centuries, and smaller units, operated with a clear chain of command, standardized equipment, and extensive training. Romans excelled at military engineering, constructing temporary camps each night when on campaign, complete with ditches, ramparts, and defensive positions. Their siege techniques, from massive battering rams to earth ramps to sophisticated catapults, could reduce even the strongest fortifications given enough time. Perhaps most impressively, the Roman military functioned as a social institution as well as a fighting force. The service offered social mobility to poor citizens and eventually to provincial recruits. Veterans received land grants, citizenship rights, and social status, integrating them into Roman society and spreading Roman culture throughout the empire. When they settled in provincial towns after service, these veterans brought Roman customs, language, and loyalty with them, effectively Romanizing the empire from the ground up. In commerce and finance, Romans created sophisticated systems for trade, banking, and investment. They standardized weights, measures, and coinage throughout the Mediterranean, enabling reliable transactions across vast distances. Banking families accepted deposits, made loans, and provided letters of credit that functioned like modern checks, allowing merchants to travel without carrying large amounts of cash. Investment partnerships shared risk in commercial ventures, particularly shipping, which was profitable but hazardous given ancient navigation technology. Insurance contracts protected against losses, while futures contracts allowed speculation on upcoming harvests or commodity prices. Roman agriculture transformed the landscape through large-scale farming techniques, crop rotation, and specialized production. The latifundia, vast agricultural estates often worked by slaves, produced grain, olive oil, and wine in quantities that supported urban populations throughout the empire. Romans improved irrigation methods, developed better plows, and wrote agricultural manuals detailing best practices for everything from vineyard management to beekeeping. Many European agricultural regions still follow patterns established during Roman times, with the same areas specializing in the same crops 2 millennia later. In language and literature, Latin evolved from a local Italian dialect to an international language of government, law, and eventually religion that would dominate Western intellectual life for over 1,000 years. Classical Latin literature, the works of Cicero, Virgil, Horace, Ovid, and others, established models of eloquence and style that would be imitated by scholars throughout the Middle Ages and Renaissance. When you use words like exit, agenda, alibi, or etc., you're directly quoting Latin phrases that became so useful they never left our vocabulary. The Roman education system, adopted from Greek models but adapted for practical Roman needs, established a curriculum of grammar, rhetoric, and logic that would form the basis of Western education until modern times. Young men and occasionally women of the elite studied great literary works, practiced public speaking, and learned the art of persuasion, skills considered essential for participation in civic life. While limited to a privileged minority, this educational model established the concept of a standard body of knowledge that educated people were expected to master. Even in art and architecture, where Romans are often dismissed as mere imitators of the Greeks, they made significant innovations. Roman portraiture captured individual likenesses with remarkable realism, moving beyond Greek idealization to show wrinkles, warts, and character. Roman historical reliefs on monuments like Trajan's Column told visual narratives that function almost like ancient comic strips, recording military campaigns and daily life with documentary precision. And while Romans adopted Greek column styles, they combined them with arches and concrete to create architectural forms, like the basilica that would become templates for later churches and public buildings throughout Europe. Perhaps Rome's greatest contribution, however, was the concept of Romanitas, Romanness, a cultural identity that transcended ethnicity and geography. Unlike earlier empires that remained foreign impositions on conquered peoples, the Roman Empire gradually transformed into a multicultural civilization where individuals could become Roman through language, customs, and civic participation, regardless of origin. By the later empire, senators came from Spain, North Africa, and Syria, while emperors originated from the Balkans or even Arabia. This inclusive imperial identity, while never eliminating ethnic distinctions or inequalities, created a cosmopolitan Mediterranean civilization where diverse peoples shared common values and institutions. But despite these remarkable achievements and contributions, the Roman Empire couldn't last forever. Its decline and fall came through a complex combination of internal weaknesses and external pressures that gradually transformed the Mediterranean world from imperial unity to medieval fragmentation. The first cracks appeared even during the peak Pax Romana period. The reign of Marcus Aurelius 161–180 CE faced constant warfare on the northern frontiers against Germanic tribes and devastating outbreaks of what was likely smallpox, called the Antonine Plague, which killed millions throughout the empire. The philosopher emperor's son and successor Commodus proved incompetent and megalomaniacal, preferring to fight as a gladiator in staged contests rather than address imperial problems. His assassination in 192 CE triggered the first major succession crisis since the year of 4 emperors a century earlier. The subsequent Severan dynasty stabilized the empire temporarily, but at a critical cost. They significantly increased military salaries to secure army loyalty, setting a precedent that strained imperial finances. Emperor Caracalla granted citizenship to all free men throughout the empire in 212 CE, a momentous development in making provincial subjects into Romans, but one motivated primarily by expanding the tax base to pay those military expenses. The real crisis came with the 3rd century anarchy from 235–284 CE, when the empire nearly collapsed under simultaneous pressures. During this chaotic half-century, at least 26 men claimed the title of emperor, most ruling briefly before being murdered by troops or rivals. The military effectively became the only path to power, with soldier emperors rising and falling with alarming frequency. Without stable leadership, frontiers weakened, economic problems multiplied, and civic institutions decayed. External threats intensified during this period. A revitalized Persian Empire under the Sassanid dynasty replaced the Parthians, creating a more aggressive eastern rival that captured the Emperor Valerian in battle, an unprecedented humiliation. Germanic confederations like the Alemanni, Franks and Goths increased pressure on Rhine and Danube frontiers, occasionally breaking through to raid deep into Roman territory. The empire seemed to be crumbling from all directions simultaneously. Economic problems compounded the political and military crises. Desperate emperors debased the currency to pay troops, leading to severe inflation. Trade networks fractured as security declined, reducing tax revenue and commercial activity. Plagues reduced the population, creating labor shortages in agriculture and crafts. Wealthy elites retreated to self-sufficient rural estates, diminishing urban economies that had been centers of Roman cultural and economic life. The empire nearly fractured completely, with breakaway regimes in Gaul and Palmyra, Syria functioning as separate states during the 260s. Only through the military efforts of emperors like Aurelian, known as Restorer of the World, was imperial unity temporarily restored. But the Roman world that emerged from the 3rd century crisis was fundamentally transformed, more militarized, more regimented, and more autocratic than before. Emperor Diocletian, 284–305 CE, implemented sweeping reforms to stabilize the wounded empire. He doubled the number of provinces while creating a more hierarchical administrative structure. He established the Tetrarchy, rule of 4, with 2 senior and 2 junior emperors governing different regions, attempting to solve the succession problem that had plagued Rome. He imposed price controls to combat inflation, reformed taxation, and required sons to follow their fathers' professions to ensure economic stability. Most significantly, he transformed the emperor from princeps first citizen to dominus lord and god, surrounding the imperial office with elaborate court ceremonial borrowed from Eastern monarchies. These emergency measures worked temporarily but accelerated centralization and regimentation that changed Rome's character. The distinction between citizen and subject became meaningless, as all inhabitants became subject to increasingly bureaucratic state control. Free peasants found themselves increasingly bound to the land in arrangements that prefigured medieval serfdom. Diocletian's reforms didn't cure Rome's problems but managed them enough to prevent immediate collapse. Constantine the Great, 306–337 CE, continued transformation by establishing a new capital at Constantinople, modern Istanbul, strategically positioned between European and Asian provinces where it could better respond to frontier threats. Most famously, Constantine legalized Christianity after centuries of intermittent persecution, eventually making it his personal faith. This momentous religious shift accelerated after his reign, with Emperor Theodosius I, 379–395 CE, making Christianity the empire's official religion and suppressing traditional Roman religious practices. The empire formally split into western and eastern halves after Theodosius, reflecting administrative realities that had existed informally for decades. While both claimed to be the Roman Empire, their paths diverged significantly. The Eastern Empire, later known as Byzantine, retained greater wealth, population, and urban infrastructure. The Western Empire faced more immediate barbarian threats with fewer resources to respond effectively. The traditional fall of Rome date of 476 CE marks when Germanic military commander Odoacer deposed the last Western emperor, Romulus Augustulus, and declared himself king of Italy, rather than elevating another puppet emperor. This relatively anticlimactic event formalized a reality that had existed for decades. Real power in the West had long been held by Germanic generals commanding increasingly Germanic armies, with emperors serving as figureheads. But the fall wasn't a sudden collapse so much as a gradual transformation. Germanic tribes like the Visigoths, Ostrogoths, Vandals, and Franks established kingdoms within former Roman territories, but generally maintained Roman administrative structures, used Roman law, and sought legitimacy through connections to Roman traditions. These kingdoms weren't destroying Roman civilization, so much as adapting it to new political realities, while competing for status and territory among themselves. The Eastern Roman Empire, meanwhile, continued for nearly 1,000 years after the Western collapse, preserving Roman law, administration, and cultural traditions in modified form. The Emperor Justinian, 527–565 CE, temporarily reconquered Italy, North Africa, and parts of Spain, and commissioned a definitive codification of Roman law. While gradually becoming more Greek in language and culture, the Byzantines considered themselves Romans until their final defeat by Ottoman Turks in 1453 CE. The Roman Catholic Church emerged as another preserver of Roman traditions, adopting the empire's administrative divisions for its dioceses and the Latin language for its liturgy and documents. The Pope in Rome gradually assumed a leadership role comparable to the missing Western emperor, creating a parallel authority structure that would shape medieval European development. Monasteries preserved ancient Roman texts through dedicated copying, while church schools maintained elements of classical education. Even the barbarian kingdoms that replaced direct Roman rule were more continuations than replacements of Roman civilization. The Frankish realm under Charlemagne explicitly attempted to revive the Western Roman Empire, culminating in his coronation as Emperor of the Romans by the Pope in 800 CE. The very concept of what we now call the Holy Roman Empire represented ongoing efforts to recapture lost Roman unity and authority, however imperfectly realized. So what caused this lengthy, complex imperial transformation that we simplistically call the fall of Rome? Historians have proposed dozens of explanations, from lead poisoning to Christianity to moral decay to climate change. The reality involves multiple interconnected factors that undermined Roman resilience over time. Military overextension stretched defensive capabilities too thin across enormous frontiers, requiring ever larger armies and expenditures. The empire stopped expanding significantly after Trajan, meaning no new conquests brought in treasure and slaves while maintenance costs for existing territories continued. Germanic and Persian threats intensified simultaneously, forcing costly two-front defense. Economic problems compounded over generations, with currency debasement leading to inflation, tax burdens falling increasingly on the shrinking middle class, and agricultural productivity suffering from soil exhaustion and possibly climate shifts. The plague reduced the taxpayer and labor base while military needs increased, creating an impossible fiscal equation. Political instability, particularly during the 3rd century crisis, meant long-term problems went unaddressed while short-term emperors focused on immediate survival. The lack of clear succession mechanisms made each transition a potential civil war. Military priorities dominated civilian needs as soldier emperors focused on army loyalty above all else. Social transformation saw urban decline as elites retreated to self-sufficient rural estates. The middle class that had filled municipal leadership roles shrank under tax burdens. Social mobility decreased as Diocletian's reforms required sons to follow fathers' professions. Religious shifts from traditional Roman practices to mystery cults and eventually Christianity reoriented values away from civic participation toward personal salvation. External pressures increased as Germanic tribes faced their own population pressures and Hunnic invasions from the east, forcing them toward Roman frontiers. The Sassanid Persian Empire provided a more formidable eastern rival than the earlier Parthians. Climate changes may have driven population movements that increased frontier pressure beyond sustainable levels. Administrative division between East and West meant the wealthier eastern provinces no longer subsidized Western defense needs. The transfer of the capital to Constantinople redirected resources eastward, while the division of military commands reduced strategic flexibility. Western emperors increasingly relied on Germanic foederati, allied troops who maintained divided loyalties. None of these factors alone would have doomed Rome, but their combination created a perfect storm that the empire couldn't weather indefinitely. The Eastern Empire survived precisely because it faced fewer of these challenges simultaneously and retained greater resources to address those it did face. The legacy of Rome extends far beyond its political collapse. Roman law forms the basis of legal systems throughout continental Europe and their former colonies. Romance languages, Spanish, Portuguese, French, Italian, Romanian, evolved directly from Latin and are spoken by nearly 1 billion people today. Roman architectural principles revived during the Renaissance still shape our public buildings and urban spaces. The Catholic Church preserved and modified Roman administrative structures that influenced European institutional development for centuries. Perhaps most significantly, the very idea of Rome, of a unified civilization bringing law, stability, and common culture to diverse peoples, remained a powerful ideal long after the reality disappeared. From Charlemagne to Napoleon to the European Union, attempts to recreate some version of Roman unity have shaped European history repeatedly. The United States deliberately incorporated Roman republican symbols and structures, from the Senate to the fasces on the Lincoln Memorial to the Latin mottos on our currency. Rome fell as a political entity, but in many ways it never stopped influencing how we organize our societies, build our cities, practice our laws, and even how we imagine what civilization itself should be. The empire that spanned 3 continents and 5 centuries created patterns of thought and governance so fundamental we often don't even recognize their Roman origins. So next time you drive on a straight road, sign a contract, read a calendar, use concrete, attend a stadium event, or participate in a republican form of government, remember you're engaging with the legacy of those ambitious shepherds who built their city on 7 hills beside the Tiber River. They created not just an empire of territory, but an empire of the mind that outlasted their political control by millennia. Not bad for a civilization that started with a questionable story about twin brothers and a wolf. Picture a scene some 6,000 years ago between 2 rivers in what's now the world's least relaxing vacation destination. This is where humanity first said, "Hey, what if we all lived together in one place and made up a bunch of rules?" Welcome to Mesopotamia, the original hometown of civilization where humans first decided that city living was the way to go, despite the inevitable complaints about noise, traffic, and property taxes. Around 4000 BCE, while most of humanity was still nomadically wandering around and arguing about which berries wouldn't kill you, the Sumerians were busy creating the world's first urban centers in southern Mesopotamia. These weren't just any settlements. They were legitimate cities with walls, temples, specialized workers, and probably that one neighbor who practiced the drums at midnight. The secret to their success? Location, location, location. Mesopotamia means the land between rivers in Greek, specifically the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, which created a fertile floodplain perfect for agriculture. Unlike Egypt's convenient once-a-year floods that deposited nice orderly layers of soil, Mesopotamian floods were unpredictable drama queens that could either nourish your fields or completely destroy them, along with your house, livestock, and all your worldly possessions. Nothing like the constant threat of catastrophic flooding to inspire engineering innovation. To tame these temperamental waterways, Mesopotamians became the world's first hydraulic engineers, digging complex irrigation canals and drainage systems that turned the challenging floodplain into a food-producing powerhouse. Suddenly, farmers could grow way more food than they needed, which meant not everybody had to farm anymore. This agricultural surplus was basically the starter pistol for civilization. Now, some people could specialize in being priests, craftsmen, soldiers, or that guy who hangs around the marketplace telling everyone they're doing everything wrong. The earliest Sumerian settlements were small farming villages, but by around 3500 BCE, these had grown into full-fledged cities like Eridu, Ur, and the original wild party town, Uruk. Uruk was the New York City of its day, the biggest, most happening place around, with a population that may have reached 50,000 people. Imagine the smell on a hot summer day before the invention of plumbing, deodorant, or waste management. That's the authentic aroma of early civilization. These cities weren't united under one government but existed as independent city-states, each with its own patron deity, ruling class, and intense rivalry with neighboring cities. Think of them as ancient sports franchises, except instead of competing for championships, they fought over water rights and stole each other's sacred statues. City pride ran deep. Uruk residents probably had the ancient equivalent of Ayur Salalulwayan, Uruk bumper stickers on their donkey carts. Each city centered around a massive step temple called a ziggurat, dedicated to the local patron god or goddess. The ziggurat of Uru, dedicated to the moon god Nana, still partially stands today, a massive ancient skyscraper built without power tools, cranes, or a single OSHA regulation. These temples weren't just religious centers but economic powerhouses that controlled vast agricultural lands, employed hundreds of workers, and kept detailed records of every bushel of barley that came through their doors. Ancient religious institutions were basically Fortune 500 companies with better architecture and more incense. Speaking of records, the Sumerians invented writing around 3200 BCE, initially not for poetry or philosophy, but for the most exciting thing imaginable, accounting. That's right, the first written documents were essentially receipts and inventory lists. Duggar delivered 7 sheep on Tuesday might not seem like compelling literature, but it was revolutionary. This early writing, called cuneiform, involved pressing a reed stylus into soft clay tablets that were then dried or baked. The resulting wedge-shaped marks could record anything from business transactions to epic poems to royal propaganda. Learning cuneiform was so complicated that it required years of specialized education in schools, called tablet houses, where students endured the world's first standardized tests, and teachers' pets probably still got made fun of at recess. Only a small elite of scribes mastered this writing system, giving them considerable power and status. The original "My Kid is an honor student" bumper stickers would have been highly exclusive in Sumerian society. As their cities grew and competed for resources, Sumerians developed increasingly complex social hierarchies. At the top sat the Lugal, literally big man, a king who combined religious authority with military leadership. Below him were priests, nobles, merchants, artisans, farmers, and slaves. Social mobility wasn't exactly a celebrated concept. Your father was a copper worker. Guess what you're going to be doing for the rest of your life? Women in early Mesopotamian society could own property, run businesses, and even serve as priestesses, though their rights gradually diminished over time. The original girl bosses of Mesopotamia included high priestesses like Enheduanna, the world's first known author, who wrote hymns and poems that still exist today. Imagine having your work survive for over 4,000 years. Most modern writers would settle for their tweets being remembered for more than 24 hours. As these city-states squabbled over land, water, and who had the bigger ziggurat, a new model of governance was brewing. Enter Sargon the Great, a man who looked at the patchwork of competing city-states and thought, what if all of this was just mine instead? Around 2334 BCE, Sargon established the world's first documented empire by conquering the Sumerian city-states and uniting them under his rule. Based in his capital city of Akkad, which archaeologists still haven't located, talk about social distancing, Sargon controlled territory from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean Sea. The Akkadian Empire was basically the original, started from the bottom, now we're here success story. Legend has it that Sargon began as a humble gardener or cupbearer before seizing power. Whether that's true or ancient PR spin to make him seem more relatable is anybody's guess. Sargon's empire introduced revolutionary concepts like having a standing army and making everyone speak the same language for administrative purposes. Akkadian became the region's lingua franca. The bureaucracy expanded faster than a modern tech company, and trade networks stretched across the known world. For the first time, a single ruler controlled a vast multi-ethnic territory, the original one ring to rule them all situation, minus the magical jewelry and evil volcano. The Akkadian Empire lasted about a century before collapsing under the combined pressure of internal revolts, attacks from mountain peoples called Gutians, and possibly climate change, proving that even the ancient world couldn't escape environmental problems. After a chaotic period, the city of reasserted control under its third dynasty, particularly King Namu, who produced the world's first known law code. This was a significant upgrade from the previous legal system of whatever the king feels like today is the law. Namu's code established fixed penalties for specific crimes, though the punishment still ranged from harsh to absolutely brutal. The principle of an eye for an eye originated here, which was actually an improvement since it limited revenge to being proportional to the original offense. Before this, if someone poked your eye out, you might kill their entire family in retaliation. Legal reform is all relative. After Ur's dynasty collapsed around 2000 BCE, Mesopotamia entered another fragmented period until a new power center emerged in Babylon under King Hammurabi. Now we're talking about peak Mesopotamian civilization, the era when all those early innovations matured into a sophisticated urban society that would influence the entire Middle East for centuries to come. Hammurabi ruled from approximately 1792 to 1750 BCE, transforming Babylon from a minor city-state into the region's dominant power through a combination of military conquest, shrewd diplomacy, and impressive infrastructure projects. He was essentially the ancient equivalent of that overachiever in your high school who was simultaneously class president, captain of 3 sports teams, and still found time to volunteer at the animal shelter on weekends. Babylon became the New York, Paris, and Tokyo of its day, all rolled into one. Its population may have reached 200,000 people, absolutely massive for the ancient world. The city featured wide processional streets, massive defensive walls, luxurious palaces, and the famous Ishtar Gate decorated with glazed blue bricks and relief images of lions, bulls, and dragons. The original Instagram backdrop, Babylon's architecture, was designed to impress visitors and remind subjects who was boss. At the city's heart stood a massive ziggurat dedicated to Marduk, Babylon's patron deity, who had conveniently risen to become king of the gods just as Babylon rose to political dominance. Religious texts were edited to give Marduk starring roles in ancient myths, the theological equivalent of rewriting movie scripts to give your friend the best lines. The ziggurat of Babylon was so impressive that it later inspired the biblical story of the Tower of Babel, proving that architectural showing off can have unintended consequences. Hammurabi is best known today for his law code, carved on a 7-foot-tall stone stele that's now in the Louvre Museum. The code covered everything from false accusations and property disputes to marriage regulations and professional standards for builders and doctors. If a house collapsed and killed its owner, the builder would be put to death. If a doctor botched a surgery, his hands might be cut off. Talk about incentives for quality work. Ancient Mesopotamia had no time for 1-star Yelp reviews when they could just execute underperforming professionals. The top of the stele shows Hammurabi receiving the laws directly from Shamash, the sun god and divine judge, essentially claiming, "God told me to write these laws, the original, because I said so," but with divine backing. Despite its harsh punishments, the code represented a significant advancement in legal thinking, establishing the principle that laws should be public, specific, and consistently applied. Under Babylonian rule, Mesopotamian culture reached its sophisticated peak. Literature flourished, including the Epic of Gilgamesh, humanity's oldest known work of literary fiction. This epic poem follows the adventures of Gilgamesh, A king whose 2/3 god and 1/3 man, the ancient world was fuzzy on fractions, as he befriends a wild man named Enkidu, fights monsters, rejects a goddess's advances, and searches for immortality after his friend's death. It's part buddy comedy, part action-adventure, part existential crisis, proving that even 4,000 years ago, humans worried about friendship, death, and finding meaning in life. Mesopotamian mathematics advanced significantly during this period. Babylonians used a base 60 number system, which is why we still have 60 seconds in a minute and 360 degrees in a circle. They could calculate square roots, solve quadratic equations, and even understood a rudimentary version of the Pythagorean theorem 1,000 years before Pythagoras was born. Their astronomical observations were so precise that they could predict eclipses and planetary movements, though they interpreted these as divine omens rather than natural phenomena. Mars is in retrograde, so don't sign any contracts isn't just modern astrology nonsense, it's ancient Mesopotamian nonsense too. Medicine combined practical treatments with magical rituals. Doctors diagnosed illnesses, prescribed medications made from plants and minerals, and performed surgeries, but they also exorcised demons and consulted omen texts. Your medical chart might include both your fever symptoms and which angry god was probably causing them. The famous Diagnosis Handbook listed hundreds of symptoms and their prognoses, often concluding with either "he will live" or the less encouraging "he will die." Ancient WebMD was just as terrifying as the modern version. Babylonian society was highly stratified but with some flexibility. A successful merchant could rise in status, while a noble who fell into debt might sink. Women had legal rights to own property, engage in business, and seek divorce, though they were still subject to male authority in many areas. Female tavern keepers were particularly common and powerful, proving that controlling the beer supply has always been a position of influence. Speaking of beer, Mesopotamians were serious about their brews. Workers received beer rations as part of their wages, and refusing to drink beer was seen as uncivilized. The Epic of Gilgamesh even describes how the wild man Enkidu became civilized by drinking 7 jugs of beer. The original work hard, play hard culture, Mesopotamians documented dozens of beer varieties and believed that drinking through straws would prevent the floating debris from entering your mouth. Ancient beer was thicker, less alcoholic, and more nutritious than modern versions, essentially liquid bread with a buzz. Babylon's dominance eventually faced challenges. The Hittites from Anatolia sacked Babylon around 1595 BCE, ending the First Babylonian dynasty. After this, the region entered another period of fragmentation and foreign domination until the rise of Assyria in the north. While various powers would control Mesopotamia over the following centuries, including a Neo-Babylonian revival under Nebuchadnezzar II, who built the legendary Hanging Gardens, the innovative foundation established by the Sumerians and perfected by Hammurabi's Babylon, continued to influence all who came after. The legacy of ancient Mesopotamia extends far beyond its borders and time. Their innovations in urban planning, writing, law, mathematics, astronomy, and literature established patterns that would spread throughout the Middle East and eventually into Europe. The concept of a written legal code, the practice of dividing time into units of 60, the ideas of urban planning with specialized districts, and even the basic concept of living in cities all trace back to these innovative people between 2 rivers. So next time you complain about traffic, thank the Sumerians. When you sign a contract, tip your hat to Hammurabi. And when you enjoy a cold beer after work, pour one out for the original party civilization that figured out urban living, bureaucracy, and happy hour thousands of years before the rest of us. Picture this. It's 753 BCE in central Italy, and a group of shepherds and farmers have decided they need a better origin story than we're just some random Italian villagers. So they invent a founder named Romulus who was supposedly raised by a wolf, killed his brother, and then created Rome. Talk about family issues. This questionable beginning would eventually grow into the greatest empire the Western world had ever seen. A civilization so influential that 2,000 years later, we still use their language for pretentious mottos, name our sports arenas, colosseums, and think anyone wearing a toga at a party is hilarious. Rome's actual origin story is less dramatic, but still impressive. Around the 8th century BCE, Several settlements on 7 hills near the Tiber River merged into a single community. The location was strategic genius, far enough inland to avoid pirates but close enough to the sea for trade, with hills for defense and a river for transportation and drinking water that mostly wouldn't kill you. It's like they Googled, best place to start an empire before Google existed. According to Roman tradition, the city was initially ruled by kings, with Romulus as the first and a succession of 6 others following him. These early kings were likely a mix of native Latins and Etruscans, the more sophisticated civilization to the north that heavily influenced early Roman culture. The Etruscans taught Romans essentials like urban planning, sewage systems, and the really important stuff like gladiatorial combat. Basically, they were the cool older kids Rome wanted to imitate. The last king, Tarquinius Superbus, apparently didn't understand that Superbus Proud isn't a great nickname for a ruler. His son's assault on a noblewoman named Lucretia triggered a revolution in 509 BCE, when angry aristocrats overthrew the monarchy and established a republic. This new government featured 2 annually elected officials called consuls, a senate composed of wealthy patricians, and various assemblies where citizens could vote but rarely change anything. The elites had already decided. It was democracy-ish, better than absolute monarchy, but not exactly government by the people. Now a republic, Rome began the slow process of expanding from a city-state into a regional power. The first few centuries involved nearly constant warfare with neighbors like the Volsci, Aequi, and Veii. Romans basically fought their way through central Italy one enemy at a time, occasionally getting their helmets handed to them, but eventually prevailing through sheer stubborn determination. A major crisis came in 390 BCE, when Gallic tribes swept down from the north and actually captured and sacked Rome, an embarrassment Romans would never forget and would use to justify extreme military measures for centuries. Remember that time the Gauls burned the city? We need to increase the military budget. According to legend, the sacred geese of the goddess Juno saved the last Roman stronghold by honking when the Gauls attempted a night attack, proving that even in ancient times, good security systems made a difference. Following this humiliation, Romans rebuilt their city with stronger walls and developed the military organization that would eventually conquer the Mediterranean. The Manipular Legion replaced the Greek-style phalanx, offering greater flexibility on varied terrain. Soldiers were organized into centuries, cohorts, and legions with a clear chain of command. Discipline was brutally enforced. Roman commanders sometimes executed 1 in 10 soldiers for serious failures, giving us the word decimation, which meant something far worse than today's watered-down usage. By 338 BCE, Rome had subdued the Latin League, a confederation of neighboring cities. Rather than simply destroying or enslaving these conquered peoples, Romans pioneered a more sophisticated approach: selective citizenship. Some conquered communities received full Roman citizenship, others partial rights, creating layers of investment in Roman success. This grow the club strategy meant that many conquered peoples eventually saw themselves as Romans, providing an ever-expanding population from which to draw soldiers and tax revenue. It was ancient political genius. Why stay a small exclusive club when you can franchise? The next major challenge came from the south, where wealthy Greek cities had established colonies throughout southern Italy. The most powerful, Tarentum, foolishly picked a fight with Rome and then called in help from Pyrrhus of Epirus, one of the most capable generals of the Hellenistic world. Pyrrhus won several battles against the Romans at such high cost that he reportedly said, "One more such victory and we are lost," giving us the phrase Pyrrhic victory for triumphs not worth their price. Despite facing a genuine military genius, Rome eventually wore Pyrrhus down through superior resources and a refusal to accept defeat. By 275 BCE, the Romans controlled most of the Italian peninsula, demonstrating a knack for turning temporary setbacks into long-term victories. This pattern would repeat throughout Roman history. They didn't need to win every battle because they were determined to win every war, no matter how many soldiers it took. With Italy secured, Rome faced its greatest early challenge: Carthage, the wealthy North African maritime power that controlled western Mediterranean trade routes. The First Punic War, 264–241 BCE, began over a minor dispute in Sicily, but escalated into a massive conflict. Despite having minimal naval experience, the Romans built a fleet from scratch, invented the corvus, a boarding bridge with a spike to turn sea battles into land battles, and suffered catastrophic losses before finally wearing down the Carthaginians. The peace that followed was more like a timeout between rounds. The Second Punic War, 218 Punic War 201 BCE, featured Hannibal Barca, Carthage's military genius, who apparently decided that marching 40,000 men and several dozen elephants across the Alps into Italy was a reasonable winter activity. This outrageous gamble initially paid off as Hannibal crushed Roman armies at Trebia, Lake Trasimene, and most devastatingly at Cannae, where he nearly wiped out the entire Roman military in a single battle. Any normal nation would have surrendered after such disasters, but Romans viewed normal as something that happened to other people. Instead, they raised new armies, avoided direct confrontation with Hannibal, and attacked Carthaginian interests elsewhere. The young general Scipio, later Africanus, struck at Spain and eventually brought the war to Carthage itself, forcing Hannibal to return home for a final battle at Zama in 202 BCE. Rome's victory made it the undisputed Western Mediterranean superpower and relegated Carthage to a subordinate state awaiting its final destruction. With its greatest rival humbled, Rome turned east toward the Hellenistic kingdoms, formed from Alexander's fragmented empire. In a series of wars from 200 to 146 BCE, Roman legions systematically defeated the Macedonian kingdom, the Seleucid Empire, and various Greek coalitions. These campaigns brought immense wealth to Rome, as treasuries were plundered, art stolen, and regions subjected to taxation. The Romans justified these aggressive wars through some creative diplomatic maneuvering. They weren't conquering. You see, they were liberating Greek cities from monarchical oppression. This liberation eventually involved such freedom-promoting activities as destroying the city of Corinth, enslaving its population, and turning Greece into a Roman province. The Mediterranean was learning the hard way that being friends with Rome was like being friends with a hungry tiger. Best not to show any weakness. The final act in securing Mediterranean dominance came in 146 BCE, the same year Greece was provincialized. Despite posing no real military threat, Carthage had committed the sin of economic recovery, making certain Roman politicians nervous. The most vocal was Cato the Elder, who ended every Senate speech regardless of topic, with "Furthermore, I believe Carthage must be destroyed," the ancient equivalent of an online commenter bringing every discussion back to their pet issue. Rome manufactured a pretext for war, and the Third Punic War was less a conflict than an execution. After a brutal siege, Carthage was completely destroyed, its stones scattered, land ploughed with salt, according to later accounts, and surviving population enslaved. The message to the Mediterranean world was unmistakable. Resistance to Rome was futile and potentially fatal to your entire civilization. By 146 BCE, Rome had transformed from a small Italian city-state to master of an enormous empire without an emperor. Provinces stretched from Spain to Greece, from North Africa to southern Gaul, but winning an empire proved easier than governing it, and Rome's republican institutions buckled under the strain. The Senate, designed for a small city-state, proved inadequate for imperial administration. Enormous wealth flowed to the elite while inequality grew, creating social tensions at home. Provincial governorships became opportunities for extortion rather than good governance. Most problematically, successful generals commanded the loyalty of professional soldiers who began to identify more with their commanders than with the abstract concept of the republic. The old citizen soldier who fought seasonal campaigns before returning to his farm was replaced by career legionaries who served for decades and expected their general to provide for them after service. These structural problems exploded in the 1st century BCE with a series of civil conflicts. The reformer generals Marius and Sulla each seized Rome by force to implement their preferred policies. Sulla's dictatorship and proscriptions, legalized murder lists of political opponents, set a dangerous precedent, showing that traditional rules could be broken with sufficient military backing. The final century of the Republic saw the rise of extraordinary individuals who eclipsed the state itself. The first triumvirate of Pompey, Crassus, and Julius Caesar divided power informally, circumventing republican institutions. When this political alliance collapsed, Caesar crossed the Rubicon River with his loyal legions in 49 BCE, precipitating civil war against the Senate and Pompey. Caesar's victory made him dictator perpetuo dictator for life, but a group of senators led by Brutus and Cassius assassinated him in 44 BCE, hoping to restore the Republic. Instead, they unleashed another civil war, this time between Caesar's heir Octavian and his lieutenant Mark Antony. After defeating the assassins together, these two fought each other for supreme power, with Octavian ultimately victorious at the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE. Octavian, later known as Augustus, was shrewd enough to recognize that Romans still cherished their republican traditions, even if those traditions no longer functioned effectively. Rather than declaring himself king or dictator, he created a constitutional fiction of restoring the republic while actually establishing a monarchy in all but name. He took the title Princeps First Citizen and carefully accumulated various republican offices and powers while maintaining traditional institutions as ceremonial facades. This marked the transition from republic to empire and the beginning of the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, a period of relative stability and prosperity that would last approximately 2 centuries. Augustus reigned from 27 BCE to 14 CE, longer than most modern nations have existed, reforming everything from the military to family law to provincial administration. Augustus established a standing professional army with standardized terms of service and retirement benefits, eliminating the dependence of soldiers on individual generals. He created the Praetorian Guard as his personal security force, not realizing they would eventually become kingmakers who could make or break future emperors. He reorganized provinces into imperial and senatorial categories, keeping direct control of any region with significant military forces. Beyond administrative reforms, Augustus understood the importance of public image. He embarked on massive building projects, famously boasting that he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. He revived ancient religious practices, promoted traditional family values, and sponsored arts and literature through patronage of figures like Virgil, Horace, and Livy. The Aeneid, Virgil's epic poem connecting Roman origins to the Trojan War, provided Augustus with a suitably grand mythological foundation for his new regime. The succession of emperors following Augustus proved that the system he created depended heavily on the quality of the individual in charge. The Julio-Claudian dynasty included the capable but paranoid Tiberius, the unhinged Caligula, the scholarly but ineffective Claudius, and the artistic but tyrannical Nero. When Nero's excesses finally led to his overthrow in 68 CE, the empire experienced the Year of 4 Emperors, revealing how succession would remain the Achilles heel of the imperial system. Order was restored by Vespasian, a no-nonsense general who established the Flavian dynasty. He and his son Titus completed the Colosseum, Rome's iconic amphitheater where gladiatorial combat and mock naval battles entertained the urban masses. Practical rather than extravagant, Vespasian reportedly held up a coin when criticized for taxing public urinals, saying money doesn't stink, a pragmatic approach to governance that stabilized the empire after Nero's excesses. The empire reached its greatest territorial extent under the 5 good emperors from 96–180 CE. Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius each chose his successor based on merit rather than family ties, creating a period of unprecedented stability and effective governance. Trajan expanded the empire to its largest size, conquering Dacia, modern Romania, and briefly Mesopotamia. Hadrian consolidated these gains, building defensive structures like Hadrian's Wall in Britain, and spending most of his reign personally inspecting provinces. During this peak period, the Roman Empire encompassed some 5 million square kilometers and 70 million people, between 20 to 30% of the world's population. From Hadrian's Wall in northern Britain to the Euphrates River, from the Rhine and Danube frontiers to the Sahara Desert, diverse peoples lived under common law, used common currency, and traveled roads that all quite literally led to Rome. The Pax Romana didn't mean complete peace. Border conflicts and provincial rebellions occurred regularly, but it did create unprecedented stability across the Mediterranean basin. Pirates were suppressed, bandits controlled, and trade routes secured, allowing for commerce and cultural exchange on a scale not seen before and not seen again until modern times. Cities throughout the empire featured similar amenities regardless of location: forums for business and politics, amphitheaters for entertainment, public baths for hygiene and socialization, aqueducts delivering clean water, and sewers removing waste. A merchant from Syria could travel to Spain and find familiar urban spaces, laws and customs Despite being thousands of miles from home, Roman engineering transformed the landscape with practical works that served ordinary citizens. Aqueducts like the Pont de Gard in southern France carried water across valleys through the miracle of the arch and precise gradient calculations. Roads built with multiple layers for drainage stretched over 250,000 miles, famously straight where possible, but engineered for durability above all. Many are still visible today, and some routes remain in use 2 millennia later, perhaps the most enduring physical legacy of Roman civilization. Roman concrete, made with volcanic ash that actually strengthened in seawater rather than eroding, enabled construction techniques that wouldn't be equaled for 1,000 years after Rome's fall. The Pantheon in Rome, with its perfect hemispherical dome and oculus opening, remains the world's largest unreinforced concrete dome, a testament to Roman engineering precision. Modern engineers are still studying the formula for this remarkable material that has outlasted modern constructions. Law represented Rome's greatest intellectual achievement during this period. Building on their earlier legal traditions, Roman jurists systematized regulations governing everything from property rights to family relations to contracts. The concept of legal precedent, the distinction between different types of law, and procedural protections were all elaborated in this period. Emperor Hadrian commissioned the Perpetual Edict, a codification of legal principles that would form the foundation of much later European law. Unlike the Greeks, Romans were practical rather than theoretical in their approach to knowledge. They excelled at applying and improving ideas rather than originating them. Roman medicine adopted Greek theories but developed practical surgical techniques and military field hospitals. Roman architecture took the Greek column and combined it with the Etruscan arch to create structures of unprecedented scale. Roman literature borrowed Greek forms but applied them to distinctively Roman concerns with order, duty, and practical governance. This pragmatic approach extended to managing a diverse empire. Romans generally allowed conquered peoples to maintain local customs, worship traditional gods, and handle local affairs as long as they recognized Roman authority, paid taxes, and didn't cause trouble. This policy minimized the resources needed for control while gradually spreading Roman culture through example rather than force. The imperial city of Rome itself reached its peak during this period, growing to perhaps 1 million residents. As the largest city in the Western world, it required constant imports of grain from Egypt and North Africa to feed its population. The Emperor Claudius built a massive new harbor at Ostia to handle this vital supply chain. A sophisticated system of food subsidies and distributions kept the urban masses fed, while public entertainment at theaters, races, and gladiatorial games provided distraction from difficult living conditions. Social structure remained highly stratified but offered some mobility. At the top stood senators and equestrians, knights, the administrative and economic elite. Below them, free citizens of varying wealth included merchants, artisans, shopkeepers, and laborers. Freedmen, former slaves, often achieved considerable business success despite social stigma. At the bottom were slaves, who represented perhaps 10 to 15% of the total population, but a much higher percentage in urban areas and on large agricultural estates. A slave could be a chained laborer in a mine, a skilled teacher tutoring elite children, or anything in between, showing the complexity of Roman social classification. Women in Rome had more legal rights than their Greek counterparts but remained subordinate to male authority. They could own property, run businesses, and appear in public, but couldn't vote or hold office. Elite women exercised influence through family connections, while average women worked alongside husbands in family businesses, or performing vital domestic labor. Marriage practices evolved from early arranged unions where brides became almost the property of their husband's family to later forms, allowing women greater independence and divorce by mutual consent. Religion during this peak period was remarkably diverse and tolerant by ancient standards. Traditional Roman worship focused on proper ritual to maintain divine favor rather than personal belief or salvation. State religion honored Jupiter, Juno, Mars, and other Olympian deities, alongside uniquely Roman concepts like the genius divine spirit of the emperor. Mystery cults like those of Isis, Mithras, and Cybele offered more personal religious experiences involving initiation and promises of afterlife benefits. Judaism maintained its ancient monotheistic tradition with special exemptions from certain imperial requirements. Into this religious marketplace appeared Christianity, initially a minor Jewish sect that gradually gained converts throughout urban centers. Romans initially paid little attention to this new faith, considering it just another Eastern cult. Periodic persecutions occurred when Christians refused to participate in imperial cult rituals, but these were usually localized and sporadic rather than systematic empire-wide policies. So at the height of the Pax Romana, the Mediterranean world experienced unprecedented unity, stability, and material development. From Britain to Syria, from the Rhine to the Nile, diverse peoples participated in a common civilization while maintaining local identities. Latin and Greek provided linguistic bridges across ethnic divides. Roman law created predictable rules for commerce and personal status. Imperial administration, however imperfect, prevented the warfare between states that had characterized the pre-Roman Mediterranean. This remarkable achievement, creating political unity across such vast geographical and cultural distances using ancient technology, represents one of history's most impressive political accomplishments. Rome had succeeded where Alexander had only begun, creating not just an empire but a civilization that would leave permanent marks on 3 continents. At the empire's peak under Marcus Aurelius around 170 CE, few could have imagined that serious troubles lay ahead. The borders seemed secure, the succession stable, the economy prosperous, yet Marcus spent much of his reign fighting Germanic tribes along the Danube frontier, an ominous foreshadowing of pressures building beyond the imperial boundaries. Despite being remembered as the philosopher-emperor who wrote the Stoic masterpiece Meditations, Marcus spent more time in military camps than in philosophical contemplation. His death in 180 CE and succession by his biological son Commodus, rather than an adopted capable heir like previous good emperors, traditionally marks the end of the Pax Romana and the beginning of the empire's long, complicated decline. But that's a story for another time, the story of how the mightiest empire in Western history gradually transformed, adapted, and eventually fragmented under pressures both external and internal. For now, let's appreciate Rome at its zenith, a world where a traveller could journey from Scotland to the Sahara using a single currency, protected by common law, travelling on expertly engineered roads, and sleeping in cities with similar amenities regardless of local language or customs. Never before, and not for many centuries after, would such unity exist across the Mediterranean world. Welcome to the ultimate rags-to-riches story of ancient history, the saga of ancient Egypt, where a bunch of desert dwellers somehow managed to build giant triangles that still confuse engineers today. Picture this. It's 3100 BCE, and while the rest of humanity is still figuring out that pointy sticks make better weapons than regular sticks, Egypt is about to drop the hottest civilization mixtape of all time. Enter King Menes, the original unifier, who looked at Upper and Lower Egypt and basically said, "Why have 2 mediocre kingdoms when we could have 1 super kingdom? Classic corporate merger, ancient style." Before Menes came along, Egypt was basically running the world's oldest north-south rivalry. Upper Egypt was the southern part with their white crown, and Lower Egypt was the northern region with their red crown. Like many neighbouring states throughout history, they spent a good chunk of time glaring at each other across borders. Menes, also known as Nama depending on which historian you ask, decided this arrangement was inefficient and proceeded to conquer his way into a solution. He crowned himself with a fancy new combo crown that was both red and white. Innovation at its finest, folks. Legend has it that Menes founded Memphis as his capital city, strategically placed at the junction between the 2 former kingdoms. This wasn't just good politics, it was good real estate development. Location, location. The city became the cultural and administrative heart of the new unified kingdom, though if they had property values back then, they would have skyrocketed overnight. The real MVP in this story? The Nile River. If ancient Egypt was a reality show, the Nile would get all the confessional time. This river was basically the ancient world's Amazon Prime, delivering everything from water to fertile soil on a yearly basis. Talk about reliable shipping. The Egyptians basically won the geographic lottery, getting regular floods that deposited rich soil instead of just destroying everything. While other civilizations were begging for rain, Egyptians were setting their calendars by their friendly neighborhood river. The Nile didn't just provide water in a desert, It created a 750-mile-long oasis of fertile black soil that the Egyptians called Kemet, meaning the Black Land. Beyond this narrow band of fertility stretched the harsh, red desert they called Deshret, or the Red Land. This stark contrast between lush river valley and barren desert shaped Egyptian culture, religion, and worldview. It was like having paradise and hell right next door to each other. Talk about extreme zoning issues. Annual flooding was so predictable that the Egyptians developed one of the world's first reliable calendars based on it. They divided their year into 3 seasons: Akhet, flooding; Pere, planting; and Shemu, harvesting. Imagine organising your entire life around your local weather forecast and having it actually work out. Modern meteorologists could never. This magical combo of leadership and location let the Egyptians create the world's first true centralised state. They developed bureaucracy before it was cool, and yes, there was paperwork, except their paper was made from plants and called papyrus. Even in 3000 BCE, you couldn't escape filling out forms in triplicate. The early dynastic period saw Egypt working out its growing pains. Kings, now calling themselves pharaohs, established traditions that would last for literally thousands of years. They figured out that when you die, you should probably take all your stuff with you, leading to increasingly elaborate tombs. This started as simple mud brick rectangles called mastabas, but would eventually evolve into those show-off pyramids everyone knows and loves. Speaking of evolution, let's talk about the Old Kingdom, when pyramid building became the national pastime. Around 2700 BCE, a vizier turned pharaoh named Imhotep decided that his boss Djoser deserved more than a flat tomb. He stacked several mastabas on top of each other, creating the Step Pyramid at Sicarii, the world's first large stone building. This was essentially the ancient equivalent of that guy who always has to one-up everyone else's stories. Following pharaohs were not about to be outdone in the posthumous housing market. Pyramid design reached its peak, literally, with Khufu's Great Pyramid at Giza around 2560 BCE. Standing 481 feet tall, with more than 2.3 million stone blocks, each weighing about as much as a modern car, it remained the tallest human-made structure on Earth for nearly 4,000 years. That's what we call a lasting architectural flex. How did they build these massive monuments without cranes, trucks, or power tools? Historians and engineers are still debating the exact method, but it involved tens of thousands of workers, ramps, levers, ropes, copper tools, remarkable mathematical knowledge, and probably a healthy dose of managerial shouting. No, it wasn't aliens. It was good old-fashioned human ingenuity, combined with a political system that could mobilize massive labor forces and a religious belief that making your dead king happy was worth the back-breaking effort. The Old Kingdom eventually collapsed into the First Intermediate Period around 2180 BCE, a chaotic time when central authority broke down, regional governors took control, and Egypt experienced its first taste of climate change with a severe drought. Turns out even the most stable civilizations can fall apart when the weather goes wonky and the government stops functioning. Some things never change. Egypt pulled itself together during the Middle Kingdom, 2055 to 1650 BCE, restoring centralized rule and cultural confidence. Literature flourished, trade expanded, and Egypt remembered why it was so awesome in the first place. But this renaissance was interrupted when those aforementioned chariot-driving hipsters known as the Hyksos showed up from somewhere in the Near East and took over northern Egypt for about a century. Fast forward to the New Kingdom era, around 1550 BCE. Egypt had gone through these rough patches, but after kicking out the Hyksos, Egypt entered its imperial phase, or what historians call, that time, Egypt got really into expansion. The New Kingdom was basically Egypt's equivalent of that person who peaks in high school and never lets anyone forget it. Under pharaohs like Thutmose III and Ramesses II, Egypt flexed on everyone by expanding into Nubia to the south and the Levant to the northeast. They weren't just conquering for the fun of it. They wanted all those sweet, sweet resources and trade routes. Nothing says we've made it, like forcing other countries to pay you tribute. Thutmose III, often called Egypt's Napoleon, but with better hair, conducted at least 17 military campaigns and expanded Egypt's borders to their greatest extent. He recorded his victories in elaborate temple inscriptions, essentially creating the world's first military propaganda campaign. His battle at Megiddo is the earliest precisely documented battle in history, described in such detail that military historians still study it today. Ancient Egypt, inventing warfare documentation before PowerPoint was even a twinkle in Microsoft's eye. Queen Hatshepsut ruled during this period too, though she preferred trading expeditions to military ones. She sent ships to the mysterious land of Punt, probably somewhere along the Red Sea coast, and brought back exotic goods like myrrh trees, gold, and baboons. Yes, baboons. Nothing says diplomatic mission accomplished, like returning with primates. Then came Akhenaten, the pharaoh who decided Egypt's thousands of years of religious tradition needed a complete overhaul. He promoted the worship of the Aten, the sun disk above all other gods, moved the capital to a brand new city in the middle of nowhere, and had artists portray him with an elongated head and a pear-shaped body. Talk about a midlife crisis. This experiment in ancient religious reformation didn't outlast him, though, and his successors promptly returned to traditional religion and pretended the whole thing never happened. His likely son Tutankhamun is far more famous today, despite dying young and accomplishing relatively little, all because his tomb was discovered intact in 1922. History can be so unfair. Ramesses II ruled for an astonishing 66 years and never missed an opportunity to remind everyone how great he was. He built monuments to himself all over Egypt, fathered more than 100 children, and claimed complete victory in the Battle of Kadesh against the Hittites, even though the actual outcome was more of a draw. The original king of spin, Ramesses would have dominated social media if it had existed in 1250 BCE. This era saw Egypt to building monuments that screamed, "We're rich and we want everyone for the next 4,000 years to know it." The temples at Karnak and Luxor were the ancient world's equivalent of buying a mansion in Beverly Hills, excessive, impressive, and designed to make visitors feel inadequate. Karnak Temple, dedicated to the god Amun-Ra, grew over centuries into a sprawling religious complex covering over 200 acres. Its hypostyle hall, with 134 massive columns arranged in 16 rows, creates a stone forest that still inspires awe today. The columns in the central aisle stand 80 feet tall and about 33 feet in circumference, large enough that 100 people could stand on top of each capital. Ancient Egyptians didn't just go big, they went absurdly, unnecessarily big. Abu Simbel, another Ramesses II vanity project, features 4 colossal statues of the pharaoh carved into a mountainside, each standing 67 feet tall. When engineers moved the entire temple to higher ground in the 1960s to save it from the rising waters of Lake Nasser, they precisely aligned it so the sun would still illuminate the inner sanctuary on the same 2 days of the year as in Ramesses' time. That's dedication to historical accuracy that would make movie period piece costume designers jealous. Religion was huge, and by huge I mean it affected literally everything. The pharaoh wasn't just a king, he was a living god with the world's most intense job description: maintain cosmic order and keep the universe from collapsing into chaos. No pressure. Imagine having prevent the apocalypse as your daily to-do list. Egyptian religion was a complex polytheistic system with countless gods and goddesses who could appear in human, animal, or hybrid forms. Amun, the king of gods, could merge with Ra, the sun god, to become Amun-Ra, doubling his divine power like some mythological transformer. Osiris ruled the underworld after being murdered and reassembled by his wife Isis, except for one crucial body part that was never found, leading to countless awkward conversations in Egyptian mythology classes. Cats were sacred to the goddess Bastet, while Anubis, the jackal-headed god, oversaw mummification. Sobek, the crocodile god, accepted live crocodiles as pets in his temples. Egyptians were basically running divine zoos millennia before modern wildlife conservation was a thing. The art during this time was peak Egypt figures with weird sideways poses, hieroglyphs everywhere, and everything painted in colors that would make a kindergarten classroom look subdued. Egyptian art followed strict rules: heads in profile but eyes facing forward, shoulders frontal but lower body in profile. It's like they invented Cubism 4,500 years before Picasso, and then never changed the style. Why mess with perfection? And contrary to what you see in museums today, those temples and statues weren't dignified beige stone. They were painted in colors so vibrant they'd give you a headache. Modern scientific techniques have revealed traces of these original pigments, showing that ancient Egypt looked less like a sepia-toned documentary and more like a color-saturated music video. Behind all this success was an economy that hummed along like a well-oiled machine, with farmers farming, craftsmen crafting, and an army of scribes writing everything down. Because if there's one thing bureaucracies love more than collecting taxes, it's documenting that they collected taxes. The pharaoh sat at the top of this pyramid scheme, pun absolutely intended, reaping the benefits, while theoretically keeping the gods happy enough to let the Nile flood at the right time each year. Scribes enjoyed high social status because literacy was rare and valuable. Learning to write hieroglyphics required memorizing hundreds of signs and years of training. Scribes didn't hesitate to remind everyone how important they were, with one ancient text proclaiming, "Be a scribe, your limbs will be smooth, your hands will be soft, you will be one who is counted among the elite." The original study hard and get a desk job career advice. Most Egyptians were farmers who worked the fertile fields along the Nile, growing wheat, barley, flax, vegetables and fruit. They also raised cattle, sheep, goats, and poultry. Farmers paid taxes in the form of crops, which were stored in massive government warehouses to feed officials, priests, artisans, and construction workers. It was basically a giant, nationwide company cafeteria system. Skilled craftsmen created exquisite jewelry, furniture, pottery, and stonework. The quality of Egyptian craftsmanship was so high that wealthy people in neighboring countries clamored for Egyptian luxury goods. Egyptian exports were the ancient equivalent of that imported label that still makes products seem fancier today. International trade brought cedar from Lebanon, gold and incense from Nubia, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, and silver from Anatolia. Egypt's trade network stretched surprisingly far for a time when the fastest mode of transportation was a wooden boat with sails or a camel with an attitude problem. So there you have it. Ancient Egypt in its glory days, when the living was easy, the monuments were enormous, and everyone was obsessed with what would happen after they died. They created a civilization so iconic that we're still using their images to sell everything from luxury hotels in Las Vegas to cereal with questionable nutritional value. Now that's what I call a cultural legacy. While other ancient civilizations have faded into obscurity, Egypt maintains its grip on our collective imagination. We remain fascinated by their monumental architecture, intricate mythology, and elaborate death practices. Perhaps it's because they were so intentionally memorable, a culture that deliberately built for eternity and somehow succeeded. They wanted us to remember them, and thousands of years later, we're still talking about them. If there's an afterlife, countless ancient Egyptians are nodding in satisfaction at a job well done. Now that we've seen the Greeks rise to glory and reach their peak with Alexander making half the known world speak Greek, let's talk about what they actually gave to civilization besides Olympic sports and statues with strategically placed fig leaves. First up, democracy. The Greeks didn't just invent democracy, they invented the word itself, from demos, people, and kratos, power. Athenian democracy was direct rather than representative, meaning citizens didn't elect officials to vote for them. They showed up themselves and voted on everything from tax rates to whether to go to war. It was exhausting but effective, at least for the relatively small percentage of the population who qualified as citizens. Women, slaves, and resident foreigners need not apply. The Athenians were progressive for their time but would fail modern inclusion standards spectacularly. When the Athenian leader Cleisthenes established democratic reforms around 508 BCE, he created a system designed to prevent any one group from dominating politics. The city was divided into 10 artificial tribes that cut across traditional family and regional loyalties. A council of 500, with 50 members from each tribe, prepared legislation for the assembly of all citizens. To prevent corruption, many officials were chosen by lottery rather than election, based on the radical idea that any citizen was capable of serving the state. It was like jury duty, except you might end up running the treasury instead of just deciding if your neighbor really did steal that goat. Greeks also pioneered the concept of citizenship itself, the idea that people have both rights and responsibilities in their community. This wasn't just a legal status but an identity people took seriously. The Greek word for someone who focused only on private affairs and ignored civic duties was idiots, the etymological root of our word idiot, the original political insult. In philosophy, the Greeks went from explaining the world through myths about gods with complicated love lives to developing systematic approaches to understanding reality through reason. The Presocratics asked big questions like what is everything made of, with answers ranging from water, thales to air, Anaximenes to undefined boundless substance. Anaximander to fire, Heraclitus to numbers, Pythagoras. They were wrong about the specifics but revolutionary in seeking natural rather than supernatural explanations. Socrates shifted philosophy toward ethics and epistemology, constantly questioning assumptions and exposing contradictions in people's thinking. His student Plato developed an elaborate theory of forms, arguing that the physical world is just a shadow of perfect eternal ideas. His Republic outlined an ideal society run by philosopher kings, essentially arguing that the people who should rule are those who don't want to but are really good at thinking. A political system that has never been implemented for obvious reasons. Aristotle, Plato's star pupil, decided to categorize and analyze literally everything, creating foundational works in logic, ethics, politics, poetics, physics, biology, and psychology. He established the scientific method of systematic observation and cataloging, even if many of his specific conclusions were later disproven. His work was so comprehensive that medieval scholars simply called him the philosopher, as if no one else deserved the title. The competing philosophical schools that emerged, Epicureans, Stoics, Cynics, and Skeptics, offered different recipes for happiness and good living. Epicureans sought modest pleasure and freedom from pain, not the wild hedonism their name now suggests. Stoics emphasized virtue and acceptance of what cannot be changed, developing psychological techniques still used in modern therapy. Cynics rejected social conventions and lived with extreme simplicity, while skeptics questioned whether we can know anything for certain. Each school offered a complete life philosophy that addressed the fundamental question, how should we live? They were the original self-help gurus minus the expensive seminars and questionable merchandise. In mathematics, Greeks transformed an art of practical calculation into a rigorous deductive science. Euclid's Elements organized geometry into a logical system of definitions, axioms, and proofs so elegant and comprehensive that it remained the standard mathematics textbook until the 20th century. Archimedes calculated the value of pi, developed the principles of leverage and density, and invented numerous mechanical devices, including the Archimedes screw still used for irrigation today. Eratosthenes calculated the Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy, using nothing but shadows, a well and basic geometry. Hipparchus developed trigonometry and created the first comprehensive star catalogue. These achievements are even more impressive considering they did all this without 0 decimal places or algebraic notation. In astronomy, Greeks went from seeing stars as holes in the dome of the sky to developing sophisticated models of planetary motion. Aristarchus even proposed a heliocentric model of the solar system in the 3rd century BCE, nearly 1,800 years before Copernicus. Unfortunately, no one believed him because it seemed absurd that the Earth would move without people falling off. Sometimes being too far ahead of your time just means everyone thinks you're crazy. Greek medicine, founded by Hippocrates, moved healthcare from superstition and magic to clinical observation and natural causes. The Hippocratic Corpus, a collection of medical texts, established a code of ethics, detailed case studies, and treatment protocols based on the theory of 4 bodily humors. While the humor theory turned out to be completely wrong, the empirical approach to diagnosis and treatment was revolutionary. Hippocratic doctors were taught to observe patients carefully, document symptoms, and first do no harm, a concept that distinguishes them from many other ancient healers who often did considerable harm with their remedies. In literature, Greeks invented or perfected nearly every genre we recognize today. Homer's Iliad and Odyssey established the epic as a form combining adventure, heroism, divine intervention, and meditations on fate and mortality. Sappho's intensely personal lyric poetry expressed individual emotions with unprecedented intimacy. Tragedy, developed by Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, explored the human condition through mythic stories, showing how character flaws and bad decisions lead to inevitable suffering. Aristophanes created political comedy, using outrageous plots and crude humor to satirize politicians, intellectuals, and social trends. Herodotus and Thucydides invented historical writing, attempting to explain human events through evidence rather than myth. The novels of the Hellenistic period featured romances, adventures, and fantastical journeys that would feel surprisingly familiar to modern readers. Greek art revolutionized aesthetic standards by developing naturalism, idealism, and narrative composition. Sculptors like Phidias, Polychaetas, and Praxedes created figures so lifelike they seem to breathe, establishing ideals of human beauty that still influence our concepts of physical perfection. Vase painters depicted myths, daily life, and historical events with increasing sophistication, experimenting with perspective and emotion in ways that wouldn't be surpassed until the Renaissance. Greek architects created the classical orders, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, that still define important building aesthetics on everything from banks to government buildings worldwide. Greeks also gave us theatre as performance art, complete with actors, costumes, and stage productions. What began as religious ceremonies honoring Dionysus evolved into complex dramatic presentations exploring the human condition. Theatre festivals were major civic events, where playwrights competed for prizes and prestige. The Greeks built stone theatres with incredible acoustics, like the theatre at Epidaurus, where audiences of 14,000 could hear a whisper from the stage, ancient sound engineering that modern architects still struggle to replicate. In the realm of sport, the ancient Olympic Games established the concept of regular international athletic competition, complete with opening ceremonies, specialized training, and victory celebrations. Athletes competed in running, wrestling, boxing, pentathlon, chariot racing, and the particularly brutal pankration, a no-holds-barred combination of wrestling and boxing, where only biting and eye gouging were prohibited. Olympic victors achieved celebrity status, receiving free meals for life in their home cities, and sometimes having statues erected in their honor. The Games connected the fractious Greek world through shared cultural experience, establishing the idea that sports transcend political boundaries. Perhaps most important was the Greek concept of paideia, education not just as technical training, but as the formation of character, intellect, and aesthetic sensibility. Greeks believed education should develop the whole person through physical training, music, poetry, rhetoric, mathematics, and philosophy. This ideal of balanced development influenced educational theory for millennia and still underpins liberal arts education today. Their cultural achievements were spread throughout the Mediterranean world by colonies, trade, and eventually Alexander's conquests. As Greek ideas mixed with Egyptian, Persian, Indian, and other traditions during the Hellenistic period, new hybrid forms emerged. The Library of Alexandria became the greatest collection of knowledge in the ancient world, with scholars from throughout the Mediterranean studying, copying, and commenting on works from multiple civilizations. The Lighthouse of Alexandria, standing over 300 feet tall, with a fire visible for miles, symbolized how Greek ingenuity and engineering illuminated the ancient world. But despite these towering intellectual and cultural achievements, Greek political power gradually declined as a new superpower emerged in the Western Mediterranean. Rome, once a minor city-state on the Italian peninsula, had been developing its own talents for organization, military discipline, and practical engineering. As Roman power grew, it inevitably collided with the Greek world. The decline and fall of independent Greek civilization came gradually rather than from a single catastrophic event. After Alexander's death in 323 BCE, his empire fragmented into kingdoms, ruled by his generals, the Ptolemies in Egypt, the Seleucids in Asia, the Antigonids in Macedonia, and others. These Hellenistic kingdoms preserved Greek culture, but replaced the democratic and republican ideals of the classical period with monarchy and bureaucracy. The mainland Greek cities briefly attempted to reassert their independence through federal leagues, the Achaean and Aetolian leagues, that united multiple cities under shared institutions. This was an innovative attempt to overcome the limitations of the small city-state in an age of territorial kingdoms. However, internal divisions and the fatal tendency to seek outside help in local disputes ultimately doomed these experiments. Rome entered the Greek world first as an ally, helping Greek cities against Macedonian domination. After defeating Macedonia at the Battle of Pydna in 168 BCE, Rome presented itself as the protector of Greek freedom. This protection, however, increasingly resembled domination, as Rome intervened more directly in Greek affairs. When the Achaean League rebelled against Roman interference in 146 BCE, the Roman general Mummius destroyed Corinth as a warning to other Greek cities. The message was clear: resistance to Roman power would not be tolerated. Rather than formally annexing Greece immediately, Rome initially ruled through client states and puppet governments. By 27 BCE, however, Greece had been organized as the Roman province of Achaia, The independent political life of ancient Greece was officially over, though Greek culture remained vibrant and influential. The final irony was that even as Rome conquered Greece militarily, educated Romans acknowledged Greek cultural superiority. Wealthy Romans hired Greek tutors for their children, collected Greek art, spoke Greek as a second language, and imitated Greek architectural styles. Roman writers adapted Greek literary forms, and Roman philosophers studied in Athens. The Roman poet Horace famously wrote that captive Greece captured her savage conqueror, acknowledging that Greek culture had conquered Rome, even as Roman legions conquered Greece. Under Roman rule, Greek cities like Athens and Alexandria remained important cultural and educational centers. Students from throughout the empire traveled to study with Greek philosophers and rhetoricians. Greek doctors dominated Roman medicine, and Greek architects designed Roman buildings. The Greek language remained the lingua franca of the Eastern Mediterranean, used for commerce, administration, and intellectual discourse. This cultural prestige provided little comfort to Greeks who resented their political subjugation. Occasional rebellions were crushed, and Greek cities gradually lost the administrative autonomy they had initially been granted. Roman governors, tax collectors, and soldiers served as constant reminders of foreign domination. The physical symbols of Greek achievement suffered as well. Roman generals and emperors looted Greek temples and public spaces for statues and artwork to display in Rome. The general Sulla sacked Athens in 86 BCE, destroying buildings and walls that had stood since the classical period. Later emperors took columns and building materials from older Greek structures to use in new Roman projects. Yet Greece experienced periods of revival under Roman rule. Emperor Hadrian, a noted Hellenophile, completed the massive Temple of Olympian Zeus in Athens, built a comprehensive library and improved infrastructure throughout Greece. The wealthy sophist Herodes Atticus funded new buildings, including the Odeon Theatre on the slopes of the Acropolis. Greek intellectual life continued at the philosophical schools in Athens, the scientific research in Alexandria, and the medical school on Kos. The division of the Roman Empire in the 4th century CE placed Greece within the Eastern or Byzantine Empire, with its capital at Constantinople. As the Western Empire collapsed under Germanic invasions, the Eastern Empire preserved Greek language and modified Greek cultural traditions, though increasingly within a Christian context. Christianity presented perhaps the greatest challenge to traditional Greek culture. Where Greeks had celebrated human achievement and beauty, Christianity emphasized human sinfulness and divine salvation. Where Greek philosophy had sought understanding through reason, Christian theology emphasized faith and revelation. The Emperor Justinian closed the philosophical schools of Athens in 529 CE, including Plato's Academy, that had operated continuously for nearly 900 years. This act symbolically marked the end of ancient pagan Greek intellectual tradition. The physical remnants of Greek civilization suffered further during this period. Temples were converted to churches or dismantled for building materials. Statues were destroyed as pagan idols or melted down for their bronze. Manuscripts that didn't align with Christian teaching were not copied and gradually disappeared. The Great Library of Alexandria, already damaged in earlier conflicts, ceased to function as a center of learning. Yet even as institutional support for Greek learning declined, the Byzantine Empire preserved and transmitted much of Greek literature, philosophy, and science. Byzantine scholars maintained the Greek language, copied ancient texts, and wrote commentaries that preserved understanding of ancient works. When Constantinople finally fell to Ottoman Turks in 1453 CE, Byzantine scholars fled to Italy, bringing ancient Greek manuscripts that helped fuel the Renaissance. This preservation, however imperfect, allowed Greek ideas to resurface in Western Europe during the Renaissance and Enlightenment. Architects rediscovered the principles of Greek design, scholars relearned ancient Greek to read original texts, and political theorists studied Greek concepts of democracy and citizenship. The Greek revival in 18th and 19th century Europe and America reflected renewed appreciation for Greek achievements, albeit often through a romanticized lens. Modern Greece itself, after nearly 4 centuries of Ottoman rule, achieved independence in 1830, consciously connecting its national identity to its ancient past. The selection of Athens as capital, the adoption of classical motifs in public architecture, and the purification of the language to remove Turkish influences all reflected the desire to reclaim ancient heritage. Today, ancient Greek achievements remain foundational to Western civilization and increasingly recognized globally. Democracy, rational inquiry, artistic realism, literary forms, ethical philosophy, and educational ideals all trace direct lineage to Greek innovation. Terms from Greek politics, science, and philosophy fill our vocabulary, often without our realizing their origins. The fall of ancient Greece reminds us that cultural achievement doesn't guarantee political survival. The city-states that produced democracy, philosophy, and tragedy couldn't overcome their internal divisions and external threats. Yet Greek ideas proved more durable than Greek political institutions, spreading through time and space to influence civilizations the original Greeks never knew existed. Perhaps the true legacy of ancient Greece lies not in specific institutions or artworks, but in a particular way of seeing the world, a belief that humans can understand their universe through reason, that beauty has enduring value, that citizenship carries both privileges and responsibilities, and that the examined life is worth living. These ideas have survived conquest, religious transformation, and technological revolution, proving as resilient as the marble of the Parthenon. From a collection of villages emerging from a dark age to the creators of ideas that would transform human understanding, the Greeks carved out a unique place in history. Their physical empire was limited and short-lived, but their empire of the mind continues to shape how we think, create, and organize our societies. Not bad for a civilization that began with sheep herders, telling stories about gods who couldn't keep their togas on. So we've seen how the Mesopotamians created the world's first cities and empires between their troublesome twin rivers. Now let's talk about what they actually gave to civilization besides ziggurats and some seriously intense legal penalties. First and foremost, these folks invented writing, which might seem like an obvious contribution until you consider what a mind-blowing concept it was at the time. Imagine being the first person to think, hey, what if we could make marks on clay that represent the sounds we make with our mouths? That's some seriously next-level thinking. The Sumerians started with pictographs around 3500 BCE, little drawings that looked like the things they represented, but soon realized this system was as efficient as explaining a movie plot through charades. So they developed cuneiform, using wedge-shaped marks pressed into clay tablets with a reed stylus. Over time, these symbols evolved from representing whole words to representing syllable sounds, making the system more flexible but still ridiculously complicated. Learning cuneiform required years of education and thousands of hours of practice, the ancient equivalent of getting a PhD just to send a text message. These clay tablets have proven remarkably durable. Archaeologists have discovered thousands of them, revealing everything from grocery lists and school homework to epic poetry and astronomical observations. When ancient cities burned down, which happened frequently, the fire actually baked the clay tablets, preserving them even better. Talk about accidental data backup. Modern cloud storage wishes it was as reliable as a fired clay tablet. Beyond just technical writing, Mesopotamians created the world's first literature. The Epic of Gilgamesh isn't just an entertaining story about a semi-divine king and his wild man bestie fighting monsters. It's humanity's first exploration of friendship, mortality, and the meaning of life through narrative. When Gilgamesh fails in his quest for immortality and comes to accept his mortal fate, he's expressing existential angst thousands of years before French philosophers made it fashionable while smoking cigarettes in Parisian cafes. Mesopotamians also pioneered the legal system as we know it. Hammurabi's code wasn't the first law collection. Ur-Nammu and Lipit-Ishtar came before him, but it was the most comprehensive and influential. By carving his laws on a giant stone monument placed in public, Hammurabi established the revolutionary principle that laws should be written down and accessible to everyone. No more "I didn't know that was illegal" excuses, though given the penalties involved, claiming ignorance probably wouldn't have saved you anyway. The code featured the iconic principle of an eye for an eye, which sounds harsh to modern ears, but was actually meant to limit punishment and prevent blood feuds from spiraling out of control. Earlier systems might have demanded 10 eyes for 1 eye, so this was actually progress. The code also established different penalties based on social class, which wasn't exactly egalitarian, but at least recognized that context mattered in judgment. Congratulations. Mesopotamia, you invented both law and legal loopholes simultaneously. In mathematics, Mesopotamians were absolute rock stars. Their sexagesimal base 16 number system still influences how we measure time and angles today. Every time you look at a clock or measure a 360-degree circle, you're using their math. They developed place value notation thousands of years before the invention of zero, could calculate square and cube roots, and solved quadratic and cubic equations using something similar to algebra. Mesopotamian mathematicians created detailed tables of multiplication, division, squares, and cubes that functioned as ancient calculators. They could calculate compound interest, proving that bankers have been complicating our lives since the dawn of civilization. Their mathematical achievements were so advanced that some of their techniques wouldn't be rediscovered in Europe until the Renaissance, nearly 3,000 years later. Not bad for people using clay tablets instead of computers. Their astronomical observations were equally impressive. Mesopotamian priest astronomers meticulously recorded celestial movements over centuries, creating the world's first astronomical databases. They identified 5 planets, tracked lunar phases, and could predict eclipses with remarkable accuracy. Of course, they interpreted all this as divine communication rather than physics. Ancient astronomers were basically astrologers with really good record-keeping habits. This astrological focus led them to divide the sky into 12 sections that became our zodiac signs. So next time someone asks if you're a Taurus or a Gemini, you can blame the Mesopotamians for starting that whole conversation. They also grouped stars into constellations, many of which we still recognize today. Looking up at Orion or the Big Dipper connects us directly to those ancient sky watchers. The Mesopotamian calendar tried to reconcile lunar months with the solar year, resulting in a 12-month calendar, with occasional leap months thrown in when things got too out of sync. This was the prototype for later lunar solar calendars like the Hebrew and Chinese calendars. Their 7-day week, with the 7th day designated as a rest day, would influence later religious traditions. So when you're enjoying your weekend, pour one out for ancient Mesopotamia. In architecture and engineering, they pioneered techniques that would spread throughout the ancient world. The arch, the dome, and the vault all have Mesopotamian origins, though the Romans would later perfect these forms. Without these innovations, basically every impressive building in history would be impossible. No cathedrals, no Colosseum, no Capitol building, no cool bridges, nothing with any interesting ceiling whatsoever. Their irrigation systems transformed agriculture across the Middle East. Using canals, dikes, dams, and water-lifting devices like the shaduf, they turned arid lands into fertile fields. These techniques spread throughout the ancient world and still influence farming in many regions today. Mesopotamians didn't just feed themselves, they invented the techniques that would help feed civilization for millennia to come. Mesopotamia also gave us the wheel. While simple rollers had been used earlier, the true wheel and axle combination for vehicles first appeared in Mesopotamia around 3500 BCE. Within a few centuries they had chariots, wagons, and potter's wheels, a transportation and manufacturing revolution that literally got civilization rolling. If time travel were possible, ancient Mesopotamians could legitimately demand royalties on basically every wheeled vehicle in existence. They also invented the sailboat, combining the power of wind with directional control to create vessels that could travel both upstream and downstream on rivers, and eventually venture into the Persian Gulf for maritime trade. These weren't exactly luxury cruise liners, more like glorified rafts with sticks and fabric attached, but they revolutionized transportation and trade nonetheless. In the culinary arts, Mesopotamians created the world's first recipes, written on clay tablets around 1750 BCE. These weren't just ingredient lists, but detailed cooking instructions for various stews and broths. They also invented beer as we know it, deliberately fermenting grain into alcoholic beverages rather than accidentally discovering fermentation like earlier cultures presumably did. They brewed at least 20 different varieties of beer and considered it essential to civilized life. The world's oldest drinking song comes from ancient Sumer, proving that humans have been combining alcohol and bad music for at least 4,000 years. Mesopotamians pioneered metallurgy, developing techniques for working copper, bronze, gold, and eventually iron. Their craftsmen created intricate jewelry, weapons, tools, and decorative objects using sophisticated methods like lost wax casting. The Bronze Age is literally named after their technological innovation of combining copper and tin to create a harder, more durable metal that transformed warfare, agriculture, and craftsmanship. They even made contributions to beauty and hygiene, creating the first known soaps, perfumes, and cosmetics. Mesopotamian women used coal to darken their eyes, rouge for their cheeks, and henna for their hair, the original makeup influencers. Men and women both wore elaborate hairstyles and jewelry to indicate their social status. The concept of dress to impress has deep Mesopotamian roots. But despite all these innovations and achievements, Mesopotamian civilization couldn't last forever. Its decline and fall came through a combination of internal weaknesses and external pressures that gradually transformed the region from the world's most advanced civilization into a series of conquered provinces within larger empires. The first major blow came from the north, where the Assyrians built a brutal but effective empire beginning around 900 BCE. The Assyrians were basically the ancient world's first military superpower, with iron weapons, sophisticated siege engines, and psychological warfare tactics that included impaling captives on stakes outside conquered cities as a warning to others. Subtle, they were not. Assyrian kings like Ashurbanipal, Sennacherib, and Ashurnasirpal II conquered the entire Mesopotamian region and beyond, creating an empire stretching from Egypt to Iran. They ruled through terror, demanding absolute obedience and heavy tribute from subjected peoples. Their capital cities of Nimrud, Nineveh, and Ashur featured lavish palaces decorated with intricate stone reliefs depicting royal hunts, military victories, and the gruesome fates of those who opposed them. The original Mess Around and Find Out illustrated guides. While fearsome in conquest, the Assyrian Empire struggled with the challenges of governing such a vast territory. Constant rebellions required continuous military campaigns, stretching resources thin. The empire reached its greatest extent under Ashurbanipal in the 7th century BCE, but began to crack soon after his death. A coalition of Babylonians and Medes finally destroyed Nineveh in 612 BCE, ending Assyrian dominance with a satisfying dose of poetic justice for all the peoples they had terrorized. From the ashes of the Assyrian Empire rose the Neo-Babylonian Empire, led by kings like Nabopolassar and his son Nebuchadnezzar II. This was Babylon's big comeback tour, a last hurrah for independent Mesopotamian civilization. Nebuchadnezzar II rebuilt Babylon into the ancient world's largest and most impressive city, with massive walls, grand processional ways, and the legendary Hanging Gardens, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, though archaeologists still debate whether these gardens actually existed or were ancient fake news. The Neo-Babylonian Empire expanded through conquest, famously capturing Jerusalem in 587 BCE and taking the Jewish population into the Babylonian exile, an event extensively documented in the Hebrew Bible. This period of forced cultural exchange would have profound effects on Judaism, and by extension on later religions like Christianity and Islam. Sometimes the most significant cultural influences come from traumatic historical events, the original its complicated relationship status. But Babylon's renaissance proved short-lived. In 539 BCE, the Persian king Cyrus the Great captured Babylon, adding Mesopotamia to his rapidly expanding Persian Empire. According to both Persian records and the Hebrew Bible, Cyrus entered the city with minimal resistance after diverting the Euphrates River and marching his army along the riverbed under the walls, an ancient version of thinking outside the box. The Babylonian king Nabonidus and his corregent Belshazzar, of writing on the wall biblical fame, found themselves suddenly unemployed. Persian rule marked a significant turning point. For the first time in its history, Mesopotamia became just one province within a much larger empire centered elsewhere. The Persians were relatively benevolent rulers who respected local customs and religions, but political power had definitively shifted eastward to Persepolis and Susa. Babylon remained an important administrative center, but it was no longer the seat of independent power. The Persian Empire itself fell to Alexander the Great in the 338 BCE, bringing Mesopotamia under Greek influence. Alexander had grand plans for Babylon, intending to make it his eastern capital, but his premature death in the city in 323 BCE, after a night of excessive drinking, some historical traditions never change, left his empire to be divided among his generals. Mesopotamia became part of the Seleucid Empire, ruled by Greeks but still maintaining much of its cultural identity. Greek and Mesopotamian traditions began to blend in interesting ways, creating new cultural hybrids. However, cuneiform writing and traditional religious practices gradually declined as Aramaic language and Hellenistic culture became more dominant. The Parthians, an Iranian dynasty, conquered the region next, followed by the Sassanid Persians, and eventually the Islamic caliphates after the 7th century CE. With each conquest, links to the ancient Mesopotamian tradition grew more tenuous. The last known cuneiform inscription dates from the 1st century CE, the final whisper of a writing system that had endured for over 3,000 years. By the time of the Islamic conquest, ancient Mesopotamian culture had been thoroughly transformed. The ziggurats crumbled, the cuneiform tablets were buried under layers of debris, and even the memory of Gilgamesh faded into vague legends. The great irrigation systems that had made the region so fertile deteriorated through centuries of warfare and neglect. The Fertile Crescent became significantly less fertile as environmental degradation, combined with political instability, reduced agricultural productivity. The final blow to Mesopotamia's ancient glory came with the Mongol invasion in 1258 CE, when Hulagu Khan destroyed Baghdad, ending the Abbasid Caliphate and demolishing the irrigation systems that had sustained the region since Sumerian times. Contemporary accounts claim the Tigris ran black with the ink of books and red with the blood of scholars, a dramatic description of cultural devastation. In a cruel historical irony, the region that had invented irrigation, writing, cities, and empire had become a backwater, its ancient achievements forgotten by the world, and even by its own inhabitants. The ziggurats were mistaken for natural hills, the cuneiform tablets for curious stones with strange markings. Mesopotamia, once the center of world civilization, had fallen so completely that when European archaeologists began to rediscover its remains in the 19th century, they were astonished by what they found. Yet in another sense, Mesopotamia never truly fell. Its cultural and technological innovations spread throughout the ancient world, influencing Egypt, Greece, Rome, Persia, India, and beyond. The concept of a written legal code passed from Hammurabi through the Hebrews, Greeks, and Romans into modern legal systems worldwide. Their mathematical and astronomical knowledge was preserved and expanded by Greek, Indian, and Islamic scholars. Even after the physical cities crumbled and the original languages died out, the fundamental ideas birthed between the Tigris and Euphrates continued to shape human civilization. Our 60-minute hours, our 360-degree circles, our written contracts, our interest-bearing loans, our astrological signs, and countless other aspects of modern life trace directly back to those innovative ancient Mesopotamians. In the deepest sense, Mesopotamia never really fell because we're still living in the world it created. The first civilization established patterns that all later ones would follow, creating a template for urban life, organized religion, centralized government, and written culture that continues to define what we mean by civilization itself. So next time you sign a contract, check the time, drink a beer, or complain about city traffic. Remember, you're participating in cultural practices pioneered by those innovative people between two rivers more than 5,000 years ago. Mesopotamia didn't just build the first civilization, it built the blueprint for every civilization that followed. Not bad for a bunch of folks who thought the liver was the seat of human emotions and that demons caused toothaches. In the grand theatre of awful leadership, few performers deserve a standing ovation quite like Emperor Nero. This Roman disaster in a toga took the imperial stage in 54 CE and proceeded to put on what can only be described as history's most catastrophic one-man show. Picture this: Rome, the ancient world's greatest superpower, handed over to a teenager with the emotional regulation of a toddler and the artistic aspirations of a rejected theatre kid. What could possibly go wrong? As it turns out, absolutely everything. Nero started his reign promisingly enough. At just 16 years old, he became emperor with the help of his mother Agrippina, who basically ran a masterclass in helicopter parenting. For the first 5 years, under the guidance of his tutor Seneca and the Praetorian prefect Burrus, Nero actually seemed decent. He reduced taxes, gave slaves the right to complain against unjust masters, and banned capital punishment. It's like finding out that Voldemort had a brief phase of volunteering at animal shelters. But like many child stars, Nero's early promise quickly devolved into a spectacular train wreck. His first order of business: murder his own mother. Agrippina had become too controlling for his taste, and rather than attend family therapy like a normal person, Nero decided matricide was the answer. First, he tried an elaborate collapsing boat scheme, which failed when Mum turned out to be an excellent swimmer. Eventually, he just sent assassins. Mother-son relationships in ancient Rome were complicated, to say the least. With Mommy Dearest out of the picture, Nero's terrible decision-making accelerated faster than a chariot with no brakes. He kicked his first wife Octavia to the curb, then literally kicked her to death. He married his mistress Poppaea, who later died when Nero, in a fit of rage, kicked her while she was pregnant. Detecting a pattern here, the man had serious anger management issues and a disturbing fondness for kicking. But Nero's true passion wasn't violence, it was the arts, and not in a wholesome painting as a hobby kind of way. Nero considered himself the greatest artist of his age, a regular ancient Roman Kanye West minus the talent. He competed in the Olympic Games, and mysteriously won every event he entered, imagine that. Wrote poetry that made everyone cringe, and performed marathon concerts where audience members allegedly faked death to escape. People would literally pretend to die, rather than listen to another one of his lyre solos. That's not just bad reviews, that's audience members choosing fake mortality over his music. The emperor converted part of the palace into a private theatre, where he could force Rome's elite to endure his performances. Guards were stationed at the exits to prevent escape, and audience members were required to show their appreciation or face consequences. It was basically an imperial version of an open mic night, except you might get executed for checking your sundial too, obviously. Then came the most notorious moment of Nero's reign, the Great Fire of Rome in 64 CE. While Rome burned for 6 days, destroying 10 of 14 districts, rumors spread that Nero was playing his lyre and singing about the destruction of Troy. The emperor as a disaster tourist, composing his soundtrack to the apocalypse. While historians debate whether Nero actually fiddled while Rome burned, especially since fiddles didn't exist yet, the image stuck because it perfectly captured his self-absorbed nature. In the fire's aftermath, Nero did implement impressive urban planning reforms with wider streets and fire-resistant building materials, but he also seized prime real estate to build his outrageous Golden House Palace complex, complete with a 120-foot statue of himself. It's like rebuilding after a hurricane and deciding what the community really needs is a giant golden statue of you. Needing a scapegoat for the fire, Nero chose Rome's small Christian community. What followed was the first systematic persecution of Christians by Roman authorities. Believers were covered in animal skins and torn apart by dogs, crucified, or set on fire as human torches to illuminate Nero's gardens at night. Even by ancient standards of cruelty, this was extreme. As Rome's economy tanked under the weight of Nero's extravagant spending, public opinion soured. Senators, soldiers, and citizens grew increasingly fed up with their emperor's theatrical antics and brutal governance. Provincial governors began revolting, and the Senate finally declared Nero a public enemy. In his final hours, as troops closed in, Nero famously lamented, "What an artist dies in me." Still obsessed with his performer's legacy rather than his catastrophic rule. Unable to face execution, he forced his secretary to help him commit suicide. His dying words perfectly captured his delusional ego. He wasn't concerned about the thousands he'd killed or the empire he'd mismanaged, but about the world losing his artistic genius. Nero's death at age 30 ended the Julio-Claudian dynasty and plunged Rome into the chaotic year of 4 emperors. His legacy was so toxic that subsequent emperors used Nero as shorthand for how not to govern. The Senate ordered his statues destroyed, his name scratched from monuments and his memory condemned, the Roman equivalent of being cancelled. What makes Nero truly fascinating isn't just his cartoonish villainy, but how his reign represents the perfect storm of absolute power, artistic delusion, and zero accountability. He embodied the dangers of unchecked narcissism in leadership centuries before psychology had terms for it. Essentially, Nero was that theatre kid who never faced rejection, given unlimited power and zero criticism. Looking back, Nero seems almost like a cautionary satire, a living warning about entrusting power to someone who values applause over governance. He treated Rome as his personal talent show venue while the actual empire burned, both literally and figuratively. In the pantheon of terrible rulers, Nero stands out not just for his cruelty, though there was plenty of that, but for his unique combination of artistic pretension and governmental malpractice. Ancient historians like Tacitus, Suetonius, and Dio Cassius painted Nero in the darkest possible colors, and while modern historians question some of their more outrageous claims, the core truth remains: Nero was a disaster of imperial proportions. He represents the ultimate example of what happens when leadership becomes performance art rather than public service. Perhaps the most incredible thing about Nero's legacy is that even after his death, pretenders claiming to be him popped up around the empire. Some people apparently thought, you know what would be great? If that guy who kicked his pregnant wife to death and used Christians as garden lights came back. These false Neros gained followings, speaking to both the chaos of the time and the strange charisma the man must have possessed. In the end, Nero remains the benchmark against which terrible leaders are measured. When we describe someone as Neronian, we're invoking a specific brand of self-obsessed, artistically pretentious, murderously unstable leadership that manages to be both tragic and absurd. He didn't just fiddle while Rome burned. He tried to make the burning into his own personal concert venue, then blamed the fire on someone else. Nero continues to fascinate us, not just as a villain, but as an archetype, the eternal warning of what happens when we give absolute power to those who are absolutely unprepared for it. In the reality show of history's worst emperors, Nero didn't just win the competition, he burned down the studio, killed the judges, and declared himself the greatest performer who ever lived. Just when Rome thought it had seen every possible variety of imperial disaster, along came Elagabalus, a teenage emperor who makes modern rebellious phases look like seminary school. If the Roman Empire had a reality show called So You Think You Can Emperor, Elagabalus would have been voted off in the first episode, then somehow returned as a wildcard contestant only to crash the entire production. Picture this. It's 218 CE, and Rome is about to be ruled by a 14-year-old Syrian priest with a penchant for makeup, silk robes, and religious practices so foreign they made traditional Romans collectively spit out their wine. Elagabalus didn't just push boundaries, he catapulted over them while wearing golden slippers and waving incense. Born Varius Avitus Bassianus in 203 CE, the future emperor grew up in Syria as a hereditary priest of the sun god Elagabalus in Emesa, modern-day Homs. His path to power came through his grandmother Julia Maesa, sister of a former empress who orchestrated one of history's most ambitious family promotions. After Emperor Caracalla was assassinated, Julia Maesa spread rumors that her grandson was actually Caracalla's illegitimate son, making him the rightful heir to the throne. It was basically the ancient Roman version of a paternity test scandal, except with armies and imperial destinies at stake. With his grandmother's political maneuvering and financial backing, the teenage priest found himself leading a successful rebellion against Emperor Macrinus. In 218 CE, at just 14 he became Emperor of Rome, proving once again that the Roman succession system had roughly the same level of quality control as a dollar store toaster. The young emperor arrived in Rome with all the subtlety of a glitter bomb in a library. He brought with him the sacred black stone that represented his god Elagabalus and immediately set about making this obscure Syrian deity the chief god of the Roman Empire. Imagine if a new president tried to replace all national symbols with the logo of their hometown high school mascot. That's essentially what Elagabalus attempted on a religious scale. The religious reforms alone would have been enough to alienate Rome's traditional power centers, but Elagabalus was just getting started. He built a massive temple on the Palatine Hill for his god, and performed daily public rituals that involved dancing around an altar to the sound of cymbals and drums, wearing makeup and the flamboyant robes of a Syrian priest, rather than the dignified toga of a Roman emperor. The city's elite watched in horror as their teenage emperor twirled and gyrated his way through religious ceremonies that looked nothing like proper Roman worship. These weren't private eccentricities. Elagabalus forced senators and other high officials to watch these ceremonies while he danced around the altar, moving backward so as not to disrespect his god by turning his back. The poor senators, trained in stoicism and dignity, had to witness their emperor performing what they saw as bizarre foreign rituals while dressed in extravagant Eastern clothing. It was like being forced to watch your boss's 4-hour interpretive dance recital, except your boss controlled the armies and could have you executed. Elagabalus took his religious devotion to extremes that even the religiously tolerant Romans found shocking. He married a Vestal virgin named Aquilia Severa, an act considered horrific sacrilege since Vestal virgins were sworn to 30 years of chastity on penalty of being buried alive. When criticized, he simply replied that it was appropriate for a priest god to marry a priestess. It was the ancient equivalent of responding to a scandal with "you do you," while an entire empire collectively facepalmed. His personal life generated even more controversy. Elagabalus cycled through wives with dizzying speed, 5 in 4 years, including the Vestal Virgin mentioned above, but his most famous relationship was with a charioteer named Hierocles, whom he reportedly called his husband. According to historical accounts, Elagabalus delighted when Hierocles beat him, and proudly displayed the bruises as love marks. Ancient historians claimed he offered vast sums of money to any physician who could give him female genitalia, a detail that has led some modern historians to speculate about gender identity in antiquity, though ancient sources were notoriously unreliable when discussing emperors they despised. While Elagabalus's sexual and gender expressions have drawn much attention from both ancient and modern commentators, it's important to note that Roman objections weren't so much about his sexuality per se, but about the perceived reversal of proper Roman hierarchies. An emperor was expected to be dominant in all things. For the ruler of the world to take a submissive role with a charioteer was, to Roman sensibilities, a catastrophic inversion of the natural order. The Romans weren't shocked that he desired men, a common practice in ancient Rome, but that he allegedly preferred the passive role and flaunted it publicly. Elagabalus's pranks and excesses would make even the most extravagant modern celebrities blush. He would invite dinner guests to sit on whoopee cushions, or the Roman equivalent. He might serve you painted rocks instead of food, or release lions and leopards into the room during the night, to terrify hungover guests awakening from a banquet. If you were really unlucky, you'd be on the receiving end of one of his more elaborate stunts, like being showered with so many rose petals from the ceiling that you actually suffocated under them, which allegedly happened to some unfortunate dinner guests. His approach to governance can be best described as completely non-existent. While Elagabalus was busy with religious ceremonies and personal indulgences, his mother Soaemias and grandmother Julia Maesa were the ones actually running the empire. For the first time in Roman history, women were permitted to attend Senate meetings, not because Elagabalus was progressive, but because he couldn't be bothered to go himself and sent his mother as a proxy. It's like skipping class and having your mom take notes for you, except the class is running one of history's largest empires. If his religious practices and personal scandals weren't enough, Elagabalus also had a flair for the kind of extravagance that made even wealthy Romans raise their eyebrows. He would wear shoes covered in diamonds, never wear the same clothes twice, and fill his swimming pools with rose water. He served meals of flamingo brains, parrot heads, and peacock tongues. He drove chariots pulled by naked women and scattered gold coins to the public, not out of generosity but to watch people scramble for them, sometimes getting trampled in the process. Perhaps his most infamous dinner stunt was serving his guests food made of wax, wood, and ivory, perfect replicas of actual dishes that left them still hungry after a visually sumptuous meal. When they went home famished, he would be rolling with laughter. It was basically an ancient version of those social media food videos where nothing is what it seems, except with added cruelty and imperial power. Even his grandmother Julia Maesa, who had orchestrated his rise to power, eventually realized her teenage emperor project had gone horribly wrong. Seeing the growing military and public discontent, she decided to cut her losses. She convinced Elagabalus to adopt his cousin Alexander Severus as his heir, presenting him as a more balanced alternative, someone who respected traditional Roman values and didn't dance half-naked in public ceremonies. Soon after, Elagabalus realized this arrangement was essentially a countdown to his own replacement. He attempted to have Alexander killed, but the Praetorian Guard, who had grown fond of the sensible young heir, protected him. Realizing that their emperor was now targeting the popular Alexander, the Praetorians decided they'd had enough of the Elagabalus circus. In March 222 CE, the Praetorian Guard murdered Elagabalus and his mother in a military camp. The 18-year-old emperor's brief but spectacular reign had lasted less than 4 years. The soldiers dragged his body through the streets of Rome before throwing it into the Tiber River, a final indignity for an emperor who had specialized in making Rome feel undignified. After his death, Elagabalus received one of history's most thorough character assassinations. The Senate immediately ordered damnatio memoriae, erasing his name from public inscriptions. His religious innovations were dismantled, the sacred black stone sent back to Syria, and Rome tried its best to pretend the whole embarrassing episode had never happened. Whether Elagabalus was truly as outrageous as ancient historians portrayed him remains debated. Roman historians like Cassius Dio and the author of the Historia Augusta were notoriously biased against emperors who challenged traditional values, and they may have exaggerated or invented some of his more outlandish behaviors. Some modern scholars suggest his religious devotion while foreign to Roman sensibilities, may have been genuine rather than merely provocative. What's certain is that Elagabalus fundamentally misunderstood the job of being Roman emperor. While the position granted enormous power, it came with equally enormous expectations about behavior, religion, and respect for Roman traditions. By flagrantly disregarding these expectations, Elagabalus undermined his own authority more effectively than any external enemy could have. The irony of Elagabalus's reign is that despite his religious fervor, he failed to understand that the emperor was already a religious figure in the Roman system, the Pontifex Maximus, chief priest of the state religion. By trying to elevate his foreign god above Roman traditions, he wasn't just changing religious policy, he was attacking a fundamental pillar of Roman identity and imperial authority. Elagabalus serves as a fascinating study in the limits of absolute power. Even an emperor could go too far when he violated Rome's core cultural and religious sensibilities. His short reign demonstrates that even in an autocratic system, rulers governed through a complex web of relationships and expectations. When those expectations were shattered too dramatically, even a teenager who theoretically commanded the world's most powerful military could find himself dragged through the streets and dumped in a river. 2,000 years later, Elagabalus remains one of history's most colorful and controversial rulers, a teenage emperor whose brief reign shocked an empire, challenged gender norms, upended religious hierarchies, and ultimately proved that even in ancient Rome, there were some boundaries that couldn't be crossed without consequences. In the end, his greatest legacy might be showing that even absolute power has its limits, when it defies the cultural foundations upon which that power rests. If you've ever wondered what happens when you give absolute power to someone with trust issues, Emperor Domitian of Rome provides a textbook answer. The last ruler of the Flavian dynasty took paranoia to an art form, transforming the Roman Empire into a place where a wrong glance at the emperor could earn you a death sentence. And even the walls had ears, sometimes literally, thanks to his network of informants. Domitian might not have the name recognition of Nero or Caligula in the terrible Emperor Hall of Fame, but what he lacked in flamboyant madness, he made up for with methodical, calculating cruelty that left Rome's elite living in constant fear. Imagine an emperor who combined the micromanagement skills of an overbearing boss with the suspicion levels of a conspiracy theorist and the vindictiveness of someone who keeps a spreadsheet of everyone who ever wronged them. That's Domitian in a nutshell. Born in 51 CE as Titus Flavius Domitianus, he grew up in the shadow of his more successful father and brother. His father Vespasian rose from humble origins to become emperor after the chaotic year of 4 emperors in 69 CE. His older brother Titus was the golden child, handsome, charming, and a successful military commander who helped suppress the Jewish revolt and conquer Jerusalem. Meanwhile, young Domitian was largely sidelined during his father's rise to power, given minor ceremonial roles while the real authority went to his brother. When Vespasian died in 79 CE, Titus became emperor and continued to keep his younger brother at arm's length from real power. Titus's reign was brief but popular, marked by his handling of multiple disasters including the eruption of Mount Vesuvius that destroyed Pompeii. When Titus died suddenly in 81 CE, after just 2 years as emperor, rumors immediately spread that Domitian had hastened his brother's demise, perhaps by having him denied proper treatment during his final illness, or even directly poisoning him. Whether or not he murdered his way to the throne, Domitian finally had the power he'd been denied for so long, and he wasn't about to use it subtly. The new emperor quickly set about reorganizing the government to centralize authority in his own hands. Unlike his father and brother, who maintained the pretense that the emperor was just the first citizen working with the Senate, Domitian dropped the charade and embraced autocracy. He demanded to be addressed as Dominus et Deus, Lord and God, had gold and silver statues of himself placed throughout the imperial palace, and insisted on elaborate court ceremonies that emphasized his divine status. Imagine being so insecure about your authority that you need people to literally call you a god to your face. It's the ancient equivalent of constantly telling everyone you have a very high IQ. In fairness to Domitian, his administration wasn't entirely a disaster. He was an efficient, hands-on ruler who took his administrative duties seriously. He strengthened the currency, enforced public morality laws, built impressive new structures in Rome, including a massive palace on the Palatine Hill, and generally kept the empire running smoothly. He was also a micromanager who insisted on personally overseeing even minor details of government, the kind of boss who would email you at 2 a.m. asking for updates on a routine project. His military record was similarly mixed. He secured the German frontier and ordered the construction of the Limes Germanicus, a series of forts, watchtowers, and walls that protected Roman territory. However, his campaigns in Britain and against the Dacians in modern Romania achieved limited success, despite his extravagant claims of victory. After a particularly unimpressive campaign, he staged a mock triumph in Rome, with slaves dressed up as German prisoners. It was the ancient equivalent of giving yourself a participation trophy and then throwing yourself a parade. Where Domitian truly distinguished himself as a terrible ruler was in his relationship with Rome's elite. From the beginning of his reign, he viewed the Senate with suspicion, believing not entirely without reason that many senators looked down on his family as upstarts and preferred the old aristocratic families. What began as tension evolved into open hostility and eventually a reign of terror against anyone perceived as a threat. Domitian's paranoia created an atmosphere of fear and suspicion that permeated Roman high society. He regularly attended trials for treason himself, watching with an unnerving intensity that left the accused and judges alike wondering what he wanted to hear. He had informers everywhere, rewarding those who brought accusations against potential enemies. Casual comments, jokes about the emperor, or even reading the wrong kind of literature could be reported and used as evidence of sedition. As his reign progressed, Domitian's suspicion turned into outright purges. He executed or exiled senators, philosophers, and anyone else he perceived as a threat. One senator was executed for celebrating his birthday on the same day as a rebel general. Another was killed for having a map of the world in his house, which Domitian took as evidence of imperial ambitions. A historian named Hermogenes was executed for perceived slights in his writing, and the slaves who had copied the manuscript were crucified. Even Domitian's own cousin, Flavius Clemens, wasn't safe. He was executed on vague charges of atheism, which may have been a reference to Christian or Jewish sympathies. The emperor's living arrangements reflected his growing paranoia. He lined the walls of his palace portico with reflective stones so he could see if anyone was sneaking up behind him. He reportedly spent hours alone each day catching and stabbing flies with a stylus, leading one courtier to quip that at least there were no flies around when someone asked if the emperor was alone. It's never a good sign when your hobbies include stabbing insects while imagining they're your enemies. Domitian's personal life was as troubled as his public one. His marriage to Domitia Longina was tumultuous, including a period where he exiled her for an alleged affair, only to recall her shortly after. He had no surviving children with Domitia, but after the death of his niece Julia Flavia, with whom he reportedly had an affair, he deified her, elevating her to divine status. Nothing says healthy family dynamics quite like turning your deceased niece Lolta into a goddess. By 96 CE, after 15 years of Domitian's increasingly erratic and dangerous rule, fear of the emperor had transformed into a fear for Rome itself. The constant purges had eliminated many capable officials and created a climate where ability and integrity were liabilities rather than assets. Even the emperor's closest circle no longer felt safe, a feeling that proved justified when Domitian began executing even his most loyal officials based on the slightest suspicions. The end came from within his own household. On September 18, 96 CE, a group of conspirators, including court officials, senators, and even Domitian's wife Domitia, carried out an assassination plot. According to historical accounts, a freedman named Stephanus, who had been accused of embezzlement, pretended to have an injured arm and kept a dagger hidden in his bandages. After gaining a private audience with the emperor to discuss supposed conspirators, Stephanus struck, stabbing Domitian. Other conspirators rushed in to finish the job. The emperor, who had spent his reign seeing threats everywhere, finally encountered a real one. The Senate wasted no time celebrating his death, immediately passing damnation over memory, ordering his statues torn down and his name erased from public monuments. They selected the elderly Senator Nerva as the new emperor, beginning the period of the 5 good emperors that would give Rome a century of relatively stable and competent rule, quite a change from Domitian's paranoid micromanagement. What makes Domitian particularly interesting among Rome's bad emperors is that he wasn't obviously insane like Caligula or theatrical in his cruelty like Nero. His tyranny was cold, calculating, and methodical. He didn't burn Rome or make his horse a consul or commit obviously deranged acts. Instead, he created a system of surveillance, intimidation, and selective punishment that allowed him to control through fear rather than outright terror. In this sense, Domitian represents a more modern kind of authoritarian, the ruler who maintains the functions of the state and even improves its efficiency while simultaneously undermining its institutions and creating a climate of fear. His administration worked well on paper. The provinces were governed effectively, the borders secured, and the economy managed responsibly. For ordinary Romans, life under Domitian might have seemed relatively normal. It was the elite who lived in constant fear, never knowing when an innocent comment or association might lead to ruin. Historians have debated whether Domitian's paranoia had some justification. There were indeed plots against him, and the senatorial class undoubtedly resented his authoritarian style. But like many rulers consumed by suspicion, Domitian created the very threats he feared by alienating potential allies and pushing people toward conspiracy as a means of self-preservation. The lasting image of Domitian's reign is perhaps best captured by the story that he once invited leading senators to a dinner party where everything, the walls, furniture, plates, and food, was colored black. The guests were seated next to gravestones bearing their names, served by naked, black-painted children who danced around them like spirits of the dead. After terrifying his guests into believing their execution was imminent, Domitian sent them home with the gifts that had been displayed on their gravestones. Whether this macabre dinner party actually happened or was invented by his enemies, it perfectly captures the psychological torture that characterized his reign, the deliberate cultivation of fear as a tool of control. 2,000 years after his assassination, Domitian serves as a reminder that tyranny doesn't always announce itself with spectacular displays of madness. Sometimes it arrives in the form of an administrator with a clipboard and a list of enemies, methodically crossing off names, while assuring everyone that it's all for the greater good. In the end, Domitian's legacy is not the buildings he constructed or the borders he secured, but the climate of fear he created, and the lesson that even the most vigilant paranoid can't watch his back forever. In the grand tradition of comeback stories, most feature an underdog rising against the odds through hard work and determination. Then there's Justinian II, whose comeback involved getting his nose chopped off, spending a decade in exile, returning with an army of foreigners, and taking revenge on everyone who wronged him. It's less inspirational Hallmark movie and more Game of Thrones episode directed by Quentin Tarantino. If you think modern politics is cutthroat, the Byzantine Empire would like a word, preferably whispered from behind a heavily guarded door while checking for poison in your wine. Justinian II played the Byzantine Game of Thrones during the late 7th century, and what he lacked in diplomatic finesse, he made up for with sheer stubborn refusal to stay overthrown. Born in 669 CE to Emperor Constantine IV, young Justinian grew up knowing he was destined for the throne. He became emperor at 16 when his father died in 685, inheriting an empire facing threats from the expanding Arab Caliphate and the Bulgar Kingdom. Most teenagers would be intimidated by such responsibilities. Justinian II decided the best approach was maximum aggression in all directions simultaneously. His first reign started promisingly enough. Justinian secured a peace treaty with the Umayyad Caliphate that was actually favorable to the Byzantines, recovering several territories including parts of Cyprus, Armenia, and Georgia. In a normal success story, this would be the part where the young ruler builds on his diplomatic victory and ushers in an era of peace and prosperity. Instead, Justinian chose the path of most resistance. Despite the peace treaty with the Arabs that included a revenue-sharing agreement for territories in Cyprus, Armenia, and Iberia, Justinian decided he didn't feel like sharing anymore. He resettled Cypriot Christians to the Hellespont region, leaving their homes empty, and stopped paying the Arabs their agreed portion of taxes. It was the diplomatic equivalent of agreeing to split a pizza, then eating the whole thing while making direct eye contact. His foreign policy elsewhere showed similar subtlety. He broke a treaty with the Bulgars and launched an invasion that initially succeeded, but ultimately ended in a devastating Byzantine defeat at the Battle of Sebastopolis. Many of his Slavic troops deserted to the enemy mid-battle, which should have been a hint about his leadership skills. When soldiers would rather join the enemy than keep fighting for you, it might be time for some self-reflection. But self-reflection wasn't in Justinian's toolbox. Instead, his ruling style could best be described as extortion with imperial branding. He appointed 2 ministers, Theodotus, a former monk turned finance minister, and Stephen the Persian, who implemented a taxation system so brutal it made modern IRS audits look like spa treatments. They imposed heavy taxes on the urban population, rich landowners, and the peasantry alike, and used torture to extract payment. It wasn't just about money, though. Justinian had a particular talent for alienating literally every segment of society. The aristocracy hated his taxation. The urban population resented his oppression. The army was demoralized by his military failures. The church was upset by his religious policies. It's almost impressive to achieve such universal unpopularity without the help of social media. The breaking point came in 695 CE. After a decade of his increasingly tyrannical rule, a general named Leontius led a coup. Justinian was captured, but instead of the usual execution, Leontius opted for something more creative. Justinian's nose was cut off, an act called rhinocopia, and his tongue was partially cut, glossotomy. In Byzantine culture, this mutilation disqualified him from the throne, as the emperor was supposed to be physically perfect as God's representative on earth. It was image-conscious politics taken to a gruesome extreme. The newly noseless ex-emperor was then exiled to Cherson in Crimea in modern Ukraine, a remote outpost of the empire. Most would-be rulers would take the hint: loss of nose equals sign, loss of imperial ambitions. Justinian, however, was built differently. His mutilation, rather than humbling him, transformed whatever personality flaws he had before into weapons-grade bitterness and a thirst for revenge that would make the Count of Monte Cristo look like an amateur. Life in exile didn't improve Justinian's sunny disposition. When he discovered that the authorities in Cherson were plotting to turn him over to the new emperor, by this time Leontius had himself been overthrown by Tiberius III. Justinian fled to the Khazar Khaganate north of the Black Sea. There he somehow managed to charm the Khazar ruler, Busir, who gave him his sister in marriage. She took the Byzantine name Theodora, and Justinian settled into life among the Khazars. But happily ever after wasn't in Justinian's plans. When he learned that Tiberius III was pressuring the Khazars to eliminate him, Justinian escaped assassination attempts with the help of his wife. The couple fled to the Bulgar Khan Tervel. Yes, the same Bulgars that Justinian had previously double-crossed. It's like asking your ex to help you move after you cheated on them, burned their house down and insulted their mother. Remarkably, Khan Tervel agreed to help, providing Justinian with 15,000 horsemen in exchange for gold, gifts, and a daughter in marriage. With this army, Justinian marched on Constantinople in 705 CE. After a decade in exile, the man without a nose was about to pull off one of history's most improbable comebacks. Initially unable to enter the heavily fortified city, Justinian and a small group of followers allegedly crawled through an aqueduct or drainage pipe to get inside the walls. Once there, he rallied enough support to retake the throne, capturing Tiberius III. The restoration of Justinian II to the Byzantine throne after 10 years of mutilated exile remains one of history's most unlikely political comebacks. It's like finding out the villain you threw off a cliff in the first movie not only survived but spent the entire sequel getting stronger and collecting allies. Now came the part Justinian had been dreaming about for a decade: revenge. Sweet, excessive, creative revenge. Emperor Tiberius III and his predecessor Leontius were dragged to the hippodrome in chains. Before executing them, Justinian used them as literal footstools, placing his feet on their necks while watching chariot races. It was the 8th century equivalent of posting embarrassing photos of your enemies on Instagram before ruining their lives. The executions were just the appetizer in Justinian's revenge feast. He ordered wholesale slaughter of the aristocratic families who had opposed him, executing military leaders, senators, and officials. The patriarch Callinicus, who had crowned both usurpers, had his eyes gouged out. For the next 6 years, Justinian conducted a reign of terror against anyone even suspected of having supported the rulers who replaced him. During all this, Justinian had a slight image problem, namely, he still didn't have a nose. His solution? A solid gold prosthetic nose. Some sources suggest it might have been made of silver, or even a combination of gold and precious stones. Either way, he became known as Justinian Rhinomitos, Justinian the Slit-Nosed, which isn't the kind of royal nickname that suggests a calm, forgiving personality. His second reign was even more disastrous than his first. He continued his predilection for breaking treaties, double-crossing allies, and generally making enemies everywhere. He launched a failed expedition against the Arabs at Cherson, the city of his exile. When that went poorly, he ordered the murder of local officials and nobles. When his fleet was destroyed by storms on the return journey, he responded by ordering another, more thorough extermination of the Cherson population. This final atrocity proved too much. The soldiers sent to carry out this massacre rebelled and proclaimed their commander Bardanes as Emperor Philippicus. Justinian was at Sinope in modern Turkey when he learned of this latest rebellion. He tried to return to Constantinople, but was abandoned by his remaining supporters. In December 711 CE, Justinian was captured and executed. His head was cut off and sent to Constantinople, then on to Rome and Ravenna as proof of his death. His 6-year-old son and co-emperor, Tiberius, who had been ruling in Constantinople, was dragged from sanctuary in a church and murdered, extinguishing the Heraclian dynasty that had ruled Byzantium for a century. What makes Justinian II fascinating isn't just his noseless comeback or his creative revenge tactics, but what he represents about power and personality. His stubborn refusal to change or adapt, his vindictiveness, and his self-destructive pursuit of vengeance ultimately destroyed him and his dynasty. He's a cautionary tale about how even the most impressive comeback can be wasted if you haven't learned anything from failure. Historians have often speculated about Justinian's mental state, with some suggesting he may have suffered from conditions that affected his judgment and temperament. Whether his behavior stemmed from mental illness, the trauma of mutilation and exile, or simply an extraordinarily vindictive personality, the results were the same: a reign characterized by cruelty, paranoia, and ultimately, catastrophic failure. Justinian's legacy went beyond his personal story. His disastrous rule weakened the Byzantine Empire at a critical moment when it faced expanding Arab power. The instability he created led to a period of rapid imperial turnover, with the empire seeing a parade of short-lived emperors in the years following his death. It would take the rise of the Isaurian dynasty under Leo III to stabilize the situation. The story of Justinian II reminds us that in leadership, a desire for revenge makes for terrible policy. His obsession with punishing his enemies became more important than actually governing effectively. He couldn't see past his personal grudges to the bigger picture of imperial security and prosperity. It turns out that living well truly is the best revenge, certainly better than losing your nose, your empire, and ultimately your head in the pursuit of getting even. 2 centuries after his death, the Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII Porphyrogenitus would write that Justinian II had a tyrannical disposition and brought about many evils to his subjects. It's hard to imagine a clearer example of how personal flaws, magnified by absolute power and marinated in the bitterness of exile, can transform a ruler from merely bad to catastrophically terrible. In The Emperor Without a Nose, we find a timeless lesson about the dangers of vengeance and the importance of knowing when to let go of past wrongs, a lesson that remains as relevant in today's boardrooms and political arenas as it was in the glittering, treacherous world of Byzantine power. If ancient Rome had yearbooks, Commodus would definitely have been voted most likely to ruin an empire while looking fabulous. After the relatively stable reign of his father Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor who spent his free time writing deep thoughts instead of murdering people, Commodus burst onto the imperial scene like a frat boy who just inherited a casino. Marcus Aurelius was that rare thing in Roman history, a genuinely decent emperor who ruled with wisdom and restraint. His son Commodus, meanwhile, took one look at imperial responsibility and decided what Rome really needed was more gladiator matches starring himself. Imagine if your country was run by a combination of a WWE wrestler, a narcissistic influencer, and a murderous toddler. That's Emperor Commodus in a gold-plated nutshell. Born in 161 CE to Emperor Marcus Aurelius and Faustina the Younger, Commodus had a privileged upbringing as Roman royalty. While his father spent years defending Rome's borders and writing philosophical meditations, young Commodus was being groomed for leadership. Unfortunately, all that grooming resulted in a leader with fantastic hair but terrible judgment. When Marcus Aurelius died in 180 CE, 18-year-old Commodus became emperor and promptly decided that ruling was boring but partying was awesome. He swiftly abandoned his father's military campaigns, made a hasty peace with Rome's enemies, and rushed back to the capital to enjoy the perks of being emperor, without all that tedious governing nonsense. For the first 3 years, Commodus ruled under the influence of his father's advisors, which kept his worst instincts somewhat in check. But after surviving an assassination attempt organized by his sister Lucilla in 182 CE, Commodus transformed from merely irresponsible to actively unhinged. Nothing sparks a villainous origin story quite like your own sister trying to have you murdered. The assassination attempt flipped a switch in Commodus. He executed the conspirators, including his sister, and embarked on a paranoia-fueled reign of terror. He began seeing enemies everywhere, and used this as an excuse to eliminate Rome's most distinguished citizens. Senators, nobles, and anyone with a hint of independent thought became targets. It was basically a very bloody version of The Apprentice, where getting fired meant literal death. While Nero fancied himself an artist and Caligula a god, Commodus decided he was the reincarnation of Hercules. Not content with metaphorical comparisons, he went full method actor with his divine persona. He dressed in lion skins, carried a club, and had statues of himself as Hercules erected throughout Rome. The emperor commissioned so many Hercules Commodus statues that Rome started to look like a theme park dedicated to his divine muscles. His Hercules obsession went beyond mere aesthetics. Commodus truly believed he possessed superhuman strength and divine powers. To prove this, he entered the gladiatorial arena to fight, though fight is a generous term for what actually happened. The emperor battled injured opponents, drugged animals, and helpless gladiators who knew that actually trying to win meant certain death. It was less blood sport and more bloody theatre, with a guaranteed outcome. These gladiatorial performances were not just occasional vanity projects, they became the centerpiece of his reign. He fought in the arena hundreds of times, charging the city an outrageous fee of 1,000,000 sesterces for each appearance. That's right, he made Rome pay him to watch him pretend to be brave. Imagine your president charging taxpayers millions to watch him play fight with increasingly unenthusiastic opponents. During these spectacles, senators and nobles were required to attend and cheer enthusiastically, unless they fancied a close-up meeting with the Praetorian Guard. One senator reportedly laughed at the emperor's fighting style and was immediately added to the next day's killing schedule. Nothing says insecurity quite like executing people for insufficient applause. The professional gladiators must have watched these imperial performances with a mixture of horror and second-hand embarrassment. Trained fighters were forced to make Commodus look good, which sometimes meant deliberately losing their lives to boost his ego. He claimed to have won 12,000 gladiatorial combats, a number so absurd it would require him to have fought multiple times every day of his reign. Even ancient propaganda had its limits. When not play fighting in the arena, Commodus found other ways to embarrass the empire. He renamed Rome Colonia Commodiana, basically Commodusville. He renamed all 12 months of the year after his various titles. He renamed the Roman legions Commodian, and even tried to rename the entire Roman people. It was as if he was attempting to rebrand the entire classical world as a Commodus-themed amusement park. His administrative approach was equally disastrous. Rather than dealing with actual governance, he delegated everything to a series of corrupt favorites who proceeded to sell government positions to the highest bidders. This created an unprecedented level of corruption that destabilized the entire empire. Imagine putting your least responsible friends in charge of your country while you dress up as a mythological hero and stage fight with animals. Speaking of animals, Commodus had a particular fondness for slaughtering exotic beasts in the arena. He decapitated ostriches, clubbed rhinos, and killed elephants, lions, and bears, all pre-injured to ensure his success. Once he killed 100 lions in a single day, each carefully weakened beforehand. On another occasion, he shot the heads off ostriches and then walked among senators waving the bloody sword and smiling menacingly, silently threatening that they could be next. Nothing says stable leadership quite like threatening politicians with a freshly used sword while standing among exotic bird corpses. As Rome's economy tanked under the weight of his extravagance and mismanagement, Commodus found creative ways to refill the treasury. His favorite method was accusing wealthy citizens of treason, executing them, and confiscating their property. It was taxation through terror, and it turned Rome's upper classes into a terrified mess of people desperately trying not to appear too rich or too poor, too loyal or too independent. The public spectacles grew increasingly bizarre. In one legendary display of poor taste, Commodus gathered all of Rome's disabled and deformed citizens, gave them mock weapons, and battled them in the arena, clubbing them to death while dressed as Hercules slaying monsters. He charged the city another 1,000,000 sesterces for this grotesque performance. Even by ancient standards, this crossed every line of human decency. By 192 CE, Rome had suffered 12 years of Commodus, and pretty much everyone had had enough. His megalomania had reached new heights. He planned to start the new year dressed as a gladiator rather than a consul, a shocking break with tradition that would have officially degraded the office of emperor to that of a performer. For the status-conscious Romans, this was the final straw. The plot to remove Commodus came from within his inner circle. His concubine Marcia, his chamberlain Eclectus, and the Praetorian prefect Latus conspired to assassinate him. First they tried poison, but Commodus vomited it up. Unable to wait for a second attempt with stronger poison, the conspirators sent in Commodus's wrestling partner Narcissus to strangle him in his bath. After 12 years of showboating, the self-proclaimed Hercules was taken out by his personal trainer. After his death, the Senate immediately passed Damnatio Memoria, officially condemning his memory and removing his name from public monuments. They were so eager to erase him from history that they toppled his statues within hours of his death. In their formal denouncement, they called him more cruel than Domitian, more foul than Nero, and suggested his corpse be dragged through the streets and thrown in the Tiber River. Even by Roman standards of political turnover, this was harsh criticism. Commodus's death ended the Antonine dynasty and plunged Rome into the Year of the Five Emperors, a bloody civil war that further destabilized the empire. His reign is considered by historians to be the beginning of Rome's decline, the point where the empire started its long, slow collapse. Not bad for a man whose primary concern was looking cool while stabbing drugged lions. What makes Commodus fascinating isn't just his over-the-top antics or his delusional self-image. It's how quickly he managed to undo generations of stability. His father had presided over what later historians would call the Pax Romana, a golden age of Roman peace and prosperity. Within 12 years, Commodus transformed that stability into chaos through a combination of neglect, corruption, and theatrical self-indulgence. The tragedy of Commodus is that he could have been something other than a catastrophe. Unlike many terrible emperors, he wasn't born into a completely dysfunctional family. He had the benefit of a philosopher father, a proper education, and a stable empire to inherit. He could have continued his father's legacy. Instead, he chose to be a mythological cosplayer with unlimited power and non-existent self-control. 2,000 years later, Commodus serves as a warning about the dangers of ego, inherited power, and what happens when performance replaces governance. He stands as a cautionary tale for all leaders who might be tempted to prioritize their personal brand over actual leadership. While most modern politicians might not claim to be the reincarnation of Hercules or fight in arenas, the basic lesson remains: when you treat ruling as a performance rather than a responsibility, everyone loses, eventually including you. Commodus may have failed as an emperor, but he succeeded spectacularly as a cautionary tale. In the end, perhaps that's his most lasting achievement, showing the world exactly how not to rule an empire. For that dubious contribution to political science, history remembers him, despite the Senate's best efforts to erase him from memory. If you think your family reunions are awkward, imagine being part of the ancient Roman imperial family. Just when Romans thought they had seen peak dysfunction with Emperor Tiberius, along came his successor Caligula, a man who elevated governmental malpractice to an art form and made everyone nostalgic for the good old days of regular tyranny. Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, mercifully nicknamed Caligula, stormed onto the historical stage in 37 CE with all the subtlety of a reality TV star given nuclear launch codes. His nickname Caligula actually means little boots, which sounds adorable until you realize those boots were soon walking all over Roman dignity, treasury funds, and basic human decency. Caligula started with a major advantage most terrible rulers don't get. People actually liked him. When he became emperor at age 24, Romans celebrated in the streets. They adored him as the son of beloved General Germanicus, and were desperate for anyone who wasn't the previous emperor, the reclusive and paranoid Tiberius. The Roman Senate practically threw the empire at his feet, and the public cheered as Caligula promised a fresh start. For about 6 months, Caligula delivered on that promise. He recalled political exiles, eliminated an unpopular tax, and hosted spectacular public games. Romans thought they had hit the imperial jackpot. It was like that brief honeymoon period when a new app works perfectly before the update that ruins everything. Then Caligula fell seriously ill. When he recovered, the Caligula who emerged was a different man entirely, or perhaps just the real version without the public relations filter. What followed was less a reign and more a 4-year fever dream of power gone berserk. Let's start with the basics of Caligula's brand of madness. He declared himself a living god and demanded to be worshipped accordingly. Not content with claiming divinity for himself, he insisted his favorite horse, Incitatus, be treated as nobility. Contrary to popular myth, he probably didn't make the horse a senator, but he did give it a marble stable, ivory manger, purple blankets, and a staff of servants. Incitatus lived better than 99.9% of actual Romans, which says everything about Caligula's priorities. It's like giving your goldfish a corner office while your employees work in the basement. Caligula's spending habits would make a billionaire influencer blush. He blew through the entire imperial treasury, the equivalent of about $2.4 billion, in just 1 year. What did he spend it on? Parties, floating palaces, and a 2-mile pontoon bridge across the Bay of Baiae, which he rode across wearing Alexander the Great's breastplate just to prove a prophet wrong, who had said Caligula had no more chance of becoming emperor than riding a horse across the bay. Imagine spending the equivalent of a small country's GDP just for a cosmic "I told you so." His architectural ambitions were equally unhinged. He began extensions to the imperial palace that reached into the sacred temple of Castor and Pollux, effectively making the temple his vestibule. When asked why, Caligula reportedly replied that he wanted the gods as his doorkeepers. He also ordered statues of Greek gods decapitated and replaced with his own likeness. In the ancient world's version of extreme home makeover, he turned temples into monuments to himself faster than you can say narcissistic personality disorder. Caligula's foreign policy consisted mainly of bizarre stunts rather than actual governance. His most famous military campaign involved marching legions to the English Channel, declaring war on Neptune, and ordering soldiers to stab the sea and collect seashells as war trophies. It's hard to determine if this was madness, mockery of the military, or history's most expensive beach day. His personal life was a tornado of scandal. Caligula cycled through wives like seasonal wardrobes, and allegedly had inappropriate relationships with his own sisters, whom he treated as royal consorts in public. He would frequently insult senators by making them run alongside his chariot or serve him at banquets to reinforce their subservience. Speaking of banquets, Caligula turned dinner parties into theaters of cruelty. He laughed while torturing people during meals, and made parents watch the executions of their children right after forcing them to appear cheerful at his table. Imagine the world's worst dinner host who follows up a bad appetizer by murdering your family. His sadism extended to his wit. When a senator complimented him on a song, Caligula had the man dragged away and tortured, explaining that the man clearly had a throat problem if he could hear divinity in Caligula's voice, but couldn't express adequate praise. When tax revenues were discussed, he gleefully exclaimed that he was delighted to see how a single document could generate so much money, the implication being that he could simply execute wealthy citizens and seize their assets. Perhaps his most infamous financial scheme happened at a gladiator event. When there weren't enough criminals to face the beasts, he ordered his guards to throw a section of the spectators into the arena. The crowd's complaint: there weren't enough criminals being executed that day. Talk about giving the audience more than they bargained for. Caligula's administrative style can best be described as chaotic evil. He published tax laws in tiny writing on columns so high that citizens couldn't read them, then punished people for breaking these deliberately obscure rules. He appointed his horse to a priestly position, possibly to mock the religious establishment. He once called an emergency Senate meeting in the middle of the night, made everyone rush in fearing a crisis, and then performed a dance for them before dismissing them without explanation. For the Roman elite, Caligula was a walking nightmare who could switch from jovial to homicidal in seconds. He regularly humiliated senators, forced nobility to fight as gladiators, and executed people on the slightest whim. His favorite saying was reportedly, "Remember that I have the right to do anything to anybody." It's the ancient equivalent of typing in all caps that you'd like to speak to the manager, except the manager is also you, and you have execution power. What makes Caligula especially terrifying is that he seems to have been fully aware of how much he was hated. Unlike rulers who delude themselves into thinking they're beloved, Caligula embraced his villainous status. When crowds cheered for a team competing against his favorite at the races, he allegedly muttered, "I wish the Roman people had but a single neck," essentially expressing his desire to decapitate the entire population in one stroke. After less than 4 years of this madness, Rome had enough. In January 41 CE, Caligula was assassinated by his own Praetorian Guard, senators, and court officials in a palace corridor. He received at least 30 stab wounds, and his Germanic guards killed several conspirators in retaliation. The assassins also murdered his wife and infant daughter, determined to erase his bloodline. His uncle Claudius, who had been hiding behind a curtain during the chaos, was found by the Praetorian Guard and promptly declared emperor, which turned out to be a surprisingly competent choice, given the circumstances. After Caligula's death, the Senate attempted to pass Damnatio Memoriae, officially erasing him from history by destroying his statues and removing his name from public records. They were only partially successful, which is why we can still marvel at his spectacular awfulness today. Historians have long debated whether Caligula was clinically insane or just extremely cruel and corrupt. Some suggest he suffered from epilepsy or another neurological condition. Others propose that his illness early in his reign caused brain damage that altered his personality. Modern historians have even suggested he might have been playing an elaborate sadistic joke on the Roman elite, deliberately acting as outrageously as possible to mock their pretensions and hypocrisy. Whatever the truth behind Caligula's behavior, his reign serves as a perfect case study in how quickly absolute power can corrupt absolutely. In just 4 years and 10 months, he managed to nearly bankrupt an empire, terrorize the populace, declare himself a god, possibly appoint a horse to religious office, attempt to wage war on the sea itself, and transform Roman politics into a deadly reality show where everyone was an unwilling contestant. The most disturbing part? Caligula's brief reign was just an opening act in a century that would see several more emperors competing for the title of worst ruler ever. Nero, Domitian, and Commodus would all take inspiration from his playbook of psychotic leadership, suggesting that Rome hadn't fully learned its lesson about the dangers of unchecked imperial power. 2,000 years later, Caligula remains the gold standard for governmental disaster, the ruler so bad that conspiracy to commit murder seemed like the reasonable option. His name has become shorthand for power-mad tyranny, proving that while empires may fall, truly spectacular failures achieve a kind of dark immortality. Caligula may have failed as an emperor, but he succeeded spectacularly at becoming a cautionary tale for the ages. History has no shortage of terrible rulers, but most of them at least had the decency to limit their awfulness to one country. Not Leopold II of Belgium. This mustache-twirling villain of the Victorian era decided that being king of a small European nation wasn't enough of a power trip, so he acquired his own personal colony in Africa and proceeded to run it like a nightmare corporation with a body count in the millions. If there were an evil overlord Olympics, Leopold would take gold in the category of hiding atrocities behind humanitarian pretenses. He managed to convince the world he was on a noble mission to bring civilization to Africa while simultaneously treating an entire country as his private ATM, with withdrawal fees paid in human lives and severed hands. Born in 1835 to the Belgian royal family, Leopold grew up with the kind of entitlement that only comes from being told since birth that you're inherently better than everyone else. He became King Leopold II in 1865, inheriting a small, relatively new European nation that lacked the imperial swagger of Britain, France, or Germany. For most monarchs, ruling a peaceful, prosperous country would be enough. For Leopold, it was like being given a Honda when all his friends had Ferraris. Leopold looked at the European colonial powers carving up Africa and thought, "Hey, I want a slice of that continental cake." The problem? Belgium wasn't powerful enough to join the colonial party as a nation. The solution? Create a private colony that belonged to him personally, not to Belgium. It was like being denied a company credit card and deciding to start your own company instead, except with sovereign territory and millions of human lives. His opportunity came with the European fascination with African exploration. Leopold established an organization with the impressively humanitarian-sounding name International African Association. Its stated goals were to bring civilization, end the Arab slave trade, and open the continent to legitimate commerce. In reality, it was the colonial equivalent of naming your invasion force the Department of Hugs and Friendship. Leopold hired the famous explorer Henry Morton Stanley of Dr. Livingstone, I presume, fame to establish treaties with local leaders in the Congo Basin. These treaties were masterpieces of colonial trickery. While native leaders thought they were signing friendship agreements, they were actually signing away their land and their people to Leopold's personal control. Imagine signing what you think is a gym membership, only to discover you've actually agreed to become the treadmill. At the 1884 to 1885 Berlin Conference, where European powers gathered to decide how to divide Africa among themselves, without inviting any Africans, of course, Leopold's impressive humanitarian rhetoric won the day. The major powers agreed to give him personal control of a territory 76 times larger than Belgium. The Congo Free State was born, free in name only, as it would soon become one of the most exploitative regimes in colonial history. Once he secured international recognition, Leopold's mask slipped faster than a cheap Halloween costume. The humanitarian rhetoric was replaced by a single-minded focus on extracting as much wealth as possible from the Congo, particularly ivory and later rubber. His administration established a brutal system that transformed an entire country into a forced labor camp. The rubber boom of the 1890s revealed the true horror of Leopold's rule. As demand for rubber soared with the invention of pneumatic tires, Leopold saw an opportunity to make a fortune. The Congo was rich in rubber vines, and local people were forced to collect this valuable resource under a quota system that defined sadistic efficiency. Here's how it worked. Villagers were required to provide a set amount of rubber. Failure to meet quotas was punishable by death, mutilation, or the taking of women and children as hostages. Leopold's force publique, colonial army would raid villages that failed to meet quotas, killing people and cutting off their hands as proof they had used bullets effectively. Yes, you read that correctly. They collected human hands as administrative evidence. Sometimes soldiers would cut off hands from living people to meet their own quotas when they hadn't used their bullets for killing. Children's hands were taken. Villages that resisted were wiped out entirely. It was a system so unimaginably cruel that even other colonial powers, not exactly known for their gentle touch, were horrified. Leopold managed this atrocity factory from the comfort of his palace in Belgium, never once visiting the Congo Free State. He treated the massive territory as a business, referring to it as ma belle affaire, my beautiful business. While Congolese people were having their hands cut off for not collecting enough rubber, Leopold was using his Congo profits to build elaborate palaces, monuments, and public works in Belgium, literally constructing his legacy with blood money. The scale of death under Leopold's rule was staggering. While precise numbers are impossible to determine, Leopold made sure of that by destroying many records. Modern historians estimate that the population of the Congo was reduced by half during his rule. That's approximately 10 million people who died from killings, starvation, disease, and plummeting birth rates due to the devastation of communities. It was a corporate genocide where people weren't killed for their ethnicity, but for their failure to generate sufficient profit. How did he get away with this for so long? Partly through elaborate public relations, Leopold hired defenders to portray him as a humanitarian fighting Arab slave traders. He controlled information coming out of the Congo and cultivated an image of a benevolent monarch bringing civilization to Africa. It was gaslighting on an imperial scale. The truth eventually came out thanks to one of history's earliest international human rights campaigns. The unlikely heroes of this story include E.D. Morel, a British shipping clerk who noticed that ships returning from Congo were full of valuable resources, but never carried trade goods to pay for them, only weapons and ammunition. Roger Casement, a British consul who documented atrocities, and missionaries who witnessed the horror firsthand. These whistleblowers formed the Congo Reform Association and used a new technology, photography, to document the atrocities. Images of children with severed hands and stories of unimaginable cruelty began circulating in European and American newspapers. Mark Twain wrote a scathing satire called King Leopold's Soliloquy. Even in an age accustomed to colonial brutality, the Congo Free State stood out as exceptionally horrific. As international pressure mounted, Leopold launched a counteroffensive of spin and denial that would impress modern PR firms. He established a hand-picked commission that, surprisingly, still found evidence of atrocities. When that didn't work, he burned archives. 8 days of document destruction before handing the Congo over to the Belgian government in 1908. The transition from Leopold's private colony to Belgian Congo wasn't motivated by humanitarian concerns, but by Leopold's massive debt. He had mortgaged his colony to the limit and faced financial ruin. The Belgian government paid him 50 million francs as a token of gratitude for his generosity in giving them his colony. It's like getting caught running a criminal enterprise and being paid a severance package for agreeing to stop. Leopold died in 1909, a year after losing his colony but still a wealthy man. Before his death, he was booed by the Belgian public, not for his African atrocities, which many Belgians remained ignorant about, but for scandals involving his young mistress. In his final years, he grew increasingly eccentric, obsessed with his legacy, and determined to prevent his estranged daughters from inheriting his wealth. He created a charitable foundation to hold his remaining Congo wealth, bypassing his daughters with what might be history's most blood-soaked trust fund. The Belgian government removed many statues of Leopold after his death, not out of shame but because they were just too expensive to maintain. In a twist of historical irony, many of those statues have recently been removed again or vandalized as the world finally acknowledges the scale of Leopold's crimes. What makes Leopold II particularly disturbing among history's terrible rulers is the sheer contrast between appearance and reality. While dictators like Caligula or Nero made no secret of their cruelty, Leopold created an elaborate facade of philanthropy to hide industrial-scale human exploitation. He never set foot in the Congo, never witnessed the suffering he caused, and maintained until his death that he had done a great service to Africa. His legacy is a dark reminder of how colonialism's civilizing mission often masked raw exploitation, and how easily international opinion could be manipulated before the age of mass communication. Leopold created the template for modern resource extraction that enriches distant shareholders while leaving local populations impoverished, just with more severed hands and direct violence than most modern corporations can get away with. Perhaps most disturbing is how long it took for Leopold's true legacy to be widely acknowledged. For much of the 20th century, Belgian schoolchildren were taught that Leopold II was a great humanitarian who brought civilization to Africa. Streets, squares, and monuments still bear his name. It wasn't until the late 20th century that historians like Adam Hochschild brought renewed attention to the Congo atrocities with books like King Leopold's Ghost. Two lessons stand out from Leopold's reign of terror. First, beware of powerful men who justify their actions with humanitarian rhetoric, especially when there's profit to be made. Second, history's most effective monsters aren't always the ones who personally wield the knife, but those who create systems of cruelty while maintaining plausible deniability. Leopold II never faced justice for his crimes. He died a wealthy man in his palace, having successfully laundered both his reputation and his blood money into grand Belgian architecture that tourists admire to this day. But as statues of Leopold continue to fall across Belgium, history is finally delivering its verdict on the king who owned a country and treated its people as expendable resources in his beautiful business. James Madison was America's original big brain in a tiny package. Standing at a whopping 5'4" and weighing about 100 pounds soaking wet, Madison was the physical opposite of the towering George Washington. Think of him as the political equivalent of a pocket-sized supercomputer, small, unassuming, but capable of running the most complex calculations of government ever attempted. While Jefferson had the poetry and Washington had the presence, Madison had the blueprints. If America were a tech startup, Washington would be the charismatic CEO, Jefferson the visionary marketing genius, and Madison the chief engineer quietly coding the entire operating system that would make everything actually work. Without Madison's back-end work, the American experiment would have crashed faster than Windows Vista. Born to wealth in Virginia, Madison received an elite education, cramming 4 years of study at Princeton into just 2 years. The man was essentially a political science machine, devouring books on history, law, and government like they were potato chips. While other young men were out enjoying themselves, Madison was inside reading about the failures of ancient republics and taking extensive notes. He was that student who makes everyone else look bad by studying during spring break. By his mid-20s, Madison had already helped write Virginia's state constitution. By 36, he was the intellectual force behind the US Constitution. That's like inventing social media while your peers are still figuring out their career paths. Madison didn't just participate in creating America, he was the primary architect of its governmental structure. Not bad for a guy who was so small that his political opponents mockingly called him Little Jemmy. The 1780s were a disaster for the newborn United States. Operating under the Articles of Confederation, the country was basically 13 squabbling siblings with no parent in charge. States printed their own money, raised trade barriers against each other, and generally acted like they were independent countries rather than parts of a union. The situation was so bad that Massachusetts had to put down a rebellion of angry farmers. America was the trust fund kid who blew through their inheritance in record time and now faced bankruptcy. Madison recognized that without a stronger central government, the American experiment would fold faster than a cheap lawn chair. Working with Alexander Hamilton and John Jay, he wrote a series of essays now known as the Federalist Papers, basically an extended marketing campaign for the proposed Constitution. Madison wrote 29 of these essays, often at a pace of one every few days, without Google or even a decent library at hand. The man was dropping constitutional wisdom like a political mixtape. At the Constitutional Convention, Madison took detailed notes of the debates while simultaneously being one of the primary participants. This was like being both the star player and the sportscaster for the same game. His Virginia plan became the foundation for the new government, though he had to compromise on many details. Madison wanted proportional representation in both houses of Congress, but smaller states objected so vigorously that the Senate was created with equal representation to appease them. Madison wasn't thrilled, but he understood that getting 70% of what you want is better than getting 0% because you refuse to compromise. Madison's greatest invention was the system of checks and balances that prevents any branch of government from becoming too powerful. He designed a government that would essentially pit ambition against ambition, using human nature's less attractive qualities as a feature rather than a bug. Madison figured out that the best way to prevent tyranny wasn't to hope for virtuous leaders, but to create a system where power automatically restrains power. It was government design that accounted for the reality that people will always try to grab more authority if left unchecked. In the software world, this would be like creating a program that automatically patches its own security vulnerabilities. Ironically, Madison initially opposed adding a Bill of Rights to the Constitution, arguing it was unnecessary and potentially dangerous to list some rights but not others. However, when it became clear that the Constitution wouldn't be ratified without these protections, Madison not only changed his position but became the primary author of the amendments. The ability to acknowledge when he was wrong and adapt accordingly was one of Madison's most admirable qualities. How many people do you know who would fight that hard for something they initially opposed? After helping create the Constitution, Madison served in the first Congress, where he was essentially the floor manager for getting the Bill of Rights passed. He then became Jefferson's Secretary of State, before winning the presidency himself in 1808. Madison's pre-presidential resume was so stacked that becoming leader of the free world almost feels like an afterthought in his biography. It's like finding out the person who invented the internet also spent 8 years as President of the United States. Unfortunately, Madison's presidency wasn't nearly as successful as his constitution writing career. His administration was dominated by increasing tensions with Great Britain that eventually led to the War of 1812. Madison had spent decades arguing that republics were more peaceful than monarchies, only to find himself declaring war for the first time in American history. Life comes at you fast in international relations. The War of 1812 is sometimes called America's Second War of Independence, though it might more accurately be described as a sideshow to the Napoleonic Wars that neither side fully won. For the British, fighting America was like dealing with an annoying mosquito while wrestling a lion named Napoleon. For Americans, it was an opportunity to prove they weren't going to be pushed around anymore. The war started badly for the United States. American forces attempting to invade Canada were defeated so thoroughly it was embarrassing. The British Navy blockaded the coast, strangling American trade. And in August 1814 came the ultimate humiliation. British troops marched into Washington, D.C. and burned most of the public buildings, including the White House and Capitol. Madison became the only sitting U.S. president to come under enemy fire in a war, narrowly escaping capture as the British entered Washington. His wife, the indomitable Dolly Madison, famously saved a portrait of George Washington before fleeing the White House. While James was out trying to rally militia troops, Dolly was making sure America's cultural heritage didn't go up in flames. Talk about relationship goals. He's trying to save the government while she's saving national treasures. The burning of Washington was America's rock-bottom moment, but things improved from there. American naval victories on Lake Champlain and Lake Erie turned the tide. The British, exhausted from fighting Napoleon, decided this side conflict wasn't worth the trouble. Both countries signed the Treaty of Ghent, essentially agreeing to return to pre-war conditions, right before Andrew Jackson's troops demolished a British force at the Battle of New Orleans. That battle actually occurred after peace had been declared, but news traveled slowly in the 1800s, giving Americans a feel-good victory that completely changed the narrative around the war. Despite its dubious military outcome, the War of 1812 had significant effects. It cemented American independence in a way the Revolutionary War hadn't quite managed. It sparked a wave of nationalism and convinced many Americans that their experiment in self-government might actually survive. It also effectively ended the Federalist Party, whose members had opposed the war so strongly that some had even discussed secession. The Hartford Convention, where New England Federalists met to air grievances about the war, concluded right as news of Jackson's victory at New Orleans arrived, making them look like unpatriotic complainers rather than principled objectors. After leaving the presidency, Madison retired to Montpelier, his Virginia plantation, where he continued to think and write about Republican government. He remained deeply engaged with public affairs, advising his presidential successors and offering his thoughts on constitutional interpretation. When Virginia's legislature asked him about nullification, the idea that states could invalidate federal laws they disagreed with, Madison firmly rejected it, arguing that the Supreme Court, not state legislatures, had the final say on constitutional questions. The man who had once advocated for states' rights recognized that taking that principle too far would destroy the union he had helped create. Madison outlived most of the other founding fathers, giving him the chance to shape how Americans understood their own constitutional history. He carefully edited his notes from the Constitutional Convention and arranged for them to be published after his death, providing future generations with an invaluable inside look at the creation of the American government. It was like leaving behind the director's commentary track for the Constitution. What made Madison truly remarkable wasn't just his brilliant mind, but his lifelong willingness to adapt his thinking based on evidence and changing circumstances. He began his career as a champion of states' rights, but recognized the need for a stronger central government. He initially opposed a Bill of Rights but became its primary author. He started as a protege of Jefferson, but developed his own distinct political philosophy. Unlike many ideologues, Madison was willing to change his mind when reality demanded it. Madison stands as proof that physical stature has nothing to do with historical impact. The smallest of the founding fathers cast the longest constitutional shadow. Every time the Supreme Court issues a ruling, Congress passes a law, or the president exercises executive power, they're working within the system Madison designed. His fingerprints are all over American government, even centuries after his death. So next time you're feeling underestimated because of your appearance or overlooked among more flamboyant personalities, remember James Madison, the unassuming intellectual giant who built the operating system for the world's most enduring republic, while barely tipping the scales at 100 pounds. Sometimes the quietest person in the room is the one with the most profound impact on history. Thomas Jefferson was America's original Renaissance man, a walking contradiction wrapped in Enlightenment ideals and human failings. Imagine if Elon Musk, William Shakespeare, and Bernie Sanders somehow merged into one person who also happened to own slaves while writing about freedom. That barely scratches the surface of Jefferson's complexity. The man was obsessed with gadgets. His home at Monticello was basically the 18th century equivalent of a Silicon Valley tech bro's smart house. Jefferson installed doors that opened automatically, a wine dumbwaiter, a rotating dinner table for faster food service, and even a clock powered by the weight of cannonballs. He redesigned the entire place multiple times just because he kept thinking of improvements. Jefferson was the original guy who couldn't stop tinkering with his surroundings. Born into Virginia's planter elite, Jefferson received the kind of education most could only dream of. He devoured books like modern teenagers devour social media, becoming fluent in multiple languages and studying everything from architecture to zoology. His mind was a browser with an infinite number of tabs open, all running simultaneously without crashing. As a young lawyer and politician, Jefferson quickly established himself as someone with a way with words. When the Continental Congress needed someone to draft the Declaration of Independence, they turned to the tall, awkward redhead from Virginia. While John Adams served on 987 committees approximately and fought political battles, Jefferson quietly crafted one of history's most influential documents in a rented room. He was like that group project member who says nothing during meetings, but then delivers a perfect final presentation. What makes the Declaration extraordinary isn't just its political importance, but its poetic power. Jefferson didn't just list grievances against King George III. He created a philosophical framework for a new kind of nation. The phrase, "all men are created equal," has echoed through history, challenging each generation of Americans to live up to its promise. Unfortunately, Jefferson himself would fail this challenge in spectacular fashion. After helping birth the nation, Jefferson served as Washington's Secretary of State, where he quickly became Alexander Hamilton's arch-nemesis. Their cabinet battles were the original political rivalry: East Coast versus South, banking versus agriculture, strong federal government versus states' rights. Hamilton and Jefferson were the Batman and Joker of early American politics, each believing the other would destroy everything good about the Republic. Jefferson lost to John Adams in the 1796 presidential election, becoming vice president in an awkward arrangement where the electoral runner-up got the second highest office. Imagine losing the competition for CEO but being forced to become deputy CEO anyway, reporting to the person who just beat you. Workplace tension doesn't begin to describe it. The election of 1800 changed everything. After a bitter campaign and an electoral tie with Aaron Burr that forced the House of Representatives to decide the winner, Jefferson finally claimed the presidency. His victory represented the first peaceful transfer of power between opposing political parties in modern history, a democratic achievement that deserves more celebration than it gets. The revolution that began with muskets continued with ballots. As president, Jefferson's first term was nothing short of brilliant. He slashed the national debt, reduced the size of government, and doubled the size of the country with the Louisiana Purchase, arguably the greatest real estate deal in history. For 3 cents an acre, Jefferson acquired 828,000 square miles of territory from France, instantly transforming the United States from a coastal nation into a continental power. Napoleon needed cash for his European wars, and Jefferson was smart enough to say yes before the French emperor could change his mind. It was like finding Manhattan listed on Craigslist for $24 and a bag of beads. Oh wait, that actually happened too. The Louisiana Purchase wasn't without controversy. Nowhere in the Constitution did it explicitly allow for buying massive chunks of territory from foreign powers. Jefferson, normally a strict constructionist who believed in limited federal authority, suddenly found himself making a rather expansive interpretation of presidential power. When opportunity knocks with 828,000 square miles of prime real estate, principles sometimes take a backseat. Jefferson was like that friend who lectures everyone about healthy eating and then demolishes a pizza at 2 a.m. when nobody's watching. Jefferson sent Lewis and Clark to explore this new territory, launching what became one of history's greatest road trips. Their expedition was part scientific mission, part diplomatic venture, and part epic adventure. Jefferson gave them a shopping list of things to look for that included woolly mammoths, which he thought might still roam the western wilderness. The fact that they didn't find any prehistoric elephants was probably his biggest disappointment. Jefferson's second term proved far more challenging than his first. His attempt to remain neutral in the Napoleonic Wars by imposing a trade embargo devastated the American economy while failing to change European behavior. It turns out telling American merchants they couldn't trade with anyone was about as popular as canceling Christmas. Jefferson learned the hard way that economic warfare has casualties on both sides. The most profound contradiction in Jefferson's life was his relationship with slavery. The man who wrote that all men are created equal owned over 600 enslaved people during his lifetime. He recognized slavery as a moral catastrophe, calling it a hideous blot and a deplorable entanglement, yet he never found the courage or financial discipline to free more than a handful of enslaved people, remaining economically dependent on forced labor until his death. Most troubling was Jefferson's relationship with Sally Hemings, an enslaved woman who was the half-sister of his deceased wife. DNA evidence now confirms what had long been rumored. Jefferson fathered at least 6 children with Hemings, beginning when she was a teenager. Their relationship lasted decades in a power dynamic so unequal it defies modern understanding. Jefferson apparently compartmentalized this relationship from his public philosophies about liberty in ways that seem impossible to reconcile. After leaving the presidency, Jefferson retired to Monticello, where he founded the University of Virginia, designed its buildings, created its curriculum, and selected its faculty. Never one to think small, Jefferson didn't just donate money to education. He built an entire university from scratch based on his vision of learning free from religious doctrine. It was like someone today saying, "I don't like the existing colleges, so I'll just build my own," and then actually doing it. Jefferson's spending habits were legendary for all the wrong reasons. He lived well beyond his means, buying fine wines, books, art, and furniture, while his plantation consistently lost money. By the time he died, Jefferson was so deeply in debt that his family had to sell Monticello and many of his possessions. The man who managed the nation's finances couldn't handle his own checkbook. It's a reminder that brilliance in one area doesn't guarantee competence in all others. In his final years, Jefferson reconciled with his old friend and rival John Adams. Their correspondence represents one of history's great reconciliations. 2 founding fathers who had become bitter political enemies, finding their way back to friendship through intellectual respect and shared history. Their letters covered everything from politics and philosophy to aging and death. These weren't just 2 old men reminiscing. They were consciously creating a record of their revolutionary generation for posterity. In history's most dramatic mic drop, both Jefferson and Adams died on July 4, 1826, exactly 50 years after the adoption of the Declaration of Independence. Jefferson went first, with Adams following hours later, still unaware of his friend's passing. It was as if they had scheduled their exits to coincide with the anniversary of their greatest achievement. Even in death, Jefferson had a flair for the symbolic. Jefferson requested that his tombstone list only 3 accomplishments: author of the Declaration of Independence, author of the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, and father of the University of Virginia. Notably absent was President of the United States. Jefferson considered his philosophical contributions more important than his political power. In an age of relentless self-promotion, there's something refreshing about this selectivity. Jefferson remains America's most enigmatic founding father, brilliant visionary and moral compromiser, champion of liberty and lifelong slaveholder, strict constitutionalist who made exceptions when convenient. He wrote that all men are created equal while failing to live up to that ideal in his personal life. He championed the common man while living as an aristocrat. He advocated Republican simplicity while accumulating massive personal debt through luxury purchases. Yet Jefferson's vision of America as a nation built on ideals rather than bloodlines or religion has proved remarkably durable. His words have inspired freedom movements around the world. The Declaration's promise continues to challenge Americans to create a more perfect union. Each generation has found in Jefferson both inspiration and warning, a reminder that even the most brilliant minds can be blind to their own contradictions. So next time you find yourself holding contradictory opinions or failing to live up to your own ideals, remember Thomas Jefferson, the genius who imagined a better world while falling tragically short of his own vision. The distance between his words and actions doesn't invalidate the power of his ideas. It simply reminds us that human beings are complicated, and progress comes not from perfect people, but from imperfect ones who nonetheless reach for something better. Andrew Jackson was essentially America's first experiment with letting pure chaos occupy the White House. Imagine if Wolverine from X-Men somehow got elected president, complete with rage issues, questionable decision-making skills, and an absolute refusal to back down from any fight, no matter how unnecessary. The man was walking testosterone poisoning in a fancy jacket, and somehow Americans looked at this human hurricane and said, yes, let's put him in charge of everything. Born in the Carolina backwoods to Scots-Irish immigrants, Jackson's childhood read like the beginning of a supervillain origin story. His father died before he was born. During the Revolutionary War, a teenage Jackson was captured by British troops. When a British officer ordered Jackson to clean his boots, the boy refused, earning himself a sword slash to the face that left permanent scars. His brother died in the war, his mother died nursing revolutionary prisoners, and by 14, Andrew Jackson was completely alone in the world, with nothing but rage, determination, and a burning hatred of the British. If someone wrote this backstory for a movie character, critics would call it too on the nose. Despite minimal formal education, Jackson somehow taught himself law and became a frontier lawyer in Tennessee. This was less impressive than it sounds. Frontier law was basically just having a loud voice and knowing how to write your name. He built a successful career, acquired land and slaves, and married Rachel Donaldson after she separated from her first husband. Unfortunately, her divorce wasn't actually finalized, technically making their marriage bigamous, a scandal that would haunt them for decades and eventually contribute to her death. If Jackson had anger issues before, the attacks on his wife's character transformed him into a vengeance machine with a hair-trigger temper. Jackson fought in so many duels that historians have trouble counting them all. He carried bullets in his body from multiple shootouts, including one lodged near his heart from a duel with Charles Dickinson, who had insulted Rachel. In that encounter, Jackson deliberately let his opponent shoot first, took a bullet to the chest without flinching, then carefully aimed and killed Dickinson. The man literally just stood there bleeding so he could improve his aim. This wasn't strategy, this was frontier psychopathy, and somehow Americans found it charming. His military career made him a national hero. During the War of 1812, Jackson led American forces to a stunning victory at the Battle of New Orleans, completely annihilating the British despite being outnumbered. The fact that the battle occurred after the peace treaty had been signed, news traveled slowly in 1815, didn't diminish the psychological impact. Americans were euphoric that someone had finally given the British a proper thrashing. Never mind that the war itself was basically a draw. Jackson had delivered a decisive victory that allowed Americans to pretend they had won. A few years later, Jackson led military campaigns against the Seminole in Florida, essentially invading Spanish territory without clear authorization, executing 2 British subjects, and generally acting like international borders were just suggestions. Rather than court-martialing this loose cannon, President Monroe capitalized on the chaos by pressuring Spain to sell Florida to the United States. Imagine your employee completely ignoring protocol, and you giving them a promotion because their mistake somehow worked out. Jackson failed upwards better than anyone in American history. His first run for president in 1824 ended with him winning the popular vote, but losing the election when the House of Representatives chose John Quincy Adams instead. Jackson and his supporters spent the next 4 years essentially running the longest political revenge campaign in history, portraying Adams as an illegitimate president who had stolen the election through a corrupt bargain with Henry Clay. It worked spectacularly. In 1828, Jackson won in a landslide, and his supporters essentially turned the White House into a frat house during his inauguration, climbing in through windows, breaking furniture, and standing on expensive chairs in muddy boots. Jackson had to escape the mansion to avoid being crushed by his own admirers. The establishment was horrified, which only made Jackson more popular with ordinary Americans. As president, Jackson approached governance like a bar fight, identify enemies, attack relentlessly, and never ever back down. He fired federal employees en masse and replaced them with his supporters, establishing the spoils system that would corrupt American politics for generations. When the Supreme Court ruled against his Indian removal policy in Worcester v. Georgia, Jackson reportedly said, "John Marshall has made his decision, now let him enforce it," essentially telling the Supreme Court to go pound sand. He vetoed more bills than all previous presidents combined, using the veto not as a constitutional safeguard, but as a political weapon. Jackson's most infamous policy was the forced relocation of Native American tribes from the southeast to territories west of the Mississippi. The Trail of Tears resulted in thousands of deaths as Cherokee, Muskogee, Seminole, Chickasaw, and Choctaw people were marched westward under brutal conditions. It was ethnic cleansing with a thin veneer of legality, and it remains one of the most shameful chapters in American history. Jackson, who had built his career fighting Indians on the frontier, saw nothing wrong with disposing of entire civilizations to make room for white settlers and their enslaved workers. His battle with the Second Bank of the United States exemplified Jacksonian politics at its most theatrical. Jackson believed the national bank represented elitist Eastern interests and corruption. When the bank's president, Nicholas Biddle, applied for a renewal of the bank's charter 4 years early to force the issue during an election year, Jackson took it as a personal challenge. He vetoed the recharter, pulled federal deposits from the bank, and essentially declared war on the entire American financial system. Jackson's bank war epitomized his political appeal. He portrayed himself as the champion of ordinary people against corrupt elites. Never mind that destroying the central bank destabilized the economy and contributed to the Panic of 1837. Jackson had picked a fight with the ultimate symbol of establishment power and won. His supporters didn't need economic stability. They needed to see their guy punch the rich guys in the face. His presidency was also marked by the nullification crisis, when South Carolina declared federal tariffs void within its borders and threatened secession. Jackson, despite being a slave owner and Southerner himself, responded with characteristic subtlety by threatening to march an army into South Carolina and hang his own vice president, John C. Calhoun, who supported nullification. Jackson got Congress to pass the force bill authorizing military action while simultaneously supporting a compromise tariff. The crisis passed, but it foreshadowed the Civil War to come. Jackson's nationalism, temporarily papered over the deepening sectional divides his own political movement, had helped create. The man sustained more assassination attempts than any president until the 20th century. In the most famous incident, a house painter named Richard Lawrence approached Jackson with 2 pistols. Both misfired, at which point the 67-year-old president attacked his would-be assassin with a cane, beating him severely until aides pulled him away. Statistically, the odds of 2 pistols misfiring independently were about 1 in 125,000. Jackson was so rage-filled that he literally defied probability. After leaving office, Jackson returned to his plantation, the Hermitage, where he continued to influence politics through his chosen successor, Martin Van Buren. When he died in 1845, he had few regrets except, by his own admission, that "I didn't shoot Henry Clay and hang John C. Calhoun." Just a normal, healthy attitude from a former president. Jackson transformed American politics by expanding the vote to all white men. Property requirements were eliminated during his era, while simultaneously denying humanity to nating the institution of slavery. He created the Democratic Party as a vehicle for populist rage against elites, established the imperial presidency by expanding executive power, and fundamentally changed Americans' relationship with their government. His supporters called this new approach Jacksonian democracy, though it might more accurately be described as Jacksonian white male democracy. Women, Native Americans, and Black Americans were explicitly excluded from Jackson's vision of democratic participation. His was a democracy of demographic hierarchy, where equality among white men came at the expense of everyone else. Jackson appears on the $20 bill despite hating paper money and destroying the national bank. This historical irony would infuriate him, which is perhaps the best argument for keeping him there. Though there have been efforts to replace his image with Harriet Tubman's, a delicious reversal that would put an escaped slave and Underground Railroad conductor in place of a slave owner, built his fortune on forced labor. Andrew Jackson remains one of the most consequential presidents in American history, a transformative figure who simultaneously expanded and contracted American democracy, a champion of the common man who owned human beings, a defender of the Union who empowered forces that would eventually tear it apart. He was America's first populist president, channeling the rage of ordinary citizens against established power, while wielding that same power like a cudgel against vulnerable populations. So next time a politician claims to represent the people against the elites while actually serving their own interests and those of their preferred demographic group, remember Andrew Jackson, America's original political chaos agent who turned personal grievance into national policy and convinced ordinary citizens that his enemies were theirs too. Jacksonian politics never really went away. It just keeps finding new targets and new champions with each passing generation. Some rulers earn their terrifying nicknames through consistent awfulness across their entire reign. Then there's Ivan IV of Russia, who spent the first half of his rule as a surprisingly decent king, before taking a hard left turn into Crazy Town, leaving historians forever debating whether to file him under great reformers or history's greatest monsters. Spoiler alert, it's definitely both. Ivan the Terrible holds the distinction of being Russia's first official Tsar, and boy did he set the bar for dramatic leadership. Imagine if your country's foundational ruler had the administrative brilliance of a seasoned CEO combined with the impulse control of a toddler who missed nap time and the vengeful streak of a soap opera villain. That's Ivan in a fur-lined, jewel-encrusted nutshell. Born in 1530 to Grand Prince Vasily III of Moscow and Elena Glinskaya, young Ivan had what therapists today would call an adverse childhood experience bingo card. His father died when he was 3, his mother likely died of poison when he was 8, and he spent his childhood being neglected and humiliated by power-hungry boyars, Russian nobles who ran the government while treating the boy prince as an afterthought. Little Ivan's childhood hobbies reportedly included throwing animals off towers and torturing small creatures, never a great sign in a future leader. But in his defense, he was surrounded by brutal nobles plotting against each other while ignoring the rightful heir to the throne. The boy learned early that power was the only protection against cruelty, a lesson that would shape his entire approach to leadership. At age 16, Ivan pulled a power move that shocked everyone. He suddenly announced his intention to be crowned not just as Grand Prince like his predecessors, but as Tsar of all Russia, claiming the imperial title previously used by Byzantine emperors. In January 1547, he was officially crowned, effectively declaring Russia an empire and himself its supreme ruler. Imagine a teenager not just demanding the car keys but announcing he's now running the entire car company. The surprising part? Young Ivan initially ruled pretty well. He assembled a group of advisors called the Chosen Council and implemented a series of significant reforms. He reorganized the military, created Russia's first standing army, the Streltsy, established a functional government bureaucracy, reformed the law code, and even limited the powers of the boyars who had made his childhood so miserable. Under his early leadership, Russia expanded dramatically. He conquered the Khanates of Kazan and Astrakhan, bringing large swaths of territory under Russian control and opening the path to Siberia. He established trade with England, bringing Russia more fully into European diplomatic circles. He even showed interest in bringing printing to Russia and supported the construction of one of Russia's most recognizable buildings, St. Basil's Cathedral, in Moscow's Red Square. For the first decade or so of his reign, Ivan seemed to be setting Russia on the path to becoming a modern European power. Then everything changed in 58, When Ivan attacked Livonia, modern-day Estonia and Latvia, beginning the disastrous 24-year Livonian War. This costly conflict against Poland, Lithuania, Sweden and Denmark bogged down in a stalemate that drained Russian resources and produced few lasting gains. It was like watching someone start a home renovation project with grand plans, only to end up with a half-demolished house, an empty bank account, and 3 angry neighbors. But the real turning point came in 1560. When Ivan's beloved first wife Anastasia died, Ivan was convinced she had been poisoned by boyars, a claim modern forensic analysis of her remains partially supports, as they contained dangerous levels of mercury. His grief and suspicion transformed him. The reasonably effective, if strict, ruler gave way to someone far darker and more volatile. Ivan's personal tragedy coincided with the political setbacks of the Livonian War and the betrayal of his close advisor Prince Andrei Kurbsky, who defected to Lithuania and began writing snarky letters criticizing Ivan's rule. These combined blows seemed to break something in the Tsar's psyche. He became increasingly paranoid, seeing treachery everywhere and trusting almost no one. In 1564, Ivan did something truly bizarre. He suddenly left Moscow, taking a select group of his possessions, his treasury, and a few chosen boyars. He sent letters announcing his abdication, citing the treachery of the nobles and clergy. Moscow panicked. After weeks of confusion, representatives begged him to return. Ivan agreed, but with conditions he would have absolute power to punish traitors without interference from the boyars or the church. Thus was born the Oprichnina, one of history's most terrifying secret police forces and a government system of institutionalized terror. Ivan divided Russia into 2 parts, the regular realm Zemshchina and his personal domain, Oprichnina. He created a personal army of oprichniki, black-clad enforcers who rode with dog heads and brooms attached to their saddles, symbolizing their mission to sniff out treason and sweep Russia clean of traitors. These weren't your typical intelligence operatives with subtle methods. The oprichniki operated like a combination of a death squad, organized crime syndicate, and apocalyptic cult. They dressed in black, took monastic-style vows of loyalty to Ivan personally, and were unleashed to terrorize anyone suspected of disloyalty, particularly targeting the boyars who had humiliated Ivan in his youth. The resulting reign of terror reached its peak in 1570, when Ivan became convinced that the city of Novgorod was plotting to defect to Lithuania. He personally led the oprichniki in a 5-week massacre of the city's population. Thousands were tortured and killed, with many thrown into the Volkhov River. Witnesses reported that so many bodies clogged the river that it couldn't flow properly. When he returned to Moscow, he continued the purge, executing supposed Novgorod sympathizers in increasingly creative and brutal ways. Ivan's mental state continued to deteriorate. He would swing between periods of extreme piety, praying for hours, making pilgrimages, and donating to monasteries, and episodes of shocking cruelty and debauchery. He would torture and execute people, then spend days begging for divine forgiveness, only to start the cycle again. It's like he was constantly toggling between the settings of repentant monk and serial killer, never finding a healthy middle ground. His personal life was equally chaotic. Ivan married at least 7 times. Some sources suggest it might have been 8, flouting the Orthodox Church's limit of 3 marriages. When his 3rd wife became ill, he apparently planned his next marriage before she was even dead. Several of his wives died under suspicious circumstances, leading to rumors they'd been poisoned when they fell out of favor. The most infamous moment of Ivan's personal life came in 1581, when he struck his pregnant daughter-in-law during an argument, causing her to miscarry. When his son and heir, Ivan Ivanovich, confronted him about this, the Tsar flew into a rage and struck him in the head with his scepter, essentially a metal-tipped staff. The blow killed the younger Ivan, leaving the Tsar's unfit younger son Fyodor as heir to the throne. In a moment of uncontrolled anger, Ivan had effectively doomed his dynasty. It was the royal equivalent of totaling the family car and then setting fire to the insurance policy. By 1584, decades of hard living, stress and possible mercury treatments for syphilis had taken their toll on Ivan. As his health declined, he grew increasingly interested in astrology and prophecy. Legend has it that soothsayers predicted he would die on March 18th, and Ivan, determined to cheat fate, rescheduled all March 18th activities. Feeling smug about outmaneuvering destiny, he set up a chess game on that fateful day, only to collapse and die while preparing to make a move. The date, March 18th. Even death, it seems, wasn't willing to negotiate with Ivan the Terrible. Ivan's legacy is complicated. On one hand, he laid the foundations for the Russian Empire that would dominate Eastern Europe for centuries. He centralized power, expanded Russian territory significantly, and created governmental and military institutions that outlasted him. Many Russians today see him as a strong leader who modernized the country and stood up to the privileged boyar class. On the other hand, his paranoid second half undid many of his earlier achievements. The Oprichnina decimated Russia's administrative class and terrorized the population. The failed Livonian War drained the treasury and cost Russia territory rather than gaining it. His killing of his own son led directly to the Time of Troubles, a period of famine, war, and chaos that followed his death as his unfit son Fyodor ruled briefly before the dynasty collapsed. Modern historians have suggested various explanations for Ivan's dramatic personality shift, ranging from mental illness to the effects of mercury poisoning. Some even speculate he might have suffered from temporal lobe epilepsy or a personality disorder. Whatever the cause, the transformation was so dramatic that it's almost like Russia was ruled by two different people who happened to share the same body. Ivan the Terrible stands as one of history's most paradoxical rulers, a nation builder and a nation destroyer, a modernizer and a medievalist, a man capable of both visionary leadership and unhinged brutality. His contradictory legacy reminds us that history's most influential figures are rarely simple heroes or villains, but complex individuals whose greatness and terribleness are often two sides of the same coin. 2 centuries before Peter the Great would force Russia toward Western modernization, Ivan had already set his country on the path toward becoming a major European power, even as his later paranoia and cruelty undermined that very mission. While later rulers would build gleaming new cities and win glorious victories, none would match Ivan's dramatic impact on Russian identity and governance. He created the template for Russian autocracy that would endure for centuries, centralized, powerful, and always with a hint of terror lurking beneath the surface, proving that sometimes the most terrible rulers are the ones who leave the most lasting mark on their nations. John Adams was the original guy who follows the rock star. Imagine spending your career as the opening act for the Beatles, then finally getting your shot at headlining, only to discover everyone's comparing you to John Lennon, while Paul McCartney is sitting in your cabinet planning to run against you. That was basically Adams' life after Washington. The American Revolution needed different kinds of heroes. It needed flashy, charismatic figures like Jefferson, with his fancy words, and Washington with his imposing presence. But it also needed the irritable, brutally honest workhorses like Adams, brilliant legal minds who would stay up all night, drafting boring but essential documents, while others gave the inspiring speeches. Adams was the guy who made the trains run on time before trains were even invented. Born in Massachusetts to a family of modest means, Adams wasn't born into the aristocratic wealth that cushioned many founding fathers. He worked his way up through sheer brainpower and stubborn determination. As a young lawyer, Adams even defended British soldiers after the Boston Massacre, a deeply unpopular move that showed his lifelong commitment to the principle that everyone deserves a fair trial. The trial was essentially Adams saying to an angry mob, "I know we all hate the British right now, but we can't just skip the whole justice thing when it's inconvenient." Spoiler alert, he won the case, which probably made him simultaneously the most respected and most annoying man in Boston. Adams was like the friend in the group chat who keeps sending paragraph-long responses when everyone else replies with emojis. While Thomas Paine was writing catchy revolutionary slogans, Adams was writing dense legal arguments. He wasn't winning any popularity contests, but the revolution needed his brain as much as it needed Washington's leadership. During the Continental Congress, Adams emerged as one of the most forceful voices for independence. While others waffled, Adams pushed relentlessly forward. He nominated Washington to lead the Continental Army in a brilliant political move that helped unite the colonies. Adams served on more committees than should be humanly possible, basically becoming the revolution's chief bureaucrat. Not glamorous work, but someone had to do it. While Jefferson got credit for writing the Declaration of Independence, it was Adams who fought like a bulldog to get it passed. Jefferson might have had the poetry, but Adams had the persistence. The two had a fascinating relationship, sometimes the closest of friends, sometimes bitter rivals, always bound together by the extraordinary times they lived through. They were like those two friends who are constantly arguing but secretly respect each other more than anyone else. After independence, Adams was shipped off to Europe as a diplomat. In England, he had the awkward job of representing the nation that had just broken up with them. Imagine showing up at your ex's house asking to borrow some sugar, and also recognition as a sovereign nation. Adams somehow managed it with a blend of dignity and his characteristic bluntness. The British didn't like him much, but they respected him. When Washington became president, Adams found himself as vice president, a role he famously described as the most insignificant office ever invented by man. Basically, his job was to break ties in the Senate and otherwise stay out of the way. For someone as opinionated and energetic as Adams, it was pure torture. It was like casting Jack Black in a movie and telling him to stand quietly in the background. Then in 1796, Adams finally got his shot at the top job, winning a narrow election over his supposed friend Jefferson. He inherited a mess. The young nation was being pulled into European conflicts. Political parties were forming despite Washington's warnings, and Alexander Hamilton was undermining him from within his own party. Add to that the impossible task of following Washington, and Adams faced the political equivalent of being asked to babysit a sugar-hyped toddler during a hurricane. The biggest crisis of Adams' presidency came in the form of an undeclared naval war with France, the XYZ affair. French officials demanded bribes just to talk to American diplomats, triggering outrage across the United States. War fever swept the nation. Most presidents would have ridden that wave straight into conflict. It would have been politically advantageous for Adams to declare war on France. His popularity soared when he initially took a tough stance. But here's where Adams showed his true character. Despite enormous pressure, he risked his political career by seeking peace. He sent new diplomats to France against the wishes of his own party. The result? A peaceful resolution that probably saved the fragile young nation from a war it couldn't afford. Adams later considered this his finest achievement, writing that he wanted his gravestone to read, "Here lies John Adams, who took upon himself the responsibility of peace with France in the year 1800. His finest moment became his political undoing." Adams' peace moves alienated the powerful Hamiltonian wing of his party, while failing to win over Jefferson's supporters. The Alien and Sedition Acts, passed during the war scare, damaged his reputation among those who championed free speech. These controversial laws made it harder for immigrants to become citizens and criminalized criticism of the government. A terrible look for a nation founded on liberty, and a move that contradicted Adams' own principles. Political pressure makes people do strange things, and Adams later regretted supporting these measures. The election of 1800 became one of the ugliest in American history. Adams was portrayed as a wannabe monarch with a hideous hermaphroditical character. Jefferson's camp spread rumors that Adams planned to marry one of his sons to a daughter of King George III to create an American royal family. Meanwhile, Adams' supporters called Jefferson an atheist, a radical, and a coward. American political discourse has always been a dumpster fire. It just used fancier language in the 1800s. Adams lost the election to Jefferson in what became the first peaceful transfer of power between opposing political parties in modern history. That alone is an achievement worth celebrating. Adams could have contested the results or used his remaining power to sabotage Jefferson. Instead, he accepted defeat and quietly departed Washington, D.C. before dawn on Jefferson's inauguration day. He wasn't being petty, well, maybe a little. He simply couldn't bear to watch his frenemy take the office he had lost. In retirement, Adams devoted himself to writing and farming. The stream of letters between him and Jefferson, once they reconciled in their final years, provides some of the most insightful reflections on the founding era. These two old rivals, once bitter enemies, found their way back to friendship through intellectual respect and shared history. They were like the original political odd couple, working through their differences one letter at a time. In one of history's great cosmic coincidences, both Adams and Jefferson died on July 4, 1826, exactly 50 years after the adoption of the Declaration of Independence. Adams' last words were reportedly, "Thomas Jefferson survives," not knowing Jefferson had died hours earlier. It was as if neither could outlive the other. Their fates intertwined to the very end. Even death couldn't resist a bit of dramatic symbolism when it came to these two. Adams never had Washington's universal adoration or Jefferson's poetic genius. He wasn't the most likable founding father. He was vain, stubborn, and brutally honest to the point of social suicide. But his contributions were enormous. He gave everything to the American experiment, often receiving little thanks in return. John Adams represents something essential about democracy. It's not always pretty, it's not always graceful, but it requires dedicated people willing to do unglamorous work and make unpopular choices. In a revolution full of dreamers, Adams was the practical one, making sure the dreams had a fighting chance of becoming reality. History hasn't always been kind to Adams. He lacks Washington's monuments or Jefferson's memorial. But in many ways, Adams represents the truest version of American democracy: imperfect, argumentative, driven by principle but subject to human flaws. He wasn't born to wealth or blessed with natural charisma. He succeeded through sheer intelligence, hard work, and stubborn belief in the rule of law. So next time you're stuck doing the necessary but unglamorous work while someone else gets the glory, remember John Adams. The revolution needed its Washington, but it also needed its Adams, the grumpy, brilliant workaholic who kept the whole enterprise from falling apart. Not all heroes wear capes. Some just write really long, persuasive letters and refuse to shut up until justice prevails.